Been a little while since my last Jeffrey Epstein update, so I figured I'd tag in here and give you the latest scoop. The Jeffrey Epstein birthday book has been released. There is a little bit of information redacted in there, but not all that much. It's, for the most part, the entire kit and caboodle, filled with all kinds of new photos, and basically, if you don't know what the birthday book is, it's something that Ghislaine Maxwell put together for Jeffrey Epstein's birthday, which is a bunch of notes that were written by his closest pals. I'm not going to dive too deep on this one here because CoffeeZilla just tackled this on his Voidzilla channel and did an amazing dive into it, as well as analyzing the credibility of the contents of the book, because naturally the administration is claiming it's all horseradish, it is fake, baloney, fiddlesticks, that kind of thing. And I think CoffeeZilla does a good job of analyzing the facts that are presented here. This is a actual book that has been compiled here, and if it is all fake and a forgery, it is one of the most elaborate forgeries I've ever seen. Because again, there's a lot of new information and new photos, actual legitimate photos of Epstein and friends in this book that have never been presented elsewhere before. And from what I can tell, pretty much everyone else that is in that book that has wrote letters isn't denying the authenticity of the letters they wrote. It's just Donald Trump crying foul on it. If the whole thing is fake, why is it only him pointing that out? Or maybe they're claiming that only his section is fake. And in that case, that's a really difficult thing to have slid into an actual bound book in a way that is this watertight. It would be, like I said, one of the most elaborate forgeries I've ever been aware of. Anyway, I highly recommend you check out Voidzilla's coverage of it. I'm not here to talk too deeply on that. The one I want to focus on is by far the wackiest claim I have seen yet from this administration in regards to Donald Trump's ties to Jeffrey Epstein, where they are trying to claim, or at least they were briefly trying to claim, that he was actually an FBI informant working to take down Jeffrey Epstein. I shit you not, they actually tried the classic, 5-dimensional chess move of, well, actually, simpletons, this was a bold strategy from Trump here, being the brave, courageous man that he is. He only got close to Jeffrey Epstein and flew on his plane numerous times because he was compiling evidence against him so that way the FBI could bring him down. His actual quote was, when he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down. What a preposterous, absurd claim. More like Mr. Gargling Johnson, because he's got Donald Trump's dick so far down his throat that now he's farting out these fairy tales. What? So he tried to say that once Trump became privy to the evil of Jeffrey Epstein, he excommunicado from Mar-a-Lago, kicked him out. Really, it was all an elaborate ruse. He was a super spy working for the FBI to try and put the kibosh on the Jeffrey Epstein operation. Wow, they think you are that stupid that you will buy this B-movie plotline here. Just picture this for a moment. If Trump was an FBI informant, do you think that wouldn't have been the first thing he would have said when Jeffrey Epstein did eventually get busted? By the way, it wasn't Donald Trump's deep cover that led to that or anything of the sort. But just imagine this. If that was the case, that would be literally the first thing Trump would have said, and he would have crowned himself like the next James Bond. You wouldn't have heard the end of it. Donald Trump would not have ever let you fucking stop hearing about how he was one of the most successful spies, up there with some of the greats like fucking Ethan Hunt from Mission Impossible. He was able to stop Jeffrey Epstein. He was an FBI informant for all these years. What an outlandish narrative to try and pull out of your asshole here to explain his proximity to Jeffrey Epstein for so fucking long and the amount of times he flew on his plane. To say that it was all because he was an FBI informant is just unhinged. Just imagine those phone calls if this was real. FBI, listen, Jeffrey Epstein, he's not buying it. I'm gonna have to fly on the plane and there's going to be some bad stuff that happens, but just know it's all in the name of keeping my cover intact. I gotta make sure he trusts me. No, really, I swear, that's exactly what it's for. Okay, I'm going in. This was received so poorly, laughed at by so many people, even in the most devout of MAGA cults, that Johnson had to walk it back like 2 days later. He tries to explain what I was referring to in that long conversation was what the Epstein victim's attorney said. More than a decade ago, President Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, and he was one of the only prominent people, as everyone has reported, that he was willing to help law enforcement go after this guy who was a disgusting child abuser, sex trafficker, all the allegations. That's what they heard, so the president was helpful in that. I don't know if I used the right terminology, but that's common knowledge, and everybody knows that. So this is much ado about nothing. Also, fun fact, Trump recently debunked that theory that the reason he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out was because he found out about all of the disgusting shit he was involved with. According to Trump, the reason they had a falling out is because people were taken out of the spa, hired by him, in other words, gone, and other people would come and complain. This guy's taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want them taking people, and he was fine. And then not too long after that, he did it again, and I said, out of here. So he is literally just throwing that into the shitter himself, saying, no, I actually kicked him out because he was stealing my workers. He was taking my girls over here. And I said, nope. I had to put my foot down right then and there, and I said, this is a load of fish paste. This is no more. This is the end of that. You know, get out of town, Buster. So what Johnson is even referring to here is something that it seems Trump himself shot down the idea of. So, like, it is just crazy across the board. To me, what this feels like is that the political puppets in power here are dipping their tootsies, testing lines to see how far they can push, like, absolute fantasies. How stupid are people and how much shit will they eat? And he tried this FBI informant angle just to, you know, test the waters a little bit. Will people buy it? Can we get away with something like this? But in this case, stove was too hot, so he took his hand off it and said, no, it was a misunderstanding. This is what I was referring to. Because the backlash was a little much. It was too stupid. So they're trying to find that perfect line of insanity that people will buy. That's what it seems like to me. There is just no way this was some mix-up here in terminology. What sensible human being would possibly get confused on what an FBI informant means? You called him an FBI snitch. Like, that's like an actual thing. And you're just like, oh no, I might have used the wrong words there. That's not exactly what he was. In fact, he never really worked for the FBI or anything like that in any official capacity. And really, you know, he didn't actually, like, provide a whole ton of evidence that led to the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein. That was kind of like a completely different investigation that Trump wasn't involved in. But yeah, he was like an FBI informant, I think. At least I thought he was. No, that's not the right word. What's the word I'm looking for? Friend. He was a friend of Jeffrey. No, not a friend. No. Man, there's a word for it. I just can't find it somewhere. It's so weird. But yeah, everyone's making a mountain out of a molehill here. I just said the wrong terminology. You knew he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, right? Like, no, that's the most important part. What a bumbling oaf. Just like a true textbook imbecile. It's crazy, though, because I do know people bought that. I know there were people that heard that and breathed a huge sigh of relief, wiping sweat from their forehead. Whew. I knew it all along. I never had any doubts. I knew Trump was actually 5 steps ahead of everyone else. He was an FBI informant. I always had a hunch. I always knew that. It's so fucking sad. It's so pathetic. Anyway, I just wanted to give you the little Epstein update here. Again, I highly recommend checking out the Voidzilla video covering the most recent Epstein development here in regards to the birthday book. And yeah, anyway, that's about it. See ya. I've made quite a few videos on those really expensive alpha male classes. They're not classes, they're like retreats where it teaches you how to be an alpha male. The one I've covered most extensively is the Modern Day Night Project, where it's $18,000 and you spend 3 days getting a hose sprayed in your face, and that's basically it, while getting yelled at by some goobers. These pathetic urinal cake scammers prey upon desperate losers and then turn them into broke, desperate losers. That's basically the entire thing. They tell you how weak you are and how it needs to change, and the only way it's going to change is by giving them thousands and thousands of dollars, and that'll unlock your third eye. These goobers will give you the super soldier serum, turn you into fucking Steve Rogers here, and the $18,000 you paid up front is an investment because they're going to give you all the tools to make millions of dollars, and it's going to make you a real strong, masculine testosterone titan. But then you actually go to the retreat and you spend like a few days in a Lowe's parking lot getting a hose sprayed in your face. and that's about the extent of it. Well, I just learned that there's something similar for fathers and sons called the Squire program. It's a $2,000 day where you spend $2,000 to go with your son to throw sand in each other's faces and take an ice bath, and it's supposed to turn your son into a man and strengthen the bond between father and son.
Your experience was, we have a second chance at a father and son relationship, and this time it's when we are the fathers.
In their own sizzler reel here for the Squire program, they drop that little nugget. No matter what your experience was, you get a second chance, except we're the fathers. You're my new dad? Like, what? What do you mean you're the father now? This was supposed to be a father and son experience, but now you're the dad. So now you've now taken the role of the papa. Can you imagine being this much of a loser where you're like, man, my son doesn't respect me. I'm kind of a goofball myself. I'll pay $2,000 so these guys can go spit in my face, only to show up and they're like, no, I'm the dad now. Get away. This is now my son. It is unhinged.
A man has the duty and obligation to raise a son who is capable and confident so that he may be an asset to society and not a liability.
You're going to experience pain today. There's nothing wrong with it. Pain is a powerful tool. It's a powerful motivator. I think it's one of the most compelling forces for good.
You can see where that $2,000 goes. Straight to the production team. Look at this trailer. It's like a new Marvel movie they're announcing here. Because I can promise you that money's not going into the actual retreat, because you pay $2,000 only to jog around a parking lot, crawl around in some dirt, take an ice bath, and learn basic headlocks. All of that you can do yourself for free. You don't need $2,000 to pay some guy to yell at you, LARPing as the boot camp instructor. You, as the father, could easily go up to your son and be like, hey, look, sport, why don't we go for a run? Why don't we get a little more serious about, like, our physical activity out there? You know, maybe we take classes on, jiu-jitsu or something, or let's get a gym membership. We'll start lifting. You know, you can do those things without paying $2,000 to some weirdos that are just scamming you out of that money. Like, it's so ridiculous.
So the Squire program is a 15-hour immersive course where we're literally going to take these young men through trials and tribulations of what it means to be a man. All right. 1, go! Breathe, come on. Breathe. Look at me, come on. Don't stop breathing. Come on. Man, stay hard. Look at me.
Yeah, this is what it means to be a man. Paying $2,000 to some greasy slime ball to say stay hard while you take an ice bath with your dad. If I only had a nickel for every time in my adult life being a man I've had to take an ice bath with Pops. Jeez, right? Man, there's nothing I wouldn't be able to afford. This is stupid. This is not taking you through trials and tribulations of what it means to be a man. This is just them doing, like, cosplay, basically, where this is what a man needs to be. And it's literally jumping jacks in dirt and then taking an ice bath. You can do that for free if you want to. You don't need to pay this kind of money for it. And, spoiler alert, it's not going to make you more of a man. Spending 15 hours, one day, doing something physically demanding isn't going to change your life. It is going to change your bank account, though, because of how expensive it is. I guess the idea that almost makes sense if you're a brain-dead troglodyte is that by spending 15 hours a day outside of the comfort of your smartphones and your video games and your V-Bucks, Robux, all of that, it'll turn your son into a man because we had him do some push-ups and jumping jacks and some burpees. Like, you don't need to pay for that. If you want, just tell your son, like, hey, let's stop spending so much time playing those games. Let's do more physically active shit. And that would be a great thing. And it's a lot cheaper. And it's not just a one-time thing. Instead of spending one day doing something like challenging, make it a habit. Make it a routine. And I think it could be a great tool for connecting more with your son, daughter, family, friends. Like, hey, let's do this together. Let's start getting more physically active. You'd save a lot more money, and it would be a lot more beneficial because then you would do it more often than just this one time for $2,000. It's just silly. I do think there is a ton of value in doing things that are uncomfortable, getting out of your comfort zone and doing something challenging and tough. I do think that's good. This is just the worst way of doing it and the most like caveman approach to it. Like, oh, in order to make Grok strong, Grok must throw sand in my dad's face. I'm not just pulling that example out of my ass either. Like, here's a clip of them just throwing sand on each other. I don't know how this makes you more of a man. This seems like you're going backwards. This is like a child throwing a temper tantrum on the beach when his parents said he can't have another can of Coke. Their pitch on this program is so cringe, too. How will your son know when he's a man? For most boys, there's no defining moment or experience that tells him he's become a man. In fact, most boys today grow up and never truly feel like a man. That's another thing. On their website, there are so many grammatical errors. I guess becoming a man also means becoming illiterate. Most boys simply grow older, but don't really know what it takes to be a man in today's world. That's such a silly mistake. What a stupid douchebag. Don't really know what it takes to be a man in today's world. Did nobody proofread this? Do they just view proofreading as beta shit or something so they don't indulge in it? This is a huge problem, and it's also the reason why so many men today are lost, confused, anxious, lonely, and without purpose. That's why for centuries, tribes and nations have had a rite of passage ritual for their boys as they come of age to become a man. It was the father and the men he trusted who took that boy through an experience which taught him, tested him, challenged him, and showed him what it takes to be a formidable man. The type of man who can lead, love, protect, provide, and be both savage and a servant. A servant? Does that not contradict all of the other shit? You want your son to grow up to be a servant. A servant to who? You guys? One of your little pay piggies? So they can grow up and give you money and keep this cycle going? In times past, this is how boys were shown that it's time to step up and to step into their masculinity and claim their seat at the table with the other men in the tribe. But in our modern culture, this rite of passage experience no longer takes place, and it's why we now have grown men who lack leadership, mental toughness, emotional discipline, and have no definitive purpose in life. But according to you, that purpose in life is to be both savage and also a servant. So the purpose is to give you money. That is the purpose for the men that you guys are trying to train.
Fucking kidding me? All right, let's try this from the push-up position. Maybe this will work better. Let's all drop into the push-up position. Maybe then we'll focus a little more. Three of us understood that command. That is excellent. If you get this wrong, I'm going to come by and kick everyone in the fucking ribs. You're going to have your head up so you see who I'm pointing at. Go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Wow, what a tough guy. Threatening to kick children in the ribs. This guy means business, holy. You don't want to tussle with the muscle. This guy's not afraid to threaten children.
3. Okay, good. Now you're going to take a right side step.
How much?
Just like you did the left side step, do a right side step. Yep. Okay, one more. Good. Take a little 6-inch right step forward.
Masculinity is walking blindfolded behind a Lowe's trying to avoid barbed wire and planks of wood with nails sticking out, while your dad tries to guide you around it. That is absolutely just a recipe for disaster, by the way, because if the kid, misheard a direction there and just steps on the nail, it's going right through his shoe and through his fucking foot. Well, potentially, I'm sure they would, go in and, move the kid out of the way. But that is still just so stupid. It doesn't even teach you anything. What is even the lesson there? How is that masculinity at all? Listening to your dad, I guess? But is that the best way of teaching it? Here, put this blindfold on. We're gonna walk through some landmines. I'll try and keep you alive. It's just the dumbest way of trying to do this lesson of, listen to your dad. It's so embarrassing. For the father here, too. And also, look at the setup here. It's just some pieces of wood with nails and some barbed wire literally behind whatever business this is. You paid $2,000 for that. If you really wanted to walk this obstacle course, you could have set it up in your backyard for $5 with items you could find at Home Depot. It's just a dumb exercise in the first place, though. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this. Another part of their website has a section about how moms turn babies into boys and dads who turn boys into men. What an incredible section this is. Ugh, moms are bitches, am I right? As fathers, it's our responsibility to guide, mentor, and prepare our sons to take their rightful seat as future leaders. Oh, and servants also. You mentioned servants a minute ago. It's up to us to help make them confident, capable, and courageous. Every young man needs a defining experience that ushers him into manhood, and they look up to you, their dads, to teach them the ways of men and to create that rite of passage. And that's exactly why the Squire program was created. Historically, knights had squires to help them prepare their armor, horse, and weapons for war, and the squires had the knights as examples of healthy masculinity, teaching them how to be chivalrous, warriors, protectors, providers, and servant leaders. Your son deserves to be confident and successful, a man of service and compassion, a purpose-driven leader, not like that baby boy your mom is trying to raise him to be. Your wife, she is a harlot that is setting your son up for failure, which is why you need to go behind her back, give us $2,000 so we can send them through the Squire program for 15 hours. Anyway, it's basically the same shit they were doing with the modern day Knight project, but now it's catered towards fathers and sons, and it's still just as cringe. That's really about it. So yeah. It's not often that a game actually surprises me. Usually I'm pretty good at watching a trailer for a game and having a pretty strong sense of if I'm going to like it or not. I always do approach them with open mind and open cheeks. I'm always willing to be, proven wrong on my preconceptions coming in, whether it's positive or negative. If there's something I think I'm going to love but ends up being trash, I'm more than willing to take that on the chin, or vice versa. If there's something I go in expecting abominable dog shit, but then I get served a wonderful, tasty cuisine, I don't just stubbornly stick and cling to what I expected going in. Point is, like your mother's legs, I'm always open. It's very rare, though, for a game to completely blindside me. And that's what just happened with High on Life 2. I fucking hated the first High on Life. I despised it. There was pretty much nothing in that game I liked other than the idea behind the guns, because it reminded me of Oddworld. But everything sucked major ass. It sucked farts through a crazy straw. I couldn't stand playing it. It was janky. It was boring. The writing didn't make me laugh. None of the characters ever shut the fuck up for even a second. It was just unrelenting cringe, and I just felt like the game overall was a snooze fest. I didn't like anything about the first High on Life. And High on Life 2 gets announced, and it looked a little better, but I thought for sure there's no way this was going to win me over. There's no way I was going to like it. But since I play like every game ever made for my gaming channel, I give all of them a fair shake. I, of course, checked out High on Life 2. Much to my delight, the game actually slaps. But it has one unforgivable sin, and if you've seen any of the reviews, you already know what I'm going to mention: the performance. The performance of High on Life 2 for the vast majority of players is unforgivable. It shouldn't have released in this state. For a lot of players, it doesn't even work. And that is completely unacceptable. They should have given this a little bit more time to bake in order to iron out those performance issues that so many players have been having. I've read that they've gotten a little better for some people, but still that doesn't excuse releasing a broken product. So that, of course, is a non-starter for a very good reason for a lot of people. I, however, did not have those performance issues outside of like the occasional stuttering and one or two crashes. So I got lucky in that regard, but I also have a fucking monster of a PC. So I want to give you my thoughts on it, and if you want to see the whole playthrough, it's up on Moist Critical Gaming. Go subscribe. Basically every game ever made I'm playing over there. Anyway, High on Life 2 is such a significant improvement in every possible area over the first one. It is much more fun to play, and I think the main thing that contributes to that is their emphasis on movement. So in High on Life 2, you have a skateboard. You get it very, very early. And the skateboard is fun. It is fast. It gives you movement options. You get air dash. You get grinds and shit. There's a lot that you can do with the skateboard that makes the movement feel very, very fast, which is great. But it's not just that that's an improvement. So let's take it from the top. So, I actually cared about the story and the characters in this one, which I would have never expected going into this because I hated every character in the first High on Life. But somehow in this one, it works. They had like a complete overhaul of their approach to writing characters and writing jokes and just the world around High on Life 2, and it works so much better. The way I describe this game is a modern 360 title. Every second I spent playing High on Life 2, I felt like I was in middle school again playing the Xbox 360 with some kind of wacky, zany game. It was really, really creative, especially its boss fights. Like, there is a boss in here that shrinks down to Ant-Man size, and you have to follow him by following his coffee stains that he leaves behind, which isn't the most creative part, but what happens is, when you do take down his health bar, you do throw him up against the lockers and shake him down for his lunch money. He has a phase too, but not in the way you think. He infiltrates the game itself. So what he does is he gets inside of your suit, and your suit is your UI, it's your menu. So now you as the player have to fight him in your suit, meaning you fight him throughout your menus. So like he's fucking around with your sliders and stuff, and you have to like fight him with hitting him with the slider. He's messing around with like character dialogue because there's an option to turn it up or off, which that's a great quality of life feature there. And he turns it to ultra, so you immediately just start like, you get panicked because the last thing you want is every character to go back to like High on Life 1 level where they won't shut the fuck up. And he's like exploiting that, and you have to like fight him to stop him from doing that. It is so creative. And then there's so many like mini games in that fight. So like there's a section where you have to like chase him through like your face mask, and the only way to get him is like you have to stab yourself in the eye with knifey. And you're literally stabbing yourself while he's playing basically Donkey Kong. It's really creative is what I'm saying. They actually went kind of whole hog into just, fuck it, we're just going to send the silliest ideas and hopefully people like it. And I really appreciated that. I really like the vibe of just, here's a crazy little wacky boss fight with mechanics that really come out of nowhere and don't make any sense in a lot of cases, but are really fun to engage with like a ton of tiny little mini games within the fight. I really appreciated the creativity of things like that. And like I said, the story is already better. The characters don't talk as much, and the writing on them is better, so it's not as nauseating, it's not as eye-rolling. That's not to say everything hits. There's a lot of shits. There's a lot of jokes in here that definitely don't land, but for the most part, it's a lot better. It's a huge improvement in its writing. And another huge improvement is its gameplay. Like, it is much tighter. High on Life 1, I thought, was so janky and so slow, it was just a slog every time you got into a gunfight. Here, it's really enjoyable. They don't really change the formula all that much or anything, but with the addition of the skateboard making it faster, and also just the guns being fun to use here, like I think there's a lot of like creativity with the guns. Of course, you have like the trick hole things that you can use that change the way that you approach a fight. So like Creature, for example, you mind control an enemy, he'll fight with you for a while, and you shoot out his, like, kids that'll do damage and, like, start fighting the enemies for you. And you're skateboarding around the whole time, and you can fling your skateboard at people to hit them with it and do damage. The melee is kind of non-existent. Like, there's not a whole lot to do with melee. You just swing knifey sometimes for a little bit of damage, so it's not like there's, like, a big, emphasis on melee or anything. But overall, the gunplay was better, the gameplay was tighter, and it was faster. So it's just a huge improvement across the board in its gameplay. Now, I do want to make it clear that doesn't mean that it's like the best gunplay you'll ever play in your life, but it is good. Like it's above serviceable. Like, I enjoyed fighting things in the game. But it's very bare bones, and enemy variety is kind of non-existent, so you're fighting the same enemies a million times over and over and over again. And the upgrades you get for your guns are mainly like ammo count, damage count, and then there are occasionally like a couple of like tweaks to the guns that you can find through upgrades, which are, appreciated. But for the most part, it's very simple stuff. Like, there's nothing overly deep about its gameplay or its mechanics. It's all very simple, but it's done well enough that it's enjoyable. Another nice thing about the game is there's quite a bit to do. So I spent 9 hours on it, and I only did one side quest. I didn't do like a whole lot of exploring or side quests. I did like a little bit, but not much. And I was looking into it. There is like actually quite a lot of meat on the bones here. There is a handful of like important stuff outside of the main story, and a lot of like really creative things as well. So like there's an escape room that you can do, which is completely optional. I didn't even find it in my playthrough, even when I was exploring. And it can actually change the entire ending. I don't want to spoil it. It's a very, very cool thing that can unfold. And there's a lot of things like that in High on Life 2. So if you're someone that really likes to get lost in a world and likes to see, some things change as a result of choices you make, High on Life 2 actually has that. Which again, I would have never fucking expected. The end of the game, a lot of choices I made throughout the game ended up playing a significant role. Again, I don't want to spoil it, because it's very, very creative in how it utilizes your choices at the end. It was impressive. Really, everything about High on Life 2 shocked me. Because again, I hated the first one, and I had no expectations at all with this one. And I was kind of blown away. Now, not to get like carried away here, the game isn't like, a masterpiece or anything. It's still got plenty of flaws. And like I said, it is a very, very simple game. But I think that's what made me appreciate it so much. It really made me feel like I was playing like a 2009 Xbox 360 game that just unapologetically threw all kinds of quirky fucking ideas at the wall and just threw them all in a pot and, popped this puppy out here. And some of it works, some of it doesn't. And I really enjoyed that. I really, really did. So, yeah, I wanted to just make a review on this one because this is probably the most surprised I've been with a game in a while. It's not my favorite game of the year or anything. That still goes to Neo 3. But, man, was this delightful. That's really about it. So, yeah. Stay inside. Lock your doors. There's a maniac on the loose. And just like that scene in SpongeBob, the maniac is me. There is someone impersonating me out there right now I just learned about that cooked up a nefarious galaxy brain scheme that would put Gru to shame here. This is despicable. He dug deep into the neurons for this one, I'll tell you what. He created a fake email called moist.pr and has sent presumably hundreds of emails to every video game company, every app, it seems, and maybe just every company in general at this point. Sleep in fear, because you might be receiving an email from the dastardly Pinhead Larry, moist.pr. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he sent emails to dog food companies, and what he's doing is he's asking for free product for the sake of his review. And today, one of the companies that reached out trying to confirm if this is real or if they're being played like a fiddle sent me one of the original emails that he tossed their way. Hi there, I'm Charlie. This is my request for one review key for Legacy Steel and Sorcery for Steam. My channel, Moist Critical Gaming Official. Thanks, then followed by a quirky little smiley face that some high schooler would be sending to someone he's trying to ask to prom. And that has been, variations of this have been sent to innumerable companies to try and get review codes for games and apps, and probably tons more things. Now, if you've got some keen peepers on you, you might be able to read between the lines here and recognize that's not my voice coming through there in the email. That's the voice of a prepubescent little criminal. It sounds like it's written by an actual 12-year-old here. Hi there, I'm Charlie. Now, first of all, it's a high-quality forge read, don't get me wrong, but there's a couple of things that kind of immediately raise red flags. Why, if this is a Moist Critical PR email, would Moist Critical be the one behind it? At that point, why wouldn't Moist Critical just be sending the emails himself instead of setting up his own PR email? The whole point of a PR thing is that it's other people handling it for whoever it is. So why in this case would the Moist Critical PR agency just be Charlie? That doesn't make a ton of sense. It smells pretty fishy, but apparently it went through proper channels for some companies and they wanted to verify the authenticity of it because they wanted to be sure that it wasn't fraudulent. And obviously it's not authentic or anything, but it does make you wonder, a little food for thought, how many companies maybe received this and then just sent over the product for free without, double checking if it was real or not, because maybe this isn't something that's super common, I really don't know. But Matt had received emails like this. Hello, Matt. I work on the marketing team at CGE. We got an email from moistcritical.pr requesting 3 codes for a review of our Through the Ages app. So this time he was a little more gluttonous. He was looking for 3 codes this time around, I'm guessing for him and his buddies at the lunch tables. Before sending them over, I just wanted to reach out and verify the legitimacy of the request and that it came from Charlie or someone on the team. If so, we would be more than happy to supply the codes for the game. Very, very sweet of them. And very nice of them to double check before sending it out. They're not the only company that did it, but this is just one of the emails I wanted to show an example of. This, it has been a song and dance apparently that's been going on for a little while now. Matt just told me about it today because apparently it's becoming even more common, so I'm guessing that he's found some kind of success and is continuing to do it even more aggressively now, which is pretty interesting to think about and something that I didn't even consider as a possibility. Just playing a game of pretend where you LARP as a YouTuber or something and just try and get some free shit out of it. Because most of these things happen between agencies. Like, the developers themselves aren't usually the ones distributing free codes to, online content creators. It's usually whatever agency is managing that. And then usually, someone representing a content creator, like a streamer or something, an agency, would be the one to reach out on their behalf for a review code for them to play the game or whatever. And judging by the amount of emails Matt's received from companies concerned and questioning, is this valid? Like, is this a real thing that we just received? It does appear that there is just, this exploitation that is possible here. Obviously not the biggest deal in the world. At the end of the day, maybe this guy gets a couple of free games out of it. Well, I actually don't know. Maybe he got a ton of free shit out of it. I have no clue. I just found it to be very wild that this has been going on, I guess, for quite some time. So yeah, just as a general rule of thumb, if you ever receive an email from the Moist Critical PR agency here, you can just wipe your ass with it immediately. It's not me. If you ever receive something fishing for some free review codes claiming to be from the old House of Charles, that's not me. I don't get review codes and I don't ask for review codes. Even on like the very rare occasions where I do like a sponsored stream, like for Dying Light the Beast, for example, they do give like free copies of the game. I don't even use the free copies, I still just buy the product itself. Because even though that stream is sponsored, I still want to play the game as an actual buyer of the product, so that way when I have an opinion on it, it is still as someone who literally spent their money on it. As opposed to it being potentially a skewed perspective on the product because it was something that was given to them for free or something. But that's just a personal choice. The point I'm making here is, if you receive an email from someone claiming to be me asking for some free shit, it's probably not me. You could be pretty certain, you can bet your sweet bippy that it's not actually coming from me. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. There are few things in life as pathetic as being a proud Reddit moderator. It's a position that attracts the most insufferable hoity-toity dweebs like moths to a flame, and it bestows upon them the tiniest sliver of power, just barely above like a middle school hall monitor, and somehow that immediately goes to their heads and corrupts their already ugly soul, leading to the most embarrassing meltdowns and just outrageous power trips over nothing. And this is a stereotype that's existed for a while, and it seems like it's just the truth of being a Reddit mod. Like, this is just the sad reality of the people that take up that mantle. They think of themselves as fucking Batman, but what they actually are is the goddamn box ghost from Danny Phantom. Anyway, though, I'm blasting that ass with some new hotness here. A brand new mod meltdown courtesy of r/art. It is a pretty fascinating one, and also not its first rodeo. The r/art subreddit's got some hostile mods. So I'm gonna go over the most recent one from, I think it was yesterday. And then I also want to give you a little, blast from the past from a previous instance where one of these mods went nuts. But this one I think is quite special. So what happened is there's an artist named Hayden Clay who posted his art on the subreddit. It got very popular, and in the comments he was replying to somebody asking for more information about his work, and he mentioned that, you can find my work here, and there's also some prints available too. Just a very quick reply to a nice comment. And one of the rules of the subreddit is you can't be like self-promoting your work, so you can't be like advertising prints or anything. So because he used the word prints, it got the whole post removed. Just blasted to the shadow realm. They smited it. So Hayden Clay was pretty upset, so he messaged the mod about it, trying to get further clarity, and maybe he could try and find a way out of this pickle here because he felt it was unjust. There you can see the comment that got him banned. I have a whole mini-series called Clear Boundaries with Prints Available. Just a very offhanded remark about having prints available, and it was removed because of that. So he said, "Are you seriously banning me for giving more information on my work? No, I banned you for breaking our rules. But I can also remove all your old posts as well if you'd like." Oh man. This guy's no nonsense, tough as nails. You don't tussle with the muscle. r/art mod. Oh, brother, watch out. He's coming down with the iron fist. This is so fucking silly. So, like I said, the rule is like no self-promoing or whatever. Can't be mentioning where they can purchase your art or anything like that. Which he wasn't really doing. It's an offhanded reply to someone that was saying they'd like to have the art in their office or whatever. Like, it's such a stretch to even have that be like a violation of their rule in the first place. It is solely because the word print is there. What an unbelievably stinky loser. This guy is working for free as the moderator of a subreddit and he thinks he's doing the Lord's work here. He's treating himself like he's fucking Jason Bourne or something. Oh my god, it's so sad. I can literally smell this guy through his messaging. I already know when he typed, but I can delete your old posts as well if you'd like. I can see him doing this with his hands like some kind of fucking anime supervillain. Oh, he's such a worm. Hayden Clay responds saying, just delete the comment and move on. Sorry I mentioned the word print. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. He said, your history has been removed. You're welcome. He laid the smackdown on him. He just poofed away all of his post history. And then he replied again saying, at this point, this isn't about breaking the rules. This is you having some sort of vendetta against me. My comment broke Rule 9. I get that, and apologize. This reaction is overstepping boundaries. Which it definitely is. Worth mentioning, Hayden Clay had some posts that were extremely popular, some older posts in his history. Like, I think one of them, according to Dolan Darkus, was even in the top 250 of all time for the subreddit. So having his entire history removed actually is somewhat of a big deal to an artist who has this as a means of showcasing their talent. This, also, just to be clear, I think this rule somewhat makes sense to avoid, like, exploitation for people coming in there solely to, like, astroturf it for their own gain or whatever. But when it comes to, like, an individual artist, having this kind of eyes on their art, this visibility is very helpful to them. So I feel like it shouldn't be something that you destroy them for solely because they mention that they could be found elsewhere. Like, I feel like that's something you should want to help these artists that are very talented. But on r/art, it's run like some kind of fucking cult, I suppose. And if you step out of line, well, I hope you're ready to take the big beat down that the mods will give you. They'll take you behind the back of the bar and break your kneecaps. Metaphorically speaking, of course. I don't think they even know how to throw a punch. They'd probably break their own fucking wrist if they even tried to hit a heavy bag, I would imagine. But this shit is just so unbelievably foul. Like, he has done nothing wrong. He reached out asking, you know, like, what's going on? What's the deal here? He even, like, apologized and said, can you just delete the comment and we can move on? And that was enough to make the Reddit mod go even more Insano style. Like, Jesus Christ. Just check yourself into an institution, buddy. Oh my lord. I don't even know who the fuck you are. He thought that line went so hard when he thought of it. That's some major main character energy there. Oh! Yeah, Hayden Clay's the one with main character energy. Certainly not the r/art mod who's gone through and deleted every single one of his posts, all because he had the gall, the audacity to talk to him in DMs. He dared try and speak to a mod. Don't you know they are holy, sacred icons of the Church of r/art? You can't just speak to them and question their decisions. And then he replies saying, says the power-hungry mod who deleted all my posts because I asked a question. True. You've been reported for harassment. Have a wonderful day. Nice job making this sub a worse place for artists and those who enjoy it. Yeah, the mod reported him for harassment all because he was asking a question in DMs and then just responding to having all of his shit just wiped out in the extinction event of r/art. And now he's been reported for harassment. I already know this mod. His heart was beating so fast. This was probably the most excitement he'd had since the last time he had done this. Like, I bet he was cracking open 4 Mountain Dews, like cracking his knuckles. Time to get to business. He talked to me. Time to remove all of his posts. Also, that report for harassment led to Hayden Clay being banned site-wide on Reddit for 3 days. Pretty cool system they have over there at Reddit where one angry mod can make a complete fraudulent, bogus report of harassment and it immediately leads to a ban for the recipient there. What should have happened is this report goes through, someone takes a look at it, they immediately recognize that this mod is unstable and should not have that position in the first place, so they strip him of his mod privileges. That's what should have happened. And if that did, I bet that guy's life would have felt like it was crumbling down around him. Because if he can't enact his power on strangers on r/art, then his life has no meaning. But that is just not how Reddit functions over there at all. I remember over the years it's been kind of revealed that a large part of Reddit is controlled by a handful of these turbo losers, where it's like this tight-knit club of people that have absolutely nothing going on with their life, so their whole existence is dedicated to power tripping on Reddit and like controlling it like they're the puppet masters. And I imagine this is one of those kind of people, because it's pretty clear that he can just report someone and immediately they're banned for it. So I have to guess that this mod is part of that group, especially when you consider that his appeal was also denied, with the admins siding with the mod's harassment theory here, believing that that was the correct course of action. He needed to be banned for 3 days, all because he decided to try and ask a question to an r/art moderator. That's a sin punishable by death on Reddit. But anyway, as a result of all of this, r/art went into like a pseudo lockdown where you couldn't submit new posts or make comments. They have since soft reopened it so you can make comments again. And of course, all the comments are probably what you're expecting, where everyone is mentioning Hayden Clay and how unfair this is, and basically calling for the resignation of this mod as if it's some kind of like legitimate position. It's not, and it's also never going to happen. He is never going to relinquish his mod privileges. It is literally what he lives for, I bet. And you can kind of see that because he still replies to people that reach out about this. Like, even outside of Hayden Clay, there's people expressing their concern. So here's another r/art mod classic. We ban people who don't follow our rules, for sure. Cool, but I'm more talking about the way the mod spoke to the person. They just asked a question and they got their history wiped. Not sure what you mean. If you look at the link I provided, you can see the conversation they showed between themselves and the mod. Or they refused to follow our rules and were removed. Okay, but like I said, their history was wiped for asking a question. Is that what you do here? I'm not clicking on your link. It's a Twitter link. I'm not sure how this can be a productive conversation if we aren't looking at the same information. And then they got muted. Pretty cool. I'm not clicking on any of your links that maybe go against what I'm trying to express here. You're out of line, Buster. Get muted. Goodbye with you. You're not welcome on r/art anymore for asking us questions and trying to bring up concerns. We don't do that around here. So that's kind of the state of r/art mod team. And I think it's important that you know that this isn't an isolated incident. A few years back, something kind of similar happened where one of the mods went on a bit of a wacky power trip where they had removed a post from an artist claiming that it was AI art. That artist reached out to prove that it wasn't, to try and get their post reinstated. I'm the artist of a painting, A Muse in Warzone. I'm here for complaining about the unfair ban, but I can give you guys the process or the PSD file of that painting. I'm not using any AI support, and that punishment is not right. Sorry for my bad English, and thank you for your time. Here's my portfolio. Take a look. The r/art mod replies, I don't believe you. Even if you did paint it yourself, it's so obviously an AI-prompted design that it doesn't matter. If you really are a serious artist, then you need to find a different style because A, no one is going to believe when you say it's not AI, and B, the AI can do better in seconds what might take you hours. Sorry, it's the way of the world. You've been temporarily muted from r/art. Yes, very classy r/art mod. I can hear your pinky was up when you wrote that reply there. So he struck the post down believing it was AI art. When reached out to and challenged with proof that it wasn't AI, he instead goes, okay, so even if you did paint it, and even if you are a serious artist, I still don't like it. Also, AI can do what you did much better in a matter of minutes, what might take you hours. Sorry, bub, that's the way of the world. Also, you're muted. This happened a couple years ago, and when it happened, this was also a pretty big deal to the r/art community, but nothing happened. This mod, as far as I know, is still currently a moderator on the subreddit. Who's to say it's not the same mod that just had this meltdown with Hayden Clay? I think there's a very real possibility, especially judging by the cringe way that they communicate with other people. So I think it's very possible it's the same culprit. Regardless, though, it is so pathetic. Whoever is responsible for this shit here. It is unbelievable to me how often this seems to happen with Reddit mods. Like, this stereotype has existed for a long time about being like this sad, lonely loser who power trips as a Reddit mod. And yet, it keeps happening over and over and over again. There is no self-awareness and no fucking shame from some of these Reddit mods. It's tragic. What? It's just so stupid, man. Unreal. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. I think it was like 2 years ago or something like that, I made a video spitting on those degenerate parasites that would go live on TikTok with videos, not actually live streams. They would have pre-recorded videos that they loop that aim to deceive children into giving them money or interacting with the stream, like spam emojis or spam galaxies, or else I'm gonna press this button. It's the boogeyman's cell phone. He's coming right to your house to fuck your mother. Yeah, quick, it's about to be game over. Or even more egregious, they say things like, the first person to donate 5 schmoobles, send me 6 ice creams, is going to get 10 billion V-Bucks, that kind of thing, and it actually works. Not the getting V-Bucks thing, don't get it twisted. The scamming children thing. Deceiving them, misleading them into giving you money because they go grab their parents' credit card like, oh my goodness, what a deal. Punching in those wacky numbers in there. And they don't realize that it's not actually a live stream. They're not actually going to get anything. What happens is they keep looping it for a while, then they take the stream down, then they start it up again a little bit later to get a whole new batch of suckers. And rinse and repeat. That's something that's been going on TikTok for a long time, but it now has infested YouTube as well, which I knew about, but I haven't yapped about it in a while because I got a very doomer attitude about it, how there's nothing you can do because YouTube isn't cracking down on it, even though it's a clear violation of their policies. But now it finally seems like they are. Jax Films just made a video going over this as well. I highly recommend you check out the whole thing. I'm going to show you bits and pieces of it.
You want to hear the most annoying sound in the world? So what you're looking at are 4 YouTube channels live streaming at the same time, except they're not actually live. Here, pay attention to the second video on the left and see if you can spot anything weird. Guys, 2 more seconds. Oh, just cut! Oh, tell me you saw the cut. That's right. These live streams are actually all looped, pre-recorded videos made to trick children into giving them money.
It really is such a shame that insufferable dweebs like this are no longer getting wedgies. Instead, now they get to just go endlessly scam children on these platforms without repercussions.
Press it right now if you want Robux and send me the laughing disco.
Anyone does a red super chat, you're gonna get 1,000,000 Robux right now, okay, bro?
Now, according to these gentlemen, this is all above board.
Yo, Jack, you need to stop trying to expose us, bro. Leave us alone.
We're not doing anything wrong, bro. We're not doing anything wrong.
It's fucking pathetic how you can actually hear the stupid in people's voices now. Like, there are people that are just observably stupid, and just in that one little brief clip there, I know for a fact that if you put the two of them together, they might not break double-digit IQ. They are just completely rotted. They grew up in this shit, they were molded by it, and they never broke out of it. They are just fucking perpetually stuck with baby brain. It is so sad. Like, I would feel bad for them if they weren't just scamming children. And make no mistake, they're not just harmlessly illiterate. They know what they're doing is wrong. They're just trying to cover their own ass. Now, a lot of them have deleted it and tried to scrub it from their pages, probably out of fear of some kind of consequences, because, like I said in the beginning, it looks like they actually are starting to crack down on this. What they're doing is not only a violation of this platform's terms and policies, it is full-blown illegal. It's fraud. You are fraudulently running these fake giveaways. So like that guy who's saying, first one to send a red super chat gets 1,000,000 V-Bucks. That is a crime. That is fraud. And contrary to what generic NPC broccoli hair goober straight off the galaxy gas tries to spit out there about how they're doing nothing wrong, they are doing something wrong. And they should be punished for it. Saying shit like, give me this, galaxy, which is real money, by the way, and you'll get all these Robux pouring out of every orifice of your body, that kind of thing, and faking these live streams, looping this shit endlessly. That is fraudulent. It's fake giveaways. They don't actually give any of this away. If you do give them money, you don't get anything in return. In fact, you just get flexed on by them.
Guys, we are so sorry, guys. We all do the crocodile streams.
They actually thought this went hard, by the way. This lame garbage. This only further confirms my theory that there is a government lab out there that's churning out these NPCs as an experiment. They all have the same hairdo. They're basically the exact same copy and paste person here. I'm telling you, there's something fishy. I'm not trying to get conspiratorial, but there's something afoot. They got the damn Man Shatton project going on, shitting out these twerps. Also, why is that Disney Channel extra on the far left of that video half naked? Why does he have his whole chest out rubbing it on the protagonist's chair? What the hell? What in tarnation?
And I noticed he happened to be live at the time. So I checked it out, and this is what it was.
And then I'm gonna click the green call button right now, live on stream, and I'm gonna call 911 right now, chat.
By the way, they never call 911. This is a very common tactic you'll see across a bunch of live streams. And the goal of this is to drive that viewer count up and keep the viewer's attention.
If you're following along with your thinking caps on, paying attention, you will also know that that is not live. It's again just a pre-recorded video. Jax Films shows you the cut. It's blatantly obvious. They're not very good at even making it appear to be live. They don't care because they haven't faced any punishment for it. So it is very sloppy and haphazardly thrown together. So he's got, fucking emo Chucky Finster back there doing moves while pretending to, I'm about to call 911, everyone, I'm about to call 911. So the viewer number's going way up, and then it gets to the next phase of the scam where they tries to squeeze the kids for their lunch money.
I swear, I didn't edit this next part.
Right now, here we go. In 5, 4. Okay, let's choose another person for some Robux, guys. Who in the chat wants Robux right now? Everyone right now.
All of a sudden, we've taken a hard shift into the next phase of this scam, live stream. So first, he claims he'll give you Robux, the in-game currency for the popular video game Roblox. But then he says this.
Whoever is the first person to click the little gift box at the bottom right-hand corner, right there, and send me the laughing disco. Whoever is the first person to do that, I'm gonna pick you, and you're gonna be next.
You can send them little gifts that cost real-world money. And this laughing disco ball costs just south of $5.
This isn't just some free emoji, like you can put a fist bump in there or anything like that. It does cost just shy of 5 clams. So, if you send him about 5 clams, you get free Robux. That's right, this Whippets addict is gonna send you Robux. How cool is that?
So Joxy is saying that whoever sends him this disco ball thing will in return receive Robux. And look, it's working. These people in the live chat both sent him laughing discos. But then he says this.
Okay, skinny Gordra.
Oh my god, he's such a bumbling, drooling idiot that it is painful. His illiteracy is making me sick. In his own scam, he couldn't even choose a name that he can pronounce, that he can read. He couldn't even fucking say the name in his own scam. And again, this isn't live either. This is looping. He doesn't ever send the Robux to anyone. So those 2 people that sent him the money, they get nothing. They fell victim to his scam.
Then I kept watching.
Guys, hurry up. Tell me your username in the chat right now. Okay, let's choose another person for some Robux.
Uh-oh.
Whoever is the first person to click the little gift box at the bottom right-hand corner, right there, and send me the laughing disco. Whoever is the first person to do that, I'm gonna pick you, and you're gonna be next. You're gonna be next. Okay, skinny Gordra.
Somehow it's always that dastardly skinny Gordra, as he calls them, that keeps winning the Robux. How is he so quick with that emoji? How does he keep getting away with it?
Okay, you're getting Robux, skinny Gordra.
That's right. This loops over and over again. This live stream isn't live at all, but an edited loop meant to trick viewers with this false sense of urgency. Like, hurry, hurry, hurry. And as you can see, it kind of works. $10 here, $20 there. And he does this over and over and over again, multiple times a day, every day.
And wouldn't you know it, somehow, Skinny keeps winning. It's always that damn Skinny Gordra. How does he always win?
Oh, look, this one's live right now. Oh my god, it's the exact same scam we just saw on Joxy's channel. Quite literally the same video.
Whoever is the first person to click the little gift box at the bottom right-hand corner.
And it's not just on this one douchebag's channel, they do this across many. It's an entire network. So that same Joxy video is played on an entirely separate channel, the exact same video, again, trying to farm, trying to mislead children into tuning into the stream and then try and get them to, like, panic send money to try and win the Robux. But it's all just the same looped video. It's a fake live stream that is just, by every possible definition, a scam. And it should be treated as a serious one because they have made a sizable chunk of change from this. Like, even just during Jack's film's following of these channels, they made a lot of money that he was able to watch unfold in front of them because it posts a message in the chat when someone does send them the money. And this isn't a donation, by the way. I know that's how they're going to try and loophole it, but it's not a donation because they are outright telling their viewers, if you send us this emoji, this is money, by the way, if you send us this money, you will get this item in return, whether it's Robux or V-Bucks. So they are paying you for that. I think that's how it should be treated. Of course, I'm not a fucking lawyer. I didn't pass the bar, but to me, that no longer constitutes a donation. They are giving you money under the pretense that you are giving them an item in return for that. So, in my little Neanderthal noodle here, to me, that is now wiping your whole bussy with the idea of it being a donation. It is now a transaction for an item that you are not delivering, that you never intended to deliver. Thus, fraud. So, I feel like this is a crime, should be treated as a crime, and they should be seriously punished for it. They have taken a lot of money from a lot of people over the course of however many months they've been running this scam.
If we click the little bio here, it says, this channel is owned by Joxy's management team. Joxy does not have access to the channel. Weird. It kind of reads like a disclaimer meant to distance the personality from the channel.
Man, you know what? I take it all back. These guys are slick. That was very smooth. Maybe they passed the bar. Wow, the way they were able to weasel themselves out of the accountability here. They don't own the channel. You can't hold Joxy responsible. He only makes all of the money from it. But he doesn't log in. This mystery person, the elusive man, logs in there. Fucking Slender Man is the one that actually controls the channel. They're the ones that are nefariously looping these pre-recorded videos that Joxy and all of his douchebag stupid associates make money on.
Well, let's take a look at his most recent video titled, We're So Sorry.
Hi guys.
We're so sorry.
We are so guys, we all do the crocodile streams. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. We might not be truthful with you guys.
Charming.
There are few things as cringe as people trying this hard. They are really doing all they can to look like they just don't care. They're just above it all. You guys are actually beneath us. We don't care. And Jiminy Christmas, someone needs to have an intervention with the pinstripe wearing wiffle ball superstar over there that is going plus ultra on the tryhard. He is biting his lower lip while flexing. The insecurity is so potent I can smell it through the computer screen. This is a DEFCON red alert insecure fucking meatball here. He is unironically doing the beach is that way. Beach is that way. Oh, no. I went back and watched it again, and I only just now noticed he doesn't even have a watch on. The others are flexing like some Temu drop-shipped whatever garbage, fucking whatever they got from Wish.com. He doesn't even have that much. He is actually just there with his shirt wide open and trying all that he can to strike muscle poses here. I guess you didn't get the memo. This was supposed to be like a fake I'm sorry, and he's treating it like he's doing a photo shoot for Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition or some shit. He's just constantly posing. Somehow, in this group of pathetic losers, he found a way to be the most cringe amongst all of them.
Predictably, Joxy's stream on the right eventually turned into the Robux grift. But what was really funny was when Bacon's stream did the exact same thing. And I was able to record my reaction live.
I'm gonna choose you to be next. Okay, let's distribute this, guys. Someone in the chat.
Yeah, who wants some Robux, guys?
Yes. Holy shit. 2 scams. Don't worry, I checked. This footage also loops.
Unsurprisingly, this whole stalling thing to try and get a bunch of viewers in there while looping a stall video that never actually finishes whatever they say they're going to do, like with the crocodile tooth and the 911, usually transitions into them doing the Joxy thing, which is, okay, now we need money. So now give me money and you'll get Robux, V-Bucks, whatever. So in that one, Bacon, Buttfuck, whatever it is, I already forgot the guy's name, but his does the exact same thing. So clearly the goal is deceive a bunch of children, get them hooked on like, oh, he's gonna press the crocodile tooth, wow, and then it goes into, okay, now quickly you gotta give me money so you can earn some V-Bucks and Robux, that kind of thing. And it works. They are apparently making actual money from this. In Jack's Films video, if you watch the whole thing, which again I highly recommend you do, you can see a lot of people fall victim to it throughout the course of his video. They are giving them money for it.
Oh, they're doing it at the same time. I love it. Laughing disco, laughing disco. Give us laughing disco, and then we'll give you Robux.
Yo, Jack, you need to stop trying to expose us, bro. Leave us alone.
We're not doing anything wrong, bro. We're not doing anything wrong.
Oh, really?
What are you doing, bro? Come on. You gotta stop.
It's crazy. Quick. Everybody join the stream and say go.
Solid defense, fellas, but I don't think that will hold up in a court of law. Dude, that's so cool.
Oh shit, goofball got him. He rubbed his nipples at him while shirtless. He dunked on Jack there. This kind of behavior is actually baffling to me. Not the fact that they're all douchebags, that's very commonplace, especially with that hairstyle. It's the fact that they keep trying to look cool. And they believe that looking cool is being shirtless at all times. So like this guy standing up shirtless, rubbing his nipples at Jack. That is so embarrassing. Why are you doing that? Especially when you have a body that's built like a bag of milk. It looks like someone tried to draw Hank Hill's torso outline. There's not even the idea of muscle to be found on this guy's upper body. So why are you trying to like flex on him with a nipple rub? Like, what is that, man? I'll stop yapping about it again. I recommend going to watch Jack's full coverage of it. They've deleted most of this. They've tried to scrub its existence so that way they can avoid being punished for it, I think, since there has been somewhat of a crackdown on it. But there are still plenty of re-uploads and plenty of evidence to their wrongdoing here. Again, it is a scam. It should be treated as such. I believe there needs to be serious punishment. There needs to be a precedent set. Otherwise, just like all those degenerate pranks, it's going to continue to spiral out of control. More and more people are going to be doing this kind of thing, scamming through these fake live streams, and this shit just super sucks. Anyway, wanted to talk about this. That's about it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing a titty simulator. It's called Opie Simulator. Let's do this shit. What are our options here? Let's increase the size. There we go, a little flick of the titties. Yeah. It fucking looks like a water balloon that's suffering from depression. Decrease the size. There we go. That looks more like a titty if it was drawn on a chalkboard. What the fuck is this propaganda? That's not a titty. That's a pencil eraser. Or a shoestring in between two magnets. There we go. That's more like a titty. Let there be light. We just went from something to something better. There's fucking color now. There we go. Let's move the nipple, adjust its position. There we go. That's perfect. In case you had a rough day playing in the pig pen, you can just blast your feet off with some milk. Clean them. Let's move it up. There we go, the optimal setup in case you're hungry or thirsty. You can just shoot milk into your mouth. Fuck buying brand name milk. You can be your own supplier. Let's put the nipple back in its resting position. What else do we have here? Pressure? Time to turn that bitch up. Yeah, there we go. 10,000 Pascal. Oh shit! The titty's vibrating. I increased the size a little bit. And now it's got a fucking jackhammer shoved in it. It needs more pressure. And it needs more size. It's like we're looking at bacteria under a microscope. You need to go back to your home. There we go. Good as new. Alright, let's put the nipple back. And there we go. Time to add more pressure in this bitch. Oh, this is incredible. This is what happens when you put Jello on a subwoofer. Fuck, it's spiraling out of control. The nipple needs to stabilize the titty. Stabilize, you son of a bitch! Oh shit! She's being bludgeoned by her own titty. If this woman decides to press charges, then the judge certainly would have their work cut out for them. This titty has lost its identity. It is no longer recognizing itself as a titty. What about adding size to the equation? This is incredible! It's like she's fucking firing a spotlight from her chest. Oh, fuck. The titty is receding back into her. Oh, fucking incredible! Rene Descartes would be proud. This titty thinks, therefore it is. This woman is a real fucking champ. This titty is stabbing her, probably making her lose her appetite, and yet it doesn't even faze her. This titty is over 320,000 Pascal, and yet she's maintaining her composure. That is remarkable pressure, but it doesn't bother her. Her chin is really getting to know her titty. What the fuck just happened? The pressure's still going up, but the titty is stuck. Has it left the physical realm? Fuck it. I'm gonna keep adding pressure till I hit 1 million. Then, and only then, will we know what came first, the chicken or the egg. 980,000. We are almost there. We are almost to 1 million. 995,000? 1 million, there it is! 1 million pounds of pressure, and it is still not enough to break her titty out of stasis. Oh, fucking shit! I almost blew her titties off with my sneeze. It looks like a fucking pie chart. How about some really fucking low pressure? Let's see what that does to a titty. Not a fucking thing. There we go. Looks like a soggy omelet. Can I move it with the mouse? Come on. Stop being limp, you titty. Be a titty. Fuck. You will have this nipple in your mouth one way or the other. Just embrace it. Fuck. How about a large titty with no pressure? It's exactly the same. Alright, fuck it. All titties need some pressure. Any titty with some pressure is a happy titty. There we go. Let's squeeze the titty. Give it a good old squeeze. There we go. Shit! I guess the titty doesn't want to be squeezed. It doesn't mind being exposed to millions of pounds of pressure, but the second you go for the titty squeeze, fucking watch out. Fine. Alright, well I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
Alright, I was going to wait for the final season of The Boys to wrap up before giving my take on it, but it's been such a frequent subject on streams now. I've been yapping about it so much that I figured, you know what, let's just go ahead and debrief here towards the end of the season about my thoughts on the final season of The Boys. I think the first season is when the show was at its best because what it did was something actually unique, where you have a group of just dudes, just average Joe Schmo, booger-eating, normal goobers, going up against superhumans. That feels like an insurmountable task. How the fuck are they going to ever beat these corrupt superheroes? They have powers. They don't. So they actually had to get very creative and scheme and grind their way to accomplish anything, even begin tiptoeing in the direction of accomplishing something against these odds. So when they did actually accomplish something or beat a superhero, killing a soup, it was a triumph, and it was something extremely big, a pivotal moment. But then, as the seasons progressed, it kept losing that spark, and now it's just soup versus soup, and they're just constantly killing each other, so it just feels so weightless now. And then even the main group of the boys, they get their own superpowers as well. So it just, to me, doesn't have that same oomph that it did in season 1. But I don't want this to be misconstrued as me thinking the show's gone to shit or something. I still enjoy it. I'm still entertained by it. But I do think it just isn't as high quality as it once was, because now it's devolved into more just like soup versus soup shit. And some of the core members of the boys haven't had shit to do in so long. Like, Huey gets dreadfully little to actually do here. He contributes almost nothing now. to beating Homelander and stopping all of this. He's just kind of tagging along for the ride. Same thing with Mother's Milk. Now, Butcher's got superpowers, so now he kind of gets to handle things himself, and now they have the virus, so that's like the main thing. It's just everything that I think the show was doing in a unique way in season 1, it has slowly been losing over the course of the seasons, and now in the final season, it's really just completely gone in my eyes. But again, I don't think it's bad, it's just, I don't like it nearly as much as I did is all. There is nothing that's been filler about the episodes. They're just giving you more information on some of the characters in the show that's not filler. And every single episode progresses the overall plot. Like, all of it moves forward. I won't get into spoilers, but one of the bigger villain characters just died in the last episode. There's nothing filler about it. I've made it clear that I'm not the biggest fan of this season. I think it is probably the worst so far. But the complaint that it is all filler, I think is just completely wrong. So, like, one of the things they're using is Terror plotline, and we're getting into this spoiler, so spoiler warning. Like, Terror banging Homelander toy thing, even that's not filler. What's happening is, through the eyes of the dog, it's quirky, I don't love it, but it's not filler. Through the eyes of the dog, you're seeing the fallout of everything that's happening with the group and the boys, and you're seeing Butcher still has that bit of human side left in him due to his relationship with Terror. So you get to see that. That is still integral to the plot. And it is something that was explored in previous seasons, granted not in the same way, but it is still delivering plot-relevant information. Even the stuff with Terror, which everyone's pointing to, is like, no, this is definitely filler, see? And it should be obvious why the Firecracker storyline is also not filler, because it is showcasing her complex relationship with Homelander and God. And if she's going to choose God or Homelander, and it slowly builds that up, and the turmoil that she feels inside, especially with a pastor that basically raised her. And now she's gonna ultimately choose between Homelander or God. Like, all of that is plot relevant and important. And again, these are all things that were explored in previous seasons as well. And now for some reason they're being pointed at as, oh, it's just filler, who cares? It's still important to the plot. And I know people are like, oh, to the last 5 minutes with Firecracker is the only canon thing, everything else is filler. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Filler is when everything that happens actually has no bearing on the overarching plot. It is its own little side quest. Most notoriously with, like, the bounce in Bleach. Good heavens, I actually watched that entire arc. That is filler. Or in other shows where they are just trying to pad out time and a little bit of bloat, so they instead put you on like a side rail that doesn't ever overlap. That's filler. What's happening with the boys isn't filler. They're giving you more information about these characters as they come deeper into the fold on the overarching plot, and every single time, they do. They are. Again, Firecracker ultimately chooses Homelander over God, throwing away Jesus in the trash can right before her death. So everything you saw with Firecracker is clearly important, it's not filler. Again, I don't really like this season very much, but that complaint of it's all filler makes no sense to me. It's like you're not even watching it. Now, a complaint I can understand is that the pacing you don't like. The pacing is bad. That I would agree with. I think the pacing in the final season has been not optimal. It has been glacial at points in what is supposed to be like an explosive final season. So it is definitely moving far slower than I think it should, and it's spending time in areas I don't think it needs to. And that is leading to it feeling kind of like a slog. So I would get that if that was the main complaint, if people were making that complaint more than calling it filler. Because it's not filler. Kimiko deserves better. Oh, that's another one of my big complaints about this season. They have... I was going to say ruined, but maybe that's too harsh. They have really done a number on Kimiko's character. Like I said, having her speak, I think, was a natural progression to the character. They built up to it for multiple seasons and did a good job slowly, gradually getting there. But now they have her speak and all she does is talk about porn and use TikTok Zoomer words and shit. It's so upsetting. Only characters I think they did really well with are A-Train and Firecracker. I completely agree. I think they did a great job with both of those characters. And Homelander. I don't know if it's a hot take or not. I don't really know, but I think they've still done a really good job with Homelander. They built up to his current motive, I think, pretty seamlessly. Just constantly chipping away at it. I do think they kind of flipped the switch too quickly, though, at the end. just to get over the line, but overall I think they did a good job with Homelander's character as well. Homelander feels a lot more stupid now. Well, to be fair, every character has been a lot more stupid since season 1. Homelander used to be a lot more crafty and actually have good plans and stuff, but it hasn't been that way in a while. I wouldn't even say that's like a season 5 thing. They actually nerfed the intelligence of every character. To go a bit further, it also feels like they're getting some ass pulls out there now. So like in the most recent episode, spoilers, I will get into spoilers here, they introduce a character, Malchemical, that's able to put Homelander to sleep with his breath. Like it actually knocks him out. That's like an extremely powerful thing. They also imprison Homelander. One of his weaknesses is enriched uranium. Like, so now they're bringing in some like weaknesses and some natural counters to Homelander, just for the sake of like self-contained moments in these episodes, when previously he was the raid boss. The only solution was the virus, the only hope. And if you were going to fight him, you really needed to bring the fucking whole football squad. But now, some random alcoholic gooner's breath knocks him out. Like, I don't know. That, I think, is just a little lame as well. But contrary to a lot of other people's complaints, I actually like that they're giving time to other characters like Black Noir, Deep, that kind of stuff. I actually do appreciate that. I was very interested to see where these characters would be going and what's going to happen, so I do like that they're spending time there. I don't think it's filler arcs by any means, because it does ultimately still progress the plot forward. So I do like that. I see a lot of people don't, which, you know, I'm not your dad, that's fine. I'm not going to come in there with the belt. Like, that's okay for you to like that or dislike that. I happen to like that they're exploring the other characters. But in doing so, I will say that some of the more main characters get shockingly little that they actually get to do in this season. So for the final season, our main boys aren't fucking doing anything. They're on the bench. They are fundamentally just sidelined characters. Like, they've done one thing so far with testing the virus, and then that was it. Then they lose the virus. Because for some reason, no one is ever paying attention, ever. So, like, while they're at Stan's bunker, the daughter just wanders off for hours and then reunites with her father, and he destroys the virus. Like, so, in order for things to go wrong, it's because the characters are just oblivious and really lazy, I guess. Anyway, I'll pump the brakes on yapping about the boys for now. There's still 3 episodes remaining in the final season, which I am shocked by, because I don't know how the fuck they're going to wrap this up in 3 episodes. That feels like it's going to be extremely rushed and underwhelming. With everything as it currently is, nothing feels like it's really in the end game or in its final stages where it can reach a satisfying conclusion, but I guess we'll see. Why, I oughta, you know what? While I'm already yapping, there's another topic I'm finally going to cover in depth, getting into the weeds, the nitty gritty. Red Dead 2. For years, I have been haunted by this chirping about my Red Dead 2 take. Because for some reason, people have convinced themselves that I hate Red Dead 2, which I think is just bafflingly delusional, because in my review of it, I gave it a positive review. I gave it a good score. I really like Red Dead 2. But we live in an age now where if you have any criticism about anything, it means that you actually hate it and can't be a fan of it. You have to worship it fully, view it as complete perfection, otherwise you hate it, I guess. Red Dead 2, I think, is a great game. But I don't think it's flawless. I don't think it's without a few shortcomings. The biggest one for me personally is that it is so realistic to its own detriment. And for some people, that's a great thing. That's 2 thumbs way up. That's a selling point for some people. But in my opinion, I think it's just tedious for the sake of being slow. It's not even really immersive. I hated how looting functioned in Red Dead 2, where I have to open each individual cabinet in order to loot each individual can of beans, or each individual gold doubloon. And this is a complaint that I carry for other games that do something similar, like Crimson Desert, where I have to loot each individual gold piece. For me, it's not immersive, it's a fucking slog, and it makes me roll my eyes every time I start looting something. Again, I had the same complaint in Crimson Desert, where I have to go through and pick up each fucking individual popsicle stick on the ground anytime I'm looting something. It doesn't need to be that way. I can still be immersed if I can just pick up the whole kit and caboodle of gold that's on the ground there, instead of having to go, well, like, oh, here's one, oh, and here's one, oh, and here's one, oh, and here's one. Like, for me, I didn't like it. So that was a big complaint, because looting is a big part of Red Dead 2, but it is so mind-numbingly slow. Like, it is realistic, yes, but I think it is so realistic that it becomes detrimental. Like, I think it's commendable that they have horse balls that shrink when it gets colder and stuff like that. Amazing work. Like, it is cool, a lot of the realism that they have in there, but it does come at the expense of some quality of life things that I would expect from a game like Red Dead 2, where looting isn't the most miserably boring, slow, lame experience there is. So yes, I do find that to be an issue. It is a complaint I have on Red Dead 2. It doesn't mean I hate the game. I still love the game. But I didn't like that. You see, Darman fam, you can like things, you can love things, and still be able to recognize certain things about it that maybe you don't find to be the best thing ever made. The Mummy is my favorite movie ever. Do I think The Mummy is a perfect film? Fuck yes I do. But that's a rare exception because The Mummy is cinema masterpiece. But The Mummy Returns is my second favorite movie. And do I think that that is a perfect movie? You bet your sweet bippy I do. And you know why? Because nothing can achieve perfection except for those two films. I don't care about the Scorpion King's bad CGI. It's a product of its time, and you know what? I think it works really well in the film. But most things, even if you love them, you can recognize that it's not perfect. And that's okay to point that out, and you can still like it. My only other complaint with Red Dead 2, and it's one that I don't even think is that big of a deal, it's that the gameplay is still exactly the same as it was back in the first Red Dead, with very minimal evolution of it. The gunplay still felt exactly the same, just the very safe, standard Rockstar gunplay formula, and I just wanted a little bit more from that. It didn't ruin the game, I still enjoyed it, I still really like Red Dead 2, but to this day, people still act as though I hate it. And people still bring it up constantly during streams like, well, Charlie hates Red Dead 2, so this is a fucking wash anyway. And it's like, what are you talking about? I don't hate Red Dead 2, I've never said that, I've always liked that game. I just had two complaints, neither of which I think ruin it by any means. It's just a couple of things that I would have liked to have seen a little bit better, like a more evolved combat system that isn't pretty much one-to-one what it was a decade prior, and looting that doesn't make me fucking fall asleep where I'm looting each individual thing, opening each drawer and each, checking under each fucking cushion on the sofa for a can of beans. Like, those are the only two things I had an issue with. Everything else I think is amazing. Top tier. So yes, I like Red Dead 2. I'm tired of people pretending that I don't. It's weird. So I wanted to set the record straight on that. Anyway, I'll stop ranting for now. That's really about it. So yeah. No long-winded intro. I'm hugging my knees to my chest in the cannonball position, diving in. New Avatar movie just came out, and it is the lowest rated one so far, which was pretty surprising to see. Now, I just got back from it. It's 3:30 a.m. The long movie, I saw it at 10:45 p.m., and I'm going to go on a little tangent real quick. I already said no long-winded intro, but I'm immediately sinning because I have to just complain about how long previews are. I've made a habit out of timing each experience with previews before a film. On average, it's about 21 minutes worth of previews before the movie starts. In rare cases, I've had it go up to like 26, 28, and even one time 30. This time around, though, this rodeo lasted quite a while because they had like an extended preview. I felt like I was watching a whole nother movie for The Odyssey. They played what felt like a 10-minute full sequence there before this movie. Now, luckily, it slapped. But Jiminy Christmas, the movie didn't start until significantly later than even I expected, knowing full well the average of preview duration. So it was a late evening here watching this film. Anyway, in order to talk about some of the things I want to, I'm going to need to get into spoilers. So this is your spoiler warning here. Spoilers going to be flying out the wazoo. Alright, I've warned you now. Overall, I liked the movie. I think it was entertaining. It was solid. There's nothing bad about it. By no means is there anything in here that I think isn't good. But honestly, I think it does deserve to be the lowest rated in the franchise right now, and I'll tell you why. My biggest complaint. This movie is extremely safe. Not only is it extremely safe, but it is extremely derivative of the previous two films. It doesn't introduce any new thematic elements or anything, and it borrows heavily from the first and especially the second. In the final act of this film, it is almost beat for beat, bar for bar, how Way of the Water concludes itself, minus one very important emotional high that the second film had. And that was an important character death. An emotional moment that I didn't see coming, that was a surprising death that felt very impactful and intense and carried a lot of weight. This film doesn't have that. There was no part in this film where I really thought any of the core cast was in danger. Even knowing in the second movie they made that bold decision that caught me with my pants down when they killed one of the brothers. Here, the whole film felt just very much like James Cameron being comfortable. It's clear he knows what works, and in this film it also still works. But we've seen it before twice now, and he doesn't go out of his cozy comfort zone. He's perfectly content to just cuddle up with all of the same things that we've gotten from the first two without introducing anything else. And for me, that's just a little deflating because for this film, I thought there were quite a few moments with a lot of potential to really wow you. And I thought that's what this would be going into it, given where Way of Water stops. I thought there was going to be like really, high stakes, big, bold chances taken with this movie, and it's just not. I expected this film to focus on fire, the same way that the second film focused on water, and I thought that was gonna be like super hype, and we'd see a lot of like new creatures, a lot of like new imaginative things about this world. Like Where the Water introduced, where so many things just felt new and fresh, and like we were going on a brand new adventure in this brand new part of a world we hadn't seen in so long, and it felt so fresh and exciting, filled with creativity and imaginative things and creatures that inhabit it. It just felt so alive and so different. But this movie, it's recycling all of the same, not only like locations as Way of the Water, but also a lot of the same things that happen in Way of the Water. So you're seeing the same creatures, the same things that you already saw in Way of the Water, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but I just really thought this was going to be like exploring another new side of this beautiful world James Cameron crafted. I thought this was going to be about like the fire and like this group of Ash Navi. Because like it seemed like they started to do that when she was telling her story. They show like a really beautiful, quick thing about where they are and the fire, the catastrophe they survived. But then it goes right back to the water. And the entire final fight and pretty much all of the fighting and everything happens in the same exact water, the same exact area that it did in the second film. So it just feels like we've been there, done that. But like I said, there's nothing bad about it. And in fact, I would actually argue this is the most visually breathtaking in the Avatar franchise. The visual spectacle in here, zoinks. It is incredible. And I really love the introduction of the new Na'vi that we see here, the Ash Na'vi, where they've completely forsaken Awa. They're no longer like very spiritual or anything like that. They're very much like, I'm gonna fuck you up, carve your scalp, let it all burn type thing. Which I think is a great contrast to all the other Na'vi we've seen till this point. And they team up with the Colonel, and there's a really great dynamic with the Colonel where, he does just have the memories of a dead man. He's not actually that guy anymore. He's just not that guy, pal. And Jake is constantly trying to get that through to him, and you do see it start to weigh on him. I thought that was a really cool idea they were exploring there, and I'm excited to see where else that maybe goes. Spider is also a character that I thought was great in the second film and has an even bigger role in this one. But I will say, they make a decision with Spider, and the only family he's never ever known is the Na'vi, the Sully family. That is his family, but he is an alien to them. He has to have a mask on at all times because he can't breathe their air. It's poison. So even though they accept him as a member of the family, he feels like he's a member of the family, there is just this very obvious distinction that he isn't. And I thought that was a really interesting idea. In this film, it overwrites that, where pretty early on, something happens where he does get the ability to breathe their air, so he no longer needs their mask, and that also comes with the thing on the back of his head that I'm blanking on the name of. I was going to call it the Kundalini, but I know that's not it. The Kundalini is from that rabbit hole that we went down on stream a long time ago about that serpent in your spine that can make you come by thinking really hard or whatever. I can't remember what it's called in the film, but he gets that, so he can breathe their air, huff it all in, no problem. He can jack into all life on the planet, connect to the animals, the spirits, everything. So for all intents and purposes, Spider is now a Na'vi in everything except skin color. Which in and of itself is a cool idea, and I think it is a natural progression of the character, but I really liked what I thought Way of Water was setting up for him, where the idea is, you don't have to look like your family, or you don't have to be able to do all the things that your family can do to still be a member of the family. I thought that was going to be an interesting thing that they play around with, but here they do kind of abandon that, and he is just a full Na'vi, basically. Which in and of itself has a lot of cool things about it, so I don't have like a huge issue with the direction or anything like that, but I don't know, I think it would have just hit harder if it didn't end up going kind of similarly to how Jake Sully did, where he does just become a Na'vi. Well, the same thing is happening now to Spider. He did just become a Na'vi. The only difference is he didn't grow fucking 5 feet and get blue skin, but he still has everything else there. Again, not the biggest deal in the world, because I think there is a lot of cool things they did with it in this movie, and I imagine more they'll explore in the future. I just feel like it would have been really interesting if they didn't. Instead of him just becoming a Na'vi, he could still just be that family member that happens to be a human. And that is a really interesting dynamic to play with that I thought they did really well with in Way of Water. Anyway, though, I want to get back to the things I like there. I already pointed out the Colonel is one of the highlights for me, but right behind the Colonel for standouts is Varong. She is the leader of the Ash Na'vi here, and also becomes the main love interest to the Colonel. And I think that's a really interesting thing that they explore there, because he, has been established as someone looking to really fuck up the Na'vi. He is still on Team Human and will do anything that they order him to. They say jump, he asks how high, yet he has legitimate feelings for Varong and actually fights with her and for her, defends her when the general tries to force them out, calling them savages and stuff. So it's a really interesting thing to see, he's forming connections now with the Na'vi through Varong and the Ash Na'vi. I think her character is great. She is to the Ash Na'vi what Jake Sully is to the rest of the Na'vi. She is a fierce warrior. She is brutal. She loves guns and fire, loves to burn things to the ground, and tells the story of how she got there to the Colonel, where after a catastrophe, her and her people were starving, so they cried out for assistance, praying for help from Awa. Nothing ever came. They felt Awa abandoned them, so they abandoned Awa. And she leads them, she saves them, and now she is the one that is keeping them all alive and doing everything she can to ensure their survival. And I really appreciate they didn't make her just an unhinged lunatic. Yeah, she does a lot of fucked up things, but she is still very much grounded in that she doesn't just randomly start slaughtering people for no reason, just a loose cannon. She does do smart strategy and tactics. She's not just crazy. She is ruthless, but she's not insane and stupid or anything like that. They do a great job of walking the line between her brutality and still her being a legitimate thinking being that's not just one-dimensional. Also, I want to make a special mention for the action. I think all of the Avatar movies have really great action. This one is no exception. I think the action here is spectacular. I think James Cameron always does a great job with it, and Fire and Ash has wonderful action. Probably the best in the franchise so far, I would say. I just think the Na'vi fighting the Ash Na'vi, every scene where they clash was really, really good. So, crushed it in that department. I will say, though, the catalyst for a lot of the action that happens seems to always be a member of the Sully family getting captured. I think that happened like fucking 5 times in this movie. Basically, anytime they turn around, someone's getting captured from their family and used as bait to spawn a fight. I feel like in the next couple of Avatar movies, maybe we should explore different means of getting a fight to occur that's not just getting captured. Because my god, it has happened a lot in these movies now. Like a fucking ton. But yeah, another thing, the music is great. I think most people are probably expecting good music in here, and you're going to get it. Like I said, it's a good movie, but I definitely think this is the weakest in the franchise so far, and that's solely because it's basically everything we've already gotten served to us again. But maybe for some people that's exactly what they want. It's entirely possible. Again, I was entertained. I also feel like the pacing of this film was really good. It never felt like it dragged, and I was never bored. It's a very, very long movie, but it truly didn't really feel like that. I thought James Cameron did a good job of keeping things, moving along, which was great. So yeah, overall, it's good, but I definitely think it does deserve to be the lowest rated in the franchise so far. But anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, I've seen some bad ideas. I've had some bad ideas. I've had some really bad ideas. For example, probably one of my favorite terrible ideas that I've cooked up is where I wanted to test body armor by shooting myself in the chest while wearing it to see how much it hurts. Obviously, I recognize why that's a horrible idea, but you can't convince me it would be a horrible video. I think that would be a slapper. I think it would just be a full-blown red alert DEFCON banger for sure. But point is, I've had bad ideas, and I have seen innumerable horrible stinkers, especially from the likes of Ubisoft, who have become kind of like the Michael Jordan of bad ideas. That entire office, all of their headquarters, this entire company has basically become like Willy Wonka's factory for churning out dumb dog shit brain dead ideas instead of candy. And yet, what I'm about to talk about today is not a Ubisoft original. It actually comes from Meta. They have just announced what I believe to be the stupidest possible platform ever that will likely not be used by a single living, breathing, sentient human being on this planet, at least not on purpose. Let me introduce you to Vibes, a fully AI platform designed to share and create AI short-form videos. I just learned about this from Dolan Dark, who covered it. I had no idea. It feels like they made this announcement like whispered under their breath, because I haven't seen anyone even shoot spitballs at it. No one's even giving it the time of day to insult it. That's how under the radar it has flown. They have to know that no one wants this. Like, even people that don't mind AI content, I can't imagine being excited about this. There's just people that tolerate AI slop on TikTok and YouTube Shorts because it's become inundated with it now. It's like impossible to avoid. But I don't think even those people that can stomach that are going to be all gung-ho about going to a platform that is nothing but AI videos. That is a platform I can only see being used by bots. Just bots creating and sharing videos back and forth until the fucking heat death of the universe claims all our souls.
Well, Meta has announced a new feature on their app called Vibes, which is basically TikTok, except the content is entirely AI generated. As if scrolling TikTok wasn't brain-numbing enough, now you can do fully AI generated.
For the longest time, I thought considering yourself a professional Redditor, like a Reddit content creator, was the most pathetic title you could ever give yourself online. But I think if there's ever a point where someone unironically refers to themselves as a Vibes content creator or like a Vibes influencer, that should actually be grounds for some criminal charges, because that cringe is just illegal. There would be nothing more pathetic at all. I actually couldn't think of anything. You could come out and talk about being like a scat fetishist cuck or something, and I would still think there's more dignity in that than being a Vibes content creator. Anyone who even uses this platform, I think, should be shamed. It's so trash. There is no purpose to it. I cannot even picture what the person would look like that would be interested in a platform like this. Like, maybe some kind of like out-of-touch marketing octogenarian who thinks this is like a good way to promote a product or a brand, so they'd be like dumping endless advertisements on there. But I don't think there's anyone there that wants to consume that. Like, I don't think there is an audience for it at all. You're just putting it out to bots. Because bots will no doubt use this. It'll be nothing but bots. This is exactly what that shit would be utilized for bots to endlessly fart out just AI content. But as far as like an actual platform people would use, there is no value here. There is nothing at all to gain from it, not even slightly. And I know, and Dolan Darkest also talks about it, that Shorts and TikTok have become just completely ravaged by AI content now, just out the wazoo. Like, there's some of the most viewed videos on YouTube are just AI YouTube Shorts, which aren't even really being consumed by people. It's just bots also watching it.
Shorts. Some of the most viewed shorts being this nonsense where a cat's watermelon car is crushed by a female transformer. And then this one with 50 million views with two fat people sitting in the mud and a train's behind them. And that's it. And the baby gets up and starts running and there's a watermelon there for some reason. And despite it having 50 million views, it has about 30 comments. And this is what the comments say. This video is really helpful. This deserves recognition. Bunch of emojis. And then this tutorial is very impressive. I did not expect it to be this good.
Yeah, you know that short was a turbo hit. Just look at the comments going ballistic for the big old man milkers running from a train with that woman and her baby joining along for the ride. They love it. This video is really helpful. This deserves recognition. I love cat. There wasn't a cat in the video, but they're just making a bold statement. They're not afraid to tell it like it is. They love cat, goddammit. What are you gonna do about it? Big whoop. You wanna fight? And then, of course, the one Dolan Darkest also mentions about the tutorial, which this is not a tutorial. It's clearly bots. It's not people watching this. It's just bots. And Dolan Darkest also went to that channel, and they have, like, actually 50 different variants of that exact same AI video. Just with, like, the different ethnicities, as well as, like, different trains. It's such a mess. So now it's an entire platform of that. Who is going to watch it besides just bots who also aren't watching it? Obviously. It's a waste. Meta is so out of touch, it's laughable. But here, you know what, maybe I'm just a big old sourpuss here who can't see the vision. Here's the key takeaways. This was the first step towards a new way to discover, create, and share AI videos, which everyone has been begging for new ways of being able to discover AI videos. It's hard to find them these days. You don't know where to look. They're just so hidden. And there's so few of them. So this is a really great service. We're rolling out Vibes, a new feed of AI videos at the center of the Meta AI app. You can bring your ideas to life with new AI visual creation tools or remix an existing video by adding music. So I already love that they're encouraging, just go ahead and steal other people's videos because, I mean, it's AI. They don't even own anything anyway. They didn't actually create anything. So why don't you just take that video and add some different music to it? Or, like, maybe put it through a Studio Ghibli filter. Like, there's so many different options to remix that video. It's so good. They're just immediately just encouraging that shit. Vultures. Parasites. Anyway, though, they're rolling it out. I really like the images they show here for this little section. Good morning, Alex. Create an image of tiny treehouse for squirrels in the forest. Restyle my photo as cyberpunk. Create a video of a dog playing jazz. Holy shit, that's a game changer. This guy's a visionary. AI is giving this genius the tools to bring out-of-the-box ideas to life, like a dog playing jazz? What? I've never even heard of something like that before. This is crazy. This guy's going places. He's able to see things that no other man can see, and AI is allowing him to share this creative vision with all of us, from inspiration to creation, just as advertised. Holy shit, thank you, Vibes. Yeah, I didn't mean it as an exaggeration. I really think this is the worst possible idea for a platform. It is a platform that will actually probably break records for being the only website or the only app that has 0 users. Like, actually 0 downloads. It will entirely just be bots. It's so fucking stupid. Like, Jesus Christ, Rate My Poo from the early 2000s was a more valuable and better platform than Vibes. And that was a site dedicated entirely to strangers rating pictures of people's shits and toilet bowls. Like, somehow that has more use and value than Vibes. It is so sickening. It is gross. It is despicable how stupid Vibes is. It actually makes me upset that this would not only just be an idea, but something they're actually going through with. Anyway, that's about it. See ya.
Do you enjoy smashing eggs, making an unnecessary mess, or using a poor defenseless egg to give yourself the bukkake treatment? Salutations! I'm Wendy Kaufman. If the answer to any of my questions was yes, then you can lick my shithole. Introducing the Easy Cracker, the answer to every question you've ever had. Here's how it works. You hold an egg over some brown sugar, you tell the egg you're its friend, and then bam, you snap that bitch in half. That ought to show the egg who the boss is. Before I got the Easy Cracker, I just couldn't decide how to murder my eggs. I tried jackhammering my frying pans with them, stone cold stunning my Tupperware with them, and I tried eating them whole. It was pure pandemonium, but not anymore. Thanks to the Easy Cracker, my Gordian knot has been cut. I murder eggs with ease. It's a snap. A snap in half, that is. The patented egg obliterating technology makes sure the egg feels maximum pain. Yippee. Put your titties in my hand. No more fingering eggs. Those days are behind us, you fucking primordial insect. The Easy Cracker also comes with the egg separator. That's right, get that yolk the fuck out of the good shit. Yeah, get that yolk out of there. It's been naughty. Punish it. It was trying to feed a developing embryo. Teach that fucker a lesson. Look at me jerk off at the top right with the kitchen whisk. I'm going berserk over here. I'm shitting in bowls. Ugh! I love putting common household items in my vagina. This is certainly something that will go up there soon. Let's crack an egg first. Oh, this one didn't explode when I broke it. Why is that? It's a hard-boiled egg, surprise! Do you like solidified vomit as much as I do? Don't fuck this up. You fucked it up. We're filming for commercial, damn it. Oopsie, I farted. I have eggs all up and down my kitchen. I destroy them, obliterate them, annihilate them. I use 2 of these Easy Crackers as nunchucks, bitch. Easy Cracker. With the egg separator, also known as the yolk urinal, for $19.95. But wait. There's more. You didn't think there was more? You must be fucking yourself. How do you think you could go on living without the Easy Scrambler? Look at this. This is what it does. You put an egg on top of this bitch, like the old ball and cup game, and then it gives you that perfect diarrhea egg that you've been looking for your whole life. It is the ultimate 1-2 combo, and you get it for free. $19.95. Order this shit. Get the Easy Cracker. Kill some eggs with the Easy Crack, or I will easy track your ass down and make you buy this shit.
If I asked you what your favorite sound was, what would you immediately think of? Applause to let you know that you did a good job at something? Maybe your parents telling you they're proud of you? For me, my favorite sound is the sound of 5 fingers meeting a face and creating this beautiful melody, this slap that echoes throughout space and time. Today we're looking at another brutal slapping tournament. This is security versus guy from the audience slapping competition from the Holy House of Slaps, this beautiful YouTube channel. Again, I'm only going to show you some of the slaps. I'm not going to show you all of them. You can watch the whole thing if you want. It's important to know before we dive into the crucible here that the closed captions are really off. The closed captions are not even close. It's like a Chinese bootleg DVD from back in the early 2000s. I don't know what the fuck went wrong with the captions. I've never had a problem before, but here it reads like Google Translate was overdosing on bath salts. I don't know what this guy did to deserve this. It wasn't exactly a competition between these two guys. This guy just goes up there to get the shit out of it, the shit slapped out of him. Maybe he was just an asshole and was heckling, so they brought him up there to discipline him because his parents never did. I really don't know, but it's just a montage of him getting slapped, looking straight out of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure with the ora 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 here. But anyway, after his cheeks get turned to dust, we get our first matchup between these two women. It was around right here where I noticed the subtitles got a little fishy, going with, "Then I will kill, now this type of masturbate to me." That sounds like something you'd read on the Facebook page where an Indian man's trying to flirt with a woman, you know, show me Bob's Vagana, bitch lasagna stuff. And it just didn't really seem right. It didn't seem like a joke that would have been made at the time, like this type masturbate to me type masturbate. But it only gets worse from here. So I don't know what's gone wrong with the translate feature, but it was not working very well. So now we have the first official slap thrown of the tournament, and it's a glancing blow, bit of a wet fart, and only a couple fingers make contact and it all hits her neck. So not the most powerful start to this new episode, but the real star of this first round goes to the closed captions. 3 times, 2-3, all you first give urine, hand on it, once will try not. I could definitely see that being the intro to a song. The 3 times, 2-3, all you first give urine. That sounds beautiful, very melodic. And she does give the urine hand to the other girl, just not on the cheek. She hits the neck, so the urine hand may have been in full effect, just wasn't aimed properly. I don't exactly know what it means. Maybe this girl, instead of using chalk, pissed on her hand and slapped her with it, which would explain why it was such a glancing blow, kind of just sliding off her face. Either way, I think that should be an illegal technique. You shouldn't be able to use bodily fluids.
Вот так, Ну так, в принципе.
Now, when it comes to sound, I don't have the golden ear like Mozart. I just can't hear things and know what notes they are and shit like that. But when it comes to slaps, I'm something of a savant. I know what a good slap should sound like, a real slap should sound like. You know, if we ever start deep faking slaps, I'll have to be the expert that goes in and tells you if it's real or fake. And in this case, these first few slaps, they sound fake. They sound like stock sound effects of a slap. It's just something doesn't sit right with me. They don't strike me as authentic slap audio. It sounds canned. I hear little hints of reverb, a little bit of barley in there as well. The sounds are just a bit crunchy, as if they've been recorded in a separate circumstance and then spliced in here. Maybe I'm wrong, and I very well could be, and I most likely am. I just thought it was worth mentioning. These slaps are so pristine that it's giving me the impression that the audio is faked.
Маленький замах.
Моя рука, вот. Вот, размахнулся, вот, понятно? И со всего размаху. Think about?
This guy must really hate the other girl, because he goes around and gives her a tutorial on the proper way to slap to get the most torque and the most impact behind the slap. So he's really trying to get a knockout here, trying to really fuck this other girl's face up. He must just be like the coach of her. So now he's coming in off the sideline, calls a timeout, and then gives her another play here.
Я всех вырубал тут нахуй. Вот, ну тут, да, нормально, да.
Using her newly taught forbidden slapping technique, she's able to elicit quite the response from the spectator in the background here. Look at this kid. He is really into it. It's like he's just watching a car crash in front of him.
Ну, лучше уже, да, уже лучше.
That's the final slap of the round before the bell sounds, and it ends in a draw. I think right up until that last slap, this one was going to the girl with the neck tattoo. She was pretty much dominating it for the most part, right up until that last slap, which had some real meat behind it, which earns them the draw. Now we move on to our heavyweight division.
Oh.
Fuck you, fucking mouth. You so weighty, of course you feel the weight. That reads like something out of 50 Shades of Grey. Maybe I'm totally wrong and the captions are 100% accurate. This is really what they're saying here, and god, that would be fucking awesome. Feels, come on, posh posh, don't you losh, beat the cat poop is normal. Ooh! Now that is how you beat the cat poop.
Что-то завоняло, блядь.
Yeah, I bet it smells like fucking in there. Fucking testosterone. This shit is hardcore. These are no doubt some really big blasts, and I really like the larger man's technique where he comes straight across and hits it and falls back a little bit with his own momentum. It's like he's doing the old sprinkler dance, but not stopping to actually sprink it. He just goes straight through. I really like the dude's technique, and it really pays off nicely because he has the upper hand right now, I'd say. And definitely has the upper hand, hand-wise. His hands are fucking massive. They cover the entire other guy's face. This slap is so powerful it elicits something a little bit more personal here. You homeless, unemployed guards, you have to fuck right away. So he slapped him so hard that they're about to make some guards have sex here.
Давай, блядь, дай ему воды попить, нахуй.
На, сука!
Да. Конкретно.
Красава!
Чисто на водопроводчик.
Охуеть, ебать, пизда, ебать.
That's the final slap of the round, and he indeed slapped the pussy off of that guy for sure. That was a very powerful, meaty sonic boom slap. And he wins the round with that one there. He ends up taking home the whole prize, but I thought it was a pretty hard-fought match on both of their ends. It's not easy to step up in the heavyweight division like that, especially when you're on the lower end of the heavyweight, like his opponent was, and I thought he did an admirable job. Now we move on to the next round of the tournament.
Ты такой, я не в третьей смене.
Прости, ой, блядь, ты чё, ебать, меня...
Всех ушатал сразу в шею. Давай один фол.
This is the most disrespectful slap I've ever seen in the professional slapping sports event. It is just ridiculous. He's not even going for the cheeks, he just goes right for the neck like he's trying to slit his throat.
Невальный, блядь.
На нахуй, ебать! Близко, близко. Братан, ну...
That's a face that says, yep, I fucked up. And he did. He gets punished very hard for going for his competitor's neck. He just gets absolutely walloped on. A straight clobbered. And they count it as a knockout. He quits right there and the other guy takes home the title. All decided with a single slap. He shouldn't have gone for a cheap shot, and in return he paid the ultimate price because this guy really did give him the jazz.
Пошел. А, ну это пиздец, блядь, дядь, ну что за... Что делать, ебать? А это рыжий, блядь. Это все сделал рыжий. Сука! Я ебал, бля. Да. Ты что сделал? Черт нахуй! Была бы моя воля, убил бы.
These incredible big boys out here busting cheeks, busted nuts, and these incredible captions to really complement all of it. This is just what slapping tournaments are all about. Just high octane, palms to the face, no mercy, relentlessness, while also talking about getting fucked on couches and fucking cars or whatever the closed captions are talking about.
На, сука, ебать. Я охуел. Фалил. Висок, да, фолтон.
No doubt the slaps are big, but the boys are bigger. The slaps don't really do much damage to either one of them, and in the end they give it to the guy that is not overly tattooed, because his slaps had a little bit more of an impact on the other guy, but not by much. I thought this was just a really close one. It wasn't the most thrilling of bouts we've seen, and it's only because they were so iron-jawed. There really wasn't a whole lot of damage being done that you could see, but you could definitely tell that those slaps were packing some mean power behind them.
Пиздец. Ой, бля. Ты ему чуть нос так не сломал, блин. Это вообще пизда. Попал? По носу, да?
This is the biggest mismatch in slapping history. This guy looks like a fucking hitman. This man looks like he's made out of steel. This looks like the guy that Superman was based on, and he's going up against an actual schoolboy. Now, interestingly, this is the security guard from the title of the video. This is the guy's security that decided to compete, and they really gave him some cannon fodder. They just gave him a lamb to a slaughter. Just look at this shit. Look at his hair. He slaps him so hard he nearly slaps the hair off of his head. Those follicles are all kinds of confused.
Ну так, чисто в натуре, ебать.
Not a single one of this kid's slaps makes his head move at all, not even an inch. He just doesn't flinch. His neck muscles are so strong, you could take a sledgehammer to his chin and nothing would happen. The sledgehammer would probably break.
Да ну нахуй. На. Давай, 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 давай. Ну чисто, блядь, вырубает. Может... Два пальца, да. Я здесь еще, да, я...
Yeah, that's about all she wrote. It's absolutely brutal what the security guard does to this kid, you know. Maybe he deserved it. Maybe he was playing hooky to be there. So the security guard was just delivering justice right in the palm of his hand, right to his fucking frontal lobe. It was unbelievably powerful. And he had to get checked for a concussion too. I half expected the guy checking him for a concussion was going to rip off the face mask, Mission Impossible style. And it's just going to be the security guard again and slaps him one more time. Either way, this was such a good slapping competition, not only because the slaps were solid, but I loved the closed captioning. I hope they never fix that because these translations were fucking awesome. That's it. See ya. What's up, Squirt? You tired of all those wedgies? Are you over being a knuckle sandwich magnet? About time, finally. Way to take a stand. Here. Got the remedy for you right here. Dunked on, little dork. Stupid dweeb. Yeah, I've evolved. I've suckled upon the bosom of wisdom of a hashtag alpha male on TikTok. This goober actually tags the majority of his posts with hashtag alpha male. And this guy, he is breaking the magician's code. He is just giving you the keys to the kingdom, letting you know how to be an alpha male, and it is invaluable knowledge that I'm going to do you a kindness that not many others will do, and I'm going to open your third eye to it. I hope you're ready for enlightenment.
No money, no respect. No money, no good food. No money, no good clothes. No money, no house. No money, no car. No money, no friends or relatives. No money, no relationship, no love. Understand what I'm telling you. Let it sink in. Now get the f up and motivate yourself. Whoever tells you money ain't shit, they're fooling you. They're just losers like you are. So get up and be a winner. Alright?
He unironically ends all of his videos like that with one of these, and then like the lion's roar that sounds like it's fucking MGM intro at the start of a 007 movie. And I also love this video right here because I thought it was going to be a haiku at the start, or I thought it was going to transition into something motivational, but it just goes, no money, no car, no money, no house, no money, no food, no money, no friends, no money, no family. So fucking motivate yourself to get money. He doesn't even like pretend to give you any kind of like pointers on, well, how do you, maybe get some money or something perhaps? Where can I start accumulating some of this money? I want food and family, but I guess I can't have that without money. This is deep stuff. This is very profound thoughts that I don't think a lot of people really stop to consider. Money buys things. And some of those things you need to live. So no money, no stuff.
I don't turn the key to start the beast. The engine revs itself because it's scared of making me wait.
This is another thing he loves to do. He has so many videos like this, and it's by far my favorite content that he makes, where it's like these AI-generated videos of him being a badass. So I guess in this one, he really loved the idea of being in a transformer that has a lion asshole for some reason, which also then transforms into an eagle. Maybe I'm on the crack pipe, but I'm gonna say a little something that perhaps the Alpha and Sigma Council will disagree with, but I just don't really see how that's overly alpha behavior to play pretend and use AI to make it seem like you're in a fucking like Gundam lion.
Make off one deal that I just gave him information about, $1 million.
I think it's a good idea for me to find something that needs work.
You go about it two ways. That way, that you give it that value, or you go to someone that's already making money, but also has it on a discount. Hey, listen, I got $1 million. I have $500,000. I'll give that to you right now. You don't need to wait for another guy to come do this due diligence. Boom, I'll give you this, because you already know it's a $2 million project, but he's willing to budge a little bit for 1.4, 1.5. Now, I'll take that too. It's all about business. The numbers, if they make sense on already successful business, or they make sense on a business that's already sucked dry, they don't know what they're doing, does it make sense there? So each one has its own value.
So many words and nothing was said. Not a single thought or piece of advice made it through and manifested there at all. Imagine paying money for this kind of interaction. Your mentor is hitting the hookah, hardly paying attention, and then when he tries to like coach you or mentor you, he just hits you with a bunch of mumbo jumbo. Yeah, so here's the thing, $1.4 million, you have to start thinking about the budget and the considerations. Each has value. Is it a business that's been sucked dry? Are the numbers making sense over here? $1.5 million. Maybe you say, hey, boom, we don't need to think about the due diligence. You just give me that now. Maybe $500,000 here, $1.4 million over there, because it's a $2 million project and you're going to be budgeting. So you're going to have to make these considerations when you're looking at these numbers. Do they make sense? So what you're going to want to do at the end of the day is you're going to want to look at the due diligence period considerations of $500,000, about $500,000, maybe $1.5 million, and consider that this is a $2 million project.
All right, guys, I just finished a one-on-one. I gave them information that's golden. How to buy, when to buy, what's the price. Easily off that 45-minute session that he had with me, he can make off one deal that I just gave him information about, $1 million, at least. So keep that in mind. If you want to really get rich and really successful, take it to the next level, sign up for this one-on-one.
Holy Toledo! Off of one 45-minute session, that guy's about to go make $1 million after that advice that we got a sneak preview of? Holy, is it really that easy? Oh my god. That's incredible stuff. This guy's really a wizard with money. And his math was checking out. Like the numbers he was saying there, those are numbers. Like those numbers he said exist. So wow, that really does give you a lot to chew on.
It's not the same. Man cheating versus a woman cheating, it's not the same. First of all, it's so freaking hard for a man to ever forgive a woman for such a thing, because he did you didn't do him. You let that man stamp you that he's better than the man that you're with. But if a man goes and sleeps with another woman, you can say, hey, my man has wandered, you can forgive a little bit easier. And yes, it makes a woman to a certain degree hurt, but if he's really genuine that it was an accident, which men do have this in them. You know, men's load, if you go take it to the lab, you can impregnate, you can start a colony with one load of men. So there's a reason why God created a man to be able to produce like this.
That is insightful stuff right there. Inspirational even. He's just laying it all out there bare, not pulling any punches, just dropping the truth right there. There is a huge difference when a man cheats versus when a woman cheats. When a man cheats, due to the size of his load, his nut, like he's talking about there, could produce a whole colony off just that one glorious fucking nut of nectar, and it can be an actual accident. It happens all the time. 1 minute, you're at the library reading a great book, an absolute page-turner, and the next second, you've got your cock buried deep in the pussy of a back-of-the-phone book hooker, and you're just left wondering, well, what in tarnation? Something's gone awry here. Well, I never. That's not my girlfriend. I feel like a right fool right now. I can't believe this. Honey, I don't know what went wrong. What a unforeseeable accident here. I gotta tell you, pardon my French, I'm peeved. Someone must have spiked my coffee when I was at the library. I don't understand what went wrong here. Why are you mad? It was an accident. You can't be upset for something I couldn't control. It's an accident. His reasoning is sound. If you've recently suffered multiple concussions and have lifelong CTE, holy shit. What are you even yapping about here, man? He's like, oh, due to the load, he can produce a lot, so he's got to fight real hard not to cheat on his girlfriend. And if he loses that battle and cheats, whoops-a-daisy, a woman has a much easier time forgiving that because then she can recognize her man is wanted. And that's like a really positive thing. Like, yes, it may hurt to a certain degree, but I mean, he's wanted, and that's awesome. He does actually conclude this by saying nobody should be cheating. Very positive message to wrap it up. But also you spent most of the video saying, if a man cheats, it can be a genuine accident. We need to remember the size of the load. It's a very tough battle. A harder battle than him with his hairline there. Like, it can be an accident. Very, very different perspectives there from man versus woman cheating.
Why cheat if you could just leave? Why lie to someone who gave you their heart, their trust, their everything? If you're not happy, go. But destroy someone who loved you just because you didn't have the courage to be honest?
Now this one's a nice blend of AI badassery and cheating wisdom. A nice seminar on cheaters again here. So this is a good amalgamation of the two worlds colliding. But I feel like this is two very different alphas. We have the alpha that thinks cheating is bad, like in this video where he's going, why cheat? Why not just leave? Why lie to someone who gave you their heart? Cheating is weakness. This is bad stuff. Boo, cheating. Versus the one where he's like, all right, no one should be cheating, but if a man cheats, it could be a genuine accident. Very different than when a woman cheats and she lets herself get fucking stamped by another dude's cock, saying that man is superior to you. So super different perspectives. Man cheating can be very forgivable for women, actually.
Apologies, I accept. But I remove trust.
Chills. I have goosebumps across my entire body. I've never heard anyone say anything like that before. That was hard. Apologies he accepts, but he removes trust. That's a really deep philosophy. This guy must just fucking cruise Facebook status posts from like 2010 or something. Oh my god.
You know what fuels me and I thrive on the most? The people that don't like me. I just get fueled by knowing that these guys don't like me for the success I keep achieving that they sorry asses can't achieve. I have always having this vision about these guys looking right now when I get this Rolls Royce. What the f they're gonna do right now? How disgusting mad they're gonna be. And I laugh about it at the end of the night, what I just did today. That all these people that don't like me because they cannot achieve what I can achieve. So thrive. You hear me?
That is the most classic loser bait of all time. My haters fuel me. Yep, hater blockers on. I love my haters. It's like the most used platitude ever from like gurus and alpha males and shit when they're trying to sell a course, that kind of thing. And it's super effective. I guess the idea is that if someone out there feels like they're a big loser and they're watching this kind of content where the person delivering it always says, you're a fucking loser, but if you give me money, I'll make you a winner. They probably also think that there's a lot of people that don't like them in their life. So these kind of guys prey off that insecurity. They pounce on it and exploit it by saying like, yeah, you are a loser, but once you give me that money for this change, it's going to make you a winner. And then you can let your losers be your haters be your fans. That's what I do. The haters are my fuel in my engine, and my engine is a fucking transformer lion that I'm riding inside of as it jogs me over to my office building where I'm fucking my secretary. Yeah, that can be you too. Loser, let your haters be your motivators.
Move in silence. Only speak when it is time to say checkmate.
I really don't have anything to say about that one right there. That's just a masterpiece. That is a perfect piece of content. If you live your life like that, I hope you're ready to be CEO of a Fortune 500 company with billions of dollars to your name. Anyway, I'll go ahead and leave you with that little nugget right there so you can really put that in your pipe and smoke it. Only say words if the word is checkmate. Damn! That goes ballistic. Yes, that's really about it. So yeah, I've been doing one of these in a while, and I used to do them all the time. Many of you may remember way back many moons ago, I used to do a annual video, a yearly roundup of the most common questions I got asked that year, and answering them all in one big video dump. But it's been a long time since I've done that, mainly because I started streaming daily, which means I was answering the same 50 questions every like 4 minutes, so there wasn't really like a ton of questions that were going unanswered. But I wanted to give a little mix-up here, hit you with the shake and bake, because there is one question that for actual years I have been asked probably above all else. The only thing that comes close, like maybe second place, is why am I so short? Which is a question I've answered like 3 times now. I mean, again, it's not a question for me. You gotta ask the man upstairs. I don't know why God made me this short, but I don't mind being fun-sized. Can't change it. Is what it is. But I'll be right back, though. I have to excuse myself to the little sailor's room. Alright, anyway, and that question is about the gym. What is my advice for anyone looking to get started with gym going? A fitness journey. And it's a question I always enjoy answering or just diving in on. The subject is just something I'm very familiar with. Maybe you know, maybe you don't. Maybe go fuck yourself. But a little bit of lore on, my academic career. When I first went into college, I had a digital arts major. I wanted a career in animation. But it became painfully clear for the 2 years I spent in this major that there is no one worse in that field than myself. I have to be the least talented organism on the planet when it comes to art and animation. When zookeepers give paintbrushes to elephants and they fucking doodle on a canvas, that demonstrates a higher level of artistic prowess than what I was able to produce in 2 years with that major. So going into my junior year of college, I switched to a human sciences degree with a concentration on exercise physiology. And even though I don't use it these days, I of course still am very active in the gym. I know a lot of people like when I do the old sleeper build showcase type shit. It is something that I've always been very passionate about, and as such, I get questions about fitness and gym all the time, like where to start, because that is the hardest part of this whole journey. So I wanted to make this whole video dedicated to that topic on how to get started with working out. I always really enjoy seeing that so many people are really taking their health more seriously. It's always been like the number one thing I recommend to people that are struggling with self-esteem or maybe finding themselves in a bit of a rough spot mentally. I always recommend starting some kind of fitness journey, setting these small, attainable little goals that you can chip away at, so that way you can feel yourself progressing and taking your health more seriously. I really think it can just do wonders for people's self-esteem, their outlook, and their general attitude. And it's something that's completely free to begin with. You don't need an expensive gym membership. You only need your body. I'm a big proponent of calisthenics. The bulk of my training these days has been heavy weights, but I always integrate calisthenics into my workouts because I think they are just great for functional strength. And especially if you are just starting, it is great for beginners because there's so many progressions. So like push-ups, for example, if you can't do a full push-up, you can do knee push-ups. Pretty much every calisthenic movement has progressions for it. But by far, the most important thing when it comes to working out and taking your health more seriously, and one that everyone always mentions, how do you stick with it? How do you stay motivated? I believe it's routine. It's not easy to start for a lot of people. It's very hard to stay motivated. It's hard. It is difficult. But if you can just grit your teeth and bear it for like a week of sticking to a schedule, it starts to become easier. It starts to become routine. It becomes more comfortable. And then over time, maybe you start to enjoy it. Maybe you and your friends want to start working out together. You go to the gym together. Then it becomes fun. Like, it may start as something daunting that you're not looking forward to, but if you stick with it for a week or two and it starts to feel like a routine or even starts to feel fun if you're doing it with a friend or you start to find the joy in working out, then it starts to be locked in. Then it becomes far easier to stay working out, going to the gym, this kind of thing. So that's always the number one piece of advice I give to anyone looking to start a health and fitness journey is stick with it for like a week or two so it starts to feel like a routine. It becomes a normal part of your scheduling because then it's a lot easier to stick with it. Now, the next piece of advice I always give to people that are starting a health and fitness journey is you do not need to spend fucking oodles of doubloons on all of these outrageous fitness courses that are being hawked on every single social media platform out the wazoo. You don't need to do that. It's the big 2026. There is unlimited information right at your fingertips for exercise science. There are countless great resources online. There's innumerable channels on YouTube dedicated to every single possible training methodology that you could ever imagine. And when you're just beginning, you don't need to make yourself like the perfect split off rip. You don't need the perfect workout regimen to begin with. I think what's far more valuable to a beginner is having a big charcuterie board of a lot of different exercises that you have compiled from a lot of different training resources and trying them all yourself. Making sure to use good form, learning the movements, and finding which exercises you like the best. Because when you're starting a health and fitness journey, you probably want to be enjoying it. Having fun would make it a lot easier to stick with it. So finding the exercises you actually like doing in the beginning, I think, is far more helpful than immediately spending hundreds of dollars finding the most optimized workout splits for yourself. That can come later. Once you're more, seasoned in the gym, you know what you like, you know what's working for you, what's not, then you can start catering your workouts more specifically using other resources that are specific for the goals that you are trying to achieve. But I don't think you need to do all of that all at once. I think it's much more valuable when you're starting out to find the exercises that you really like. Now, naturally, that leads into another question. How do you find these exercises? Where do you go to learn about these lifts and how to properly do them? And how do you avoid the information overload if you do just type in just workout, for example? Because if you do type in something like that, you're going to get hundreds of thousands of videos from thousands of different channels and influencers telling you a bunch of conflicting things. Like maybe this guy over here is saying you're a fucking idiot if you're doing barbell bench press. This guy over here saying, no, actually it's a gold standard to just flat barbell bench. This guy over here is preaching the gospel about, no, actually you have to dumbbell press. That's the only way to train your chest. That's the way you got to do it. And when you're just starting, it's a lot of noise. How do you figure out what's the best or who to trust? And I believe, kind of like what was said in the famous commercial, why not both? When you are just starting, I think it's valuable to experiment. So learn both of these lifts and try them for yourself. Because maybe this guy hates dumbbell press, but you end up loving it. So now that can also help you narrow down what channels you want to get your fitness information from, what resources work for you personally and what you enjoy most from your lifts. And like I said, it doesn't always have to be weight training. Maybe you fall in love with calisthenics. The point is just trying a lot of these movements and a lot of these lifts and figuring out what you enjoy most will help you stick with something. I think that's far more effective than immediately spending tons of money buying a program and, you know, buying a bunch of supplements. Just try shit yourself first. And as you become more accustomed to working out, as you start making it more of a routine, then you can start fine-tuning it a bit more. And I think by trying a ton of things, it'll help you narrow in on what resources are teaching you these kind of things, and those can be the channels or influencers, whatever, that you follow as like your trusted source for workouts, because it's what's, you know, most enjoyable to you and what's working for you on a personal level. But as I said, the most important thing to start is trying to lock it in as a routine. And starting with somebody else is always going to make things easier. If you do this with like a friend, I think that makes it infinitely more fun just off rip. So if that's an option on the table for you and a buddy to begin this kind of thing, I definitely think that's going to help both of you right away. But again, it can be done solo too. It just takes effort. Like, it does take some time and it takes some effort. But I truly think it's worth it, which is why I always recommend it to everyone. And I always like when people ask me about it, even though I'm not the most knowledgeable guy in the world on it. Far from it. There are people far smarter than I on this subject, but hopefully this yap session has been helpful to someone out there that's been tinkering around with the idea of taking their health and fitness a little more seriously. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. It's been a little while since my last video covering Pokemon card related crime, and that's not because things have started to slow down. It's not looking any better. In fact, I'd argue it continues to get worse. And I just thought, you know what, let's take a peek, see what's going on here, and I'll show you two of the most recent break-ins where thieves made off with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Pokemon cards, including one of them, an armed robbery where one of these fucking degenerate fungus worms actually brought a gun into the Pokemon establishment and then started breaking the cases while pointing the gun at employees and people that were just in the area.
You see it right here, caught on camera, a person smashing through an Everett gaming store, stealing thousands of dollars worth of Pokemon cards and other collectibles.
So this one was a classic smash and grab where this gentle sir busted through a window and then went to the Pokemon card display case and tried to kick it with his leg to break the glass, but he's so fucking weak and pathetic he couldn't do that. So then Goober here, Secret Agent Shitstain, had to retreat through the window to grab an axe to actually get into the display case because his noodle arms and his papier-mâché legs weren't cutting it.
You could see where a thief smashed through to get inside this Everett gaming store, and this isn't the only store in Western Washington that's picking up thousands of dollars worth of damages while thieves take off with cards worth thousands more.
Card shops have to be getting robbed more often than gas stations and jewelry stores combined at this point. These fucking freaks continue to just burglarize local card shops, which, mind you, the majority of the time are just family-owned and operated businesses, in order to steal their products to scalp it online for like $5 worth of profit. It's so fucking absurd.
A surveillance video from Mugu Games last Thursday shows someone breaking in the store and try to make off with valuable Pokemon cards, which we see this person was willing to go great lengths for.
Went back outside, grabbed an axe is what it looked like, came in, smashed the window, grabbed some stuff.
Owner Michael Doran says in total, over $40,000 worth of Pokemon cards were stolen.
Just piece of shit, man. It actually infuriates me seeing just how common this has become with these card shops being burglarized. If I was a local card shop owner at this point, I'd be booby-trapping this bitch like it's Home Alone. I'd be having all kinds of traps that I'd activate at night when closed. You know, like a boxing glove pops out of every window if it gets, like, broken into. Fart spray deploys if the glass is broken. Like, all kinds of shit. Like, a giant log comes through and just blasts them or something. And then probably what I would also do, and what I imagine a lot of card shops are going to start doing, is I would never put any real product in the displays. I would only put proxies in there to represent the actual merchandise. I would keep the real cards separate. Because at this point, you cannot have real product on display in these shops. These locations are constantly being broken into.
Dorn says this isn't new.
We've been broken into 4 times. We've been armed robbed once. We've had multiple snatch and grabs of thousands of dollars worth of product.
And his store isn't the only one in Washington this week cleaning up thousands of dollars worth of damage.
I was watching it in real time. It's a little frustrating and a little scary. Have some dude, you know, grabbing all the stuff off the shelves.
Again, like I said, it's extremely common. Owning a card shop is like strapping raw meat to your body and then jumping into shark-infested water. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when your shop gets burglarized. It's fucking tragic. And mostly it's Pokemon right now, but I don't know how many of you keep up. Scalpers are starting to transition to One Piece because Pokemon has been so infested with scalpers that even scalpers are getting discouraged from scalping it. They have now transitioned to another popular card game called the One Piece trading card game, which is a trading card game that's kind of near and dear to my heart considering I've competed in One Piece tournaments. I think it is a fucking wonderful card game. And one of the things I used to talk about with this card game is that it was like price accessible for a lot of people. Some of the top decks were actually like really cheap, especially when compared to other TCGs. That is now no longer the case because scalpers have fucking latched onto it like a hemorrhoid, and now prices are shooting way up because of it, and now a lot of real players are having a hard time getting their hands on product. It's a disaster. The entire TCG space has just become a cesspool because of these kind of fucking worms, these parasites.
But Dorn says what really has him frustrated is the lack of accountability when it comes to those who've been caught stealing from him and other businesses, which he feels is why others keep leaving.
I mean, there's a reason why businesses are moving out of Snohomish County, Washington. I'm here every day, and nowadays I feel targeted.
Totally reasonable. That makes a lot of sense why he would be fearful of keeping his business in this location, especially if authorities are doing nothing to actually catch the perpetrators here. From the way the owner of Mugu Games is talking about it, I get the impression that even if they do catch the thieves, there's not like harsh punishment doled out to them, which I have seen cases in the past where authorities will catch like a TCG scammer or someone that stole from a card shop and they just get like a slap on the wrist. They don't even go to jail or anything because they don't view it as like a serious crime. I mean, it should be viewed as a serious crime. This is a fucking crime that should be punishable by time in the fucking slammer. Like, they are a danger. As you mentioned, they had even been armed robbed before. So this was a snatch and grab, which again, thousands upon thousands of dollars in stolen merchandise, which is a huge blow to his business. And the authorities, I guess, aren't doing anything to make him feel protected, to make him feel like it's safe to continue to operate there. So, of course, he's going to be playing with the idea of leaving, as he should.
And armed robbers, they burst into a Pokemon store in the meatpacking district and started smashing display cases and grabbing items. The store owner says that they made off with more than $100,000 in merchandise.
Now, this is footage of the arm robbery that I referenced at the beginning. So, two thieves went to a pretty new location here. One of them pointing a gun at the employees, and the other went behind the counter and with a hammer just started breaking the display to start scooping in the merchandise. And apparently they made off with over $100,000 worth of product.
You can see those robbers walk in the store. They're wearing all black with anime backpacks on around 6:45 last night. They smashed the glass display cases while pointing a gun at shoppers. Now, along with the $100,000 worth of merchandise that they stole, the NYPD says the robbers also stole $1,000 from the register before running away westbound on West 13th Street, where this store is located.
Imagine being such a useless, worthless, loveless, dickless loser that you and your buddy hold hands and go on down to the Pokemon facility located near you, armed with a gun, and start pointing it at the people there and smashing the display to steal the merchandise, all because they believe they can somehow make a killing by flipping it somewhere, which again, is not super easy, not really a slam dunk, especially if you try and sell it to another shop or do business in person. There have been numerous cases where people have tried that and got arrested for it. In fact, I'm going to show you a very recent one because, spoiler alert, turns out it's not exactly easy to do that. And trying to flip it online, again, isn't guaranteed because you're mainly selling to scalpers, and scalpers aren't going to be paying some kind of fucking premium for this shit. They're probably out there robbing stores too. And it's just crazy that this keeps happening. Like, I know I keep using that word, but it actually is insane. And based on the surveillance camera footage here, these feel like they're probably like kids. Like, I don't even think these are adults. One of them's wearing like some kind of like comic book backpack. I don't know. It looks like carnage crossing over with like a fucking Labubu or something. I'm guessing that is the backpack he takes to his fucking first year algebra course. Like, that is actually probably like a 15 or 16-year-old that is handling that gun, pointing it at the people in there. And then his friend, the way he's handling the hammer, makes it feel like he doesn't even know what he's holding. Like it's some kind of alien artifact. It seems like he doesn't even have the strength to lift the hammer. It's like fucking Thor's Mjolnir. Like he's struggling to even hit the things with it. Like the hammer is controlling him. Like these are not adults, I don't think. I bet these are actually kids who continue to see like the Pokemon hysteria and convince themselves that this is how they're going to make like $1 million.
The Poke Court is a Pokemon store that was opened by a group of friends who grew up watching Pokemon and traded cards. And the founder says they opened the store 2 months ago and the robbery happened in just 3 minutes. She says the store was filled with more than 40 customers for its first ever community event when the robbery happened.
They were all brandishing firearms. They pointed them in the faces of my employees and my customers. And then they, like clockwork, went to our high-end display where we keep all of our most valuable items. They smashed the display. They looted over $100,000 worth of merchandise.
This business didn't even make it 6 months. It barely lasted longer than a mosquito's lifespan before it was burglarized. Armed robbers busting in there for the Pokemon cards. That is how out of control this phenomenon is. It sucks, man. This shit blows major ass. My heart breaks for all of these local card shops that continue to just be brutalized by these criminals, this fucking scum. Now, I want to end this on something kind of positive, though.
3 people are behind bars for stealing thousands in Pokemon cards and then trying to cash in at a Fort Myers shop. Deputies arrested this trio, Deshaun Boyd, Jimmy Satan, and Jermaine Warren this afternoon.
They took 10. Big W. Finally, a case of the thieves being caught, arrested, and thrown in jail. One of their names was Jimmy Satan. She said Satan, but it's literally Satan. Is there a more fitting name for someone who steals fucking Pokemon cards, literally trying to rip the joy out of what is supposed to be a hobby for children in order for his own personal gain? Like, unbelievable how fitting that is. Fucking Jimmy Satan here with Team Rocket.
$1,000 worth of the Pokemon cards from Gorka's Pokebarn in Collier County, then tried to sell them to Dynamo Collectibles in Fort Myers.
Burn said, that's them, call the cops.
Busted! You're watching Lee County deputies walk in on 3 thieves trying to sell $10,000 worth of Pokemon cards. Mark Nestico says they walked in his store with 29 booster boxes filled with packs of Pokemon cards.
It's so satisfying finally seeing an arrest here from these Pokemon thieves. Oh, I bet they were so excited too, just filled with jubilation. Easy $10,000 payday, let's just go offload this over there at that other shop, only to be arrested in a matter of minutes, walking out of there in cuffs.
He called 911.
Joking with them, having a really good time. We let them open free packs.
Less than an hour before, deputies say the trio stole them from Gorka's Pokebarn in Collier County using a fraudulent credit card.
We hadn't had advanced knowledge that they were stolen. They almost 100% would have gotten away with it.
They really tried to speedrun that, so they used a fraudulent credit card to steal the merchandise, and then an hour later tried to sell it to another shop. That's galaxy brain scheming right there. And that's the level of intelligence that these TCG thieves have. Like, these are actual Neanderthal brain idiots that are doing this. The people that are breaking into card shops to steal Pokemon singles, or the people that are taking a gun into a Pokemon event to steal the Pokemon product. These are actual idiots. Like, legitimately dangerous, stupid fucking idiots. And I pray that more and more arrests like this happen, because it is out of control and something's gotta change with it. I really think any card shops out there should really seriously consider only putting proxies in the displays in order to protect yourselves from these kind of idiots. So that would be my recommendation. I can't really think of anything else you could possibly do to combat this, because even the stores that take security extremely seriously, like one of the stores that I covered a couple months ago was literally inside of a storage unit with a giant garage door, basically a fucking vault door, to prevent thieves from breaking in. And you know how they still gained entry? They crashed a U-Haul into it. So, like, no matter what you do to try and, like, protect it, prevent thieves from getting inside of it, people will still find a way. So I think the only thing you can really realistically do is just try and cut your losses by not having the actual product in those cases, like the real singles and all of that, and instead keep those off facility somewhere else. And if someone expresses interest in buying those high value singles, you let them know, like, hey, all right, we'll do this deal, but we've got to go, grab the actual card. I don't know what else the solution could be. This shit sucks. I just wanted to give you a little update that it's not getting better. It's only getting worse when it comes to these TCG robberies. That's really about it. So yeah, I know I've yapped a lot about Roblox, but oh well. I'm going to keep doing it. It's one of the biggest platforms on the planet that's used predominantly by children, and it has a huge glaring issue that every single human being with a functioning frontal lobe on the planet can recognize, except for the company itself. Predators. For years, there have been innumerable cases of pedophiles utilizing that platform to prey on children, and Roblox Corp itself just doesn't do enough. It's been a huge criticism shared by tons and tons of people. And the CEO, Dave Baszucki, is so out of touch that he always, minimizes how big of a problem this is, and instead will shift the focus to making Roblox a dating platform, which is so laughably tone deaf it would be comical if it wasn't so depraved and so degenerate. And that's not a joke. He is always talking and preaching the gospel about how he wants Roblox to be a dating platform, even in the midst of stories like what we're about to cover right now, with kidnapping. Children being kidnapped from people they met through Roblox. There have been so many cases of predators using Roblox and going unpunished by Roblox, by the way. Some of these pedophiles that got arrested didn't even get banned on Roblox, by the way. It's just a huge issue that for some reason this company cannot recognize, and they just do not do enough to ensure the safety of the children that use their platform.
This Omaha native is in a Georgia jail tonight accused of abducting a pair of sisters.
Well, the young girls are home safe in Florida tonight. Deputies say a 19-year-old, Sarah Mulasse, met them on the online gaming platform Roblox.
How many times have you heard of stories just like this one? If you only had $1 for every time this happened, you'd be able to rival Dave Baszucki's multi-million-dollar salary. It is fucking disgusting how common this seems to be, and again, how hands-off Roblox seems to be with safety of its users. They don't really appear to do a whole lot, even though they oftentimes try to flex their new AI moderation tools and shit like that. It's clearly not working. The best they do is maybe get tung sahur to make a statement saying, hey, talking to strangers is bad. And they're like, well, we did all we could.
It started online. Martin County Sheriff John Bootensiek telling us 2 young girls from Indiantown began talking with a man through the game Roblox.
From that gaming app, these girls were then moved from Roblox over to Snapchat.
This is the standard procedure here from the pedophile playbook. So in this case, Sarah Mulasse met the victims on Roblox and then got them to a different platform in order to chat further and groom them and then eventually kidnap them. Now, historically, Roblox likes to just put in this hard line in the sand well, off our platform, not our problem. Not on our plate, not anymore. Now you deal with that mess over there. Recent times, though, they've started to try and do a little bit more to stop that off-platform transition from happening from Roblox to Discord in a lot of cases. In this case, it was Snapchat. But again, they're clearly not doing enough, and I understand, and this is something I've said every time I've talked about this, that at Roblox's scale, where it's one of the biggest games in the world, millions and millions and millions of players every single day, I know how difficult it would be to moderate that and ensure this kind of thing is impossible to happen. I get that, but it just feels like safety isn't an actual priority of this company, and it oftentimes feels like they're at odds with people on the platform that try and police it themselves, notably with Schlep, where, I already talked about this, I won't just regurgitate the whole story, but there are people that actively try and get pedophiles arrested after, catching them on Roblox. And Roblox themselves has a huge problem calling them, vigilantes that they don't, sign off on, and would rather they work collaboratively with Roblox. But the thing is, when people do try to work collaboratively with Roblox to catch bad people like this, Roblox does not give them the tools, the access, or the support in order to help them with those investigations or help them, like they don't actually take in the information to do anything on their own, which is why people like Schlepp or others that catch predators on Roblox take matters into their own hands. Or even like local law enforcement at times have stepped in and arrested these predators way before Roblox does. It just seems like Roblox isn't taking the issue seriously. It doesn't feel like they view it as this huge problem that it actually is.
Soon, gifts like food began showing up at the home.
All these things I just mentioned were indicative of what we believe to be a grooming process that the suspect was doing with these young girls.
The sheriff says her Mulase was the man on the other side of the phone, but that changed on Saturday.
Our suspect left Omaha, Nebraska, and drove straight through, we believe, to Indiantown, arriving January 31st, Saturday.
This revolting freak drove like 23 straight hours to kidnap these children. So apparently they had been communicating for a little while. He was even sending like food to their house, apparently. Guess he was just like ordering them Domino's or something, fucking box of chocolates, whatever. Then it eventually culminated with him making that 23-hour drive down there. I guess he was probably practicing in some Roblox driving simulators or something to endure the long straight shot. So he got there, kidnapped these children, and drove off.
Soon came a 911 call from the family of the 12 and 15-year-old sisters. They were missing.
We were dealing with a type of abduction. I know these girls went willingly, but their age suggested that they had been taken and were probably being removed from our area.
Yes, it is still kidnapping, even if the victims went willingly. They are children. This was an adult that came there, picked them up, and took them away from their parents. That is a textbook case of kidnapping.
Several hours later, and officials in Georgia spotted the suspect's vehicle on I-75, finding the girls safely inside.
These are young, impressionable girls who might have thought this would just be something fun to do. But again, we're dealing with a grown man that drove all the way from another state, an individual they never met in person, picked them up, and we really don't know what he was going to do.
He's exactly right. This is a very scary situation here, and unfortunately one that seems to be not super unusual when it comes to this platform. Roblox has had many cases like this, and luckily they were able to find the vehicle and save the kids from this predator here, because who knows what could have happened, but it wouldn't have been good. This is fucking terrifying. It's every parent's worst nightmare, and it's something that has been happening on a platform, Roblox, which is told parents for years that it's a really safe place for their kids to be, but that's just not the reality of it.
KETV reached out to Roblox. The company says it's investigating this incident and will continue to strengthen protections to keep users safe.
Hollow words, same song and dance Roblox always says when something like this happens. Dave Bazzucchi notably hasn't made a statement because he's probably too busy trying to figure out a way of weaseling in a prediction market to Roblox to keep kids fucking gambling on there. Which is, by the way, is something he actually teased on a little segment where someone jokingly brought up prediction markets, and he's like, well, actually, that's a really good idea. So maybe that's Dave Bazzucchi's next priority, aside from making it a dating platform. Anyway, though, fact of the matter is, this keeps happening with Roblox, and it's fucking sickening. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. You know what they say, you can't spell druid without D-U-I, and you're about to see the mythical Coors Light druid in full action here as she gets her 5th DUI, this time with her child in the car.
So how'd you end up in the ditch here?
Actually, I just found here and I was...
Okay.
I didn't end up a ditch.
Well, I'm sorry. You're in the grass line here. I just want to make sure you're okay.
Her reaction to that question of why she's in the ditch is perplexing, to say the least. Her eyes get so wide, I thought they were going to pop out of her skull. She's making the same face Tobey Maguire made in Spider-Man 2 when he realized everyone on the train just saw him without his mask on.
Can I just get your driver's license so I know who I'm talking to?
No, I actually don't have it with me. I'm so sorry.
So I know who I'm talking to.
I promise you. I'm trying to tell you the truth. I promise you.
I hear ya.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, it's okay.
Alright, how do you spell your last name?
The whole time the officer's speaking to her, she's doing some wacky, odd motions with her face like the animatronics from Five Nights at Freddy's. It seems like she's struggling to keep her eyes open and like focus on what's happening here. Like she's emoting the same way the NPCs in Fallout 4 do.
When I knocked on the window, she woke up and I said, "Are you okay?" Because I thought maybe she'd hit her head or something.
She's slurring her speech. I got an odor or something in there. I don't know whether it's necessarily alcohol. Her pupils are huge.
Contacts here. Hi, you roll it all the way down. What's your name?
All I could see is a little boy, and I was like, well...
And she was completely passed out?
She was tipped over on the steering wheel.
So the lore breakdown is, she works nearby, was taking the trash out and saw this vehicle here, and went up to check to see if everything was okay, because all she saw was like a child in the back seat, and then she saw that this lady was face down into the steering wheel, passed out, so then she put in the call, and that's why officers arrived at the scene here.
I see you got a little problem here, huh?
No. I'm good.
So what brings you back to the parking lot? Did you have an appointment?
To see you, yeah, we did, actually.
Where was your appointment?
He had an appointment.
Yeah.
Now, from what I can gather with these breadcrumbs she's dropping, she's in this parking lot because her son had a doctor's appointment, and she just got blackout drunk, passed out, and then cruised the vehicle into, like, this ditch area here. So I guess in order to get ready for the doctor's appointment for her child, she put on her coats and butt-chugged 5 Coors Lights on the way out, and then it led to all of this.
Okay, so obviously we have an odor of alcohol coming from you. Okay.
Hey, actually...
Hang on a second. So
no,
I'm gonna... So...
Never do this.
I have an odor of alcohol coming from the vehicle. Okay? How did you end up here?
How, what?
How did you end up here?
My son.
Okay, your son drove you?
I'm not from here, guys.
What do you mean, not from here? Like, from this planet? Because, my god, these are like some very uncanny, almost horror movie-esque motions she's making with her body here. So, she tries to say she's here because her son... And the officers interpret that as her trying to say the son was driving and the kid's like 6 years old. So unless he built himself a pair of stilts like Jimmy fucking Neutron, that kid's not reaching the pedals. I don't think he was the one behind the wheel of the vehicle. I think what she was trying to say is the reason she's, you know, kind of torpedoed her car in this parking lot is because her son had a doctor's appointment here. And she was just so fucking drunk she couldn't get the information across.
Okay.
That wasn't the question.
So why are you here in this parking lot? I'm just curious how you got here.
So, I'm sorry.
She didn't have one on her. Her name's Mary.
How did you get here?
Huh?
What made you come to this parking lot?
I really apologize, but I'm not really...
I'm asking you a question. I'm not asking you to apologize. I'm asking you a question. How did you get here?
Sorry.
Why are you here in this parking lot?
It doesn't take a super genius to recognize she's very fucked up. It is a miracle she didn't get herself or her child or another innocent person on the road killed here, because it doesn't even seem like she knows where she is at this moment. And she's making, like, expressions the same way a dog does when you ask it who chewed up the sofa and it knows it's guilty. It is impressive just how many different facial expressions she's going through here. It's like in Super Mario 64, the intro, where you, like, move around his face in a bunch of wacky ways. That's what she's doing. Like, with her teeth and everything. Just hitting some of that. You know, it's more akin to, like, that infamous Charles Manson clip where he's like, I'm nobody. And he does, like, all that weird shit. That's what she's doing right now. She is so unbelievably intoxicated. I think that she was trying to make like a conscious effort with her face to appear sober, but just can't quite do it and doesn't recognize everything that's happening.
Okay. Is your boyfriend his dad? Yeah?
No.
No?
We knew it. No. I apologize.
Are you warm? Are you warm in the car? Yeah. Okay, good.
Does your car normally smell like alcohol?
Yeah.
Where were you coming from?
Huh?
Where were you coming from?
Are we talking about?
The road.
The road. No, were you coming from your house?
Yes.
You were coming from your house.
That was a checkmate maneuver from this lady here. The chess master made her move. Where are you coming from? The road. Chef's kiss. Then she just drops the mic. Damn. She played hardball.
Okay, so then how did we end up here in this parking lot?
Because I came here from the road.
Okay. So you just came off the road and just came into the parking lot?
O'Connor Walk.
Okay.
Well, the more I hear from her side of things, the more I think maybe I was too hasty to judge here. Maybe she's not intoxicated. Maybe she's just experiencing the sixth dimension. She's in like a whole different wavelength right now, but she's starting to really make a lot of sense when you stop to think about it. This could be a huge misunderstanding here, officers.
Mary, do you need an ambulance?
Yeah, I actually do.
You need an ambulance? Okay. Why do you feel you need an ambulance? What's going on so I can tell them why you need an ambulance?
I can't breathe, actually.
You can't breathe? You're breathing pretty well.
What did I do? Can you please tell me what I did?
I can just feel every neuron in Mary's brain banging against the sides of her cranium, desperately trying to get through. Mary, don't ask for the ambulance. Don't say yes to the ambulance. It's a trap. It's gonna be the biggest regret ever when you see that fucking bill they slap you with at the end. Don't fall for it. Don't say yes to the ambulance.
I'll have you turn to face me, okay? What you're gonna do is you're gonna follow tip my finger with your eyes and your eyes only. Do not move your head. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Move your eyes and your eyes only. Top of my finger. Follow it. No, leave your head straight.
Sorry.
Straight on with me.
Sorry.
With just your eyes, please. Okay? Got that? It's pretty simple. Look at my finger. You're looking at the ground. Okay. All right. Actually, come over here. We'll utilize this line here, okay?
They had to break out further testing because she fucking aced the follow the finger brain buster there. She seems like she's in a state to pass the bar, I'll tell you what. She is crushing these field sobriety tests. Wait till you see how she walks this line.
1, 2, on your... Stop. Don't start the test, please. Okay. When you get to your 9th step, you're going to take a series of small steps like this, turning around. Watch me. You're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps going down the line. 1, 2, all the way to 9. Count your steps out loud. Keep your hands down to your sides. Right foot in front of your left foot, like I explained to you.
All right.
Okay.
4, 5, 6.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, come on back over here.
She did so well in the first portion of this test, she skips the second. Because she came over there, hit him with the fucking Hezi Jimbo, and then dunked on their ass with that beautifully perfect straight line that she just walked. So now, they're going to try and get her with a third one.
So this next test is going to be a one-leg stand. So when I tell you to, you're going to raise your foot approximately 6 inches off the ground. And you're going to count in the manner of 1001, 1002, 1003, and so on until I tell you to stop. Okay, you may begin.
Sorry.
You're right. Keep going. Jeremy, you have a PBT. All right, you can stop. How much would you say you've had to drink today?
Actually, nothing.
Yeah, that sounds about right based on everything I've seen here. I don't hold it against her for not being able to pass with flying colors on the hold your leg up test. There was clearly a banana peel that she was slipping on there like it's fucking Mario Kart, so that one just needs to be thrown out. They wiped their ass with that. Inconclusive evidence there.
Right now, because he's downtown looking for you. He just called in a well-being check.
No.
And the first place he went is he walked to all the bars, because you were supposed to bring him to the hospital.
I would never do this.
You're not at a bar, but you're drinking beer in the parking lot and throwing it out.
Stop it.
So she declined the PBT invitation there. She said, I will not be attending that hootenanny, so now they're going to take her in for further evaluation. The father has called in a wellness check because she was supposed to be bringing the child to the doctor's appointment or the hospital or whatever. Didn't happen, so he started checking the bars, apparently, looking for her there, because this seems to be a common occurrence with her. And now the officers are going to be picking up the father to bring him to the scene. They also apparently located some Coors Light that had been tossed aside here, and the father confirms that that's her beverage of choice. So the dots are starting to connect a little bit here.
How many times have you been arrested for operating while intoxicated?
Never.
Never?
Your husband says 4 times. Does that sound about right to you?
No. He's not my husband.
Well, okay.
Can you please just stop, judging me, please?
I'm not judging you. I'm asking you questions.
Hey, Mary, I'm judging you, though. DUIs are just completely fucking inexcusable. This is her 5th one now. She had 4 prior DUIs, yet she still gets to get behind a wheel of a vehicle. I don't get it. I truly don't. why does she still have her fucking license? It seems like the only time she even gets in the fucking car, even with her child in there, is if she already can't even remember her own name because she drank so much. It is so dangerous. She's putting her life, her child's life, and everyone else's life on the road at risk by drinking while fucking hammered like this. And it's something she seems to do often. She has been caught and charged with DUI 5 times. Now let's think for a moment, how many other times has she driven while completely fucking blackout drunk that she just didn't get arrested for? They didn't catch her. It's just crazy. I don't know why she's able to just keep getting her license back. She treats beer like it's Popeye's spinach and it somehow makes her like, you know, turbocharged and a great driver or something.
Prescription drugs for anything?
Yeah.
What for?
Panic attacks, anxiety.
Because her pupils are as big as her eyes right now. And we have fresh Coors Light cans in the snow. At her drink of choice?
Yeah.
Okay.
She lives in Pennsylvania. She's here for a visit.
Did she come from Pennsylvania today?
No.
Okay, so she's been out here for a couple days. Weeks. Okay. Officer Koleski is obviously arresting her for an operating while intoxicated. Having the child in the car ups everything higher. And then having 4 priors, it's going to be felony levels. And then she resisted, fought, and kicked us. We were trying to do it back here.
I obviously cut out a lot here when they were putting her in the squad car. She was spamming some low kicks there for a minute. Can't really see them all too well, and there definitely wasn't a ton of elbow grease behind them or anything, considering she can hardly fucking stand or keep her eyes open. But even still, they're mentioning that as like her, you know, striking at them while trying to put her in the vehicle. They found Coors cans there, which, you know, hey, they're going to have to run the fingerprints on there because it could have been that dastardly Coors Light ferry that comes through and just happens to sometimes just fucking drop Coors Light cans in the middle of nowhere like it's fucking loot boxes. Maybe those aren't hers. And maybe it's just a big old quinky dink that, according to the father, that's her drink of choice. We don't know for sure. That's all remains to be seen.
Okay.
Everyone's gonna feel bad for you.
Yep. Oh, yeah. She get you too? You okay? Breathe. Let the adrenaline slow down.
Idiots.
Now you just sound like my father.
Okay.
To ensure officer safety, the suspect is restrained in a chair and a spit hood is put over her head as she's transported to jail. Her blood alcohol content was determined to be .236, which is almost 3 times the legal limit. She was charged with her 5th or 6th offense of operating a vehicle while intoxicated with a passenger under 16 years old, resisting obstructing, and 2 counts of battery to a law enforcement officer. She is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
So the father then picked up the child. Firefighters were keeping him like warm and away from all of like the hoopla that was happening with his mother, because that is just such a fucking terrible thing. My heart breaks for that child. That's just terrible to grow up with a mom like that. Now, when they got her to the hospital, they had a warrant to draw her blood to confirm intoxication and rule out the possibility of it being like some kind of, you know, maybe reaction to prescription drugs that she does have and that kind of thing. But while trying to draw that blood, she was less than cooperative, you could say. It started to look like an exorcism scene in there for a moment. She was wiggle worming and squirming, apparently even like biting. That officer, I guess, got a bloody nose from all of it at some point. I couldn't really see that on the body cam. I don't know how she got up there and got him. Maybe with like a headbutt or something. I couldn't tell you. But it was pretty chaotic in there. But when they got her blood, they confirmed, no, she's definitely drunk. Like, very drunk. That's the root cause of all of this. Now, if you want my Neanderthal perspective on it, I really think she should lose her license. I know, maybe I'm talking crazy. Maybe I'm boofing the crazy pills. But I just think it's pretty clear she shouldn't be trusted behind the wheel of a vehicle. This is completely fucking unacceptable. It's just a matter of time until someone dies because of this from her. But I just have a sneaking suspicion that's not going to happen. I bet she'll be back on the road pretty soon. And that is very scary. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. Yep. There are some stories that are so powerful they transcend the bounds of time. No matter how many years pass, these stories are still talked about, they're still discussed, and they are still remembered. Like the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Iliad, Journey to the West, my battle against that wasp when playing Elden Ring many moons ago, and now today, the story of 7 dogs that escaped from a meat truck in China and walked 10 miles home to their owners. Actually a crazy story that sounds like it's ripped straight out of a Disney film from the 90s. So the story goes that on March 16th, a man named Lou noticed a group of dogs that were walking in formation along a roadway. He found it peculiar, so he started recording them and even tried to lead them to safety, but the dogs ignored him. This video has now racked up over 200 million views. And apparently these dogs were stolen by thieves working at a dog meat shop, and they busted out of the truck and spent a couple of days walking 10 miles in unison back to their homes. They were led by the corgi, who would occasionally look back to ensure that no one went astray. Lou said, "They resemble a band of little brothers in distress moving in unison, nothing like stray dogs." They did eventually return to their owners after this journey here. Apparently, one of the dogs in this group, a German Shepherd, had an injury. They had unfortunately gotten hurt along the way. So they formed kind of like a protective barrier around the German Shepherd and moved together like that. Kind of like out of, fucking 300 or something, where they plant the shields around them up top and in front to block the arrows and everything. It's actually unbelievable, assuming all of this is true, and based on all of the evidence, it does appear to be true. So here's the video that really blew it up. Now, I couldn't find it with original audio. I can only find it with, Facebook royalty-free music attached to it, and I decided just to mute it because I don't think it really adds anything to it. But here you can see the group moving out in unison. It does seem like they're trying to, shield that German Shepherd in the middle there. And, at first, I thought it was AI generated. I thought it was just some bogus AI short that they slapped a sob story on. No different than, Reddit karma farmers who will just take a picture of their PlayStation 2 and be like, "Man, I still remember my father before he went off into space and then blew up from a cosmic alien attack, giving me this PlayStation 2. And I know it's a little out of date and old fashioned, but I can't help but keep playing this in his memory. Can I get some updates in memory of my papa?" Like that kind of garbage where it's just a bunch of barnacles. So I thought that this was fake. But the more I looked into it, the more sources that were coming out to confirm that it is legitimate. According to the sources out there, after the dogs rejected Lou's help and he was unsuccessful in trying to, get them to safety, he then shared that video online and urged local authorities to step in and help. It was at that point they got the UAV online here from the local Bitter Coffee Stray Dog base that reported that the dogs come from the same village, typically roaming freely together and having formed strong friendships. In response, the base dispatched several volunteers and even a drone to track the dogs and facilitate their safe return home. So they got the cavalry out there in order to get the dogs back safely from the sound of things. One volunteer claimed that individuals operating a dog meat shop had stolen the dogs, suggesting they may have escaped from a truck, though no witnesses saw their departure. So that component of the story about them escaping from a truck destined for a dog meat facility, which would have obviously spelt their doom, isn't fully confirmed. That hasn't been verified yet, though that seems to be what most sources are indicating is likely what caused them to be so far away, is that they were stolen for that purpose. And I guess it could make sense if they do frequently travel together, as the claim states. If they were all together and then someone just came through and got all of them at once, that would explain how they got the whole kit and caboodle here. But again, it's not fully confirmed or anything like that. But what is true is that this group of 7 dogs was traveling for quite a while, covering miles of distance to get back to their village, to get back home. And they did it all together as one coordinated troop. It's fucking incredible, actually. Assuming, of course, it is all true, which, again, all the sources I can find seem to agree that it is. One of the owners has apparently come forward talking about the relief. They were the owner of the German Shepherd and the Golden Retriever, stating how happy they are to have them back and fortunate that they were able to return to them. I also saw a couple other images capturing their journey. So yeah, I personally believe that it's real, and man, that shit is crazy. I'm very happy that They made it back safely. As of now, this is all the information that's available. I'm hoping there'll be some additional information and a follow-up investigation trying to find the thieves that were responsible for taking the dogs, and hopefully they'll be brought to justice. It is a crime, what they did. It is 100% a crime, so hopefully they get punished for it. Anyway, even though this is a story about dogs finding their way home, there really is just something inspirational about it to a certain degree, to see this kind of gumption, to see them band together and go over the course of a couple days, many miles home against all the odds and get back safely all together as one unit is really just something super incredible. So yeah, I just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. So yeah. Say whatever you want about court, but don't you dare besmirch the good name of Zoom Court. It's an entirely different beast. The gift that keeps on giving. Zoom Court has given us golden nuggets of content. It is the perfect combination, like peanut butter to jelly. Zoom and Court. What a wonderful thing. Giving us access to incredible moments like this.
You cannot be driving, ma'am. What are you doing? Come on.
I'm not driving. I'm a passenger in a car.
You're still not, I'm not hearing cases with people driving or as passengers in cars.
Okay, I will pull over right now.
Short of us coming out to everybody's house and doing these on boats and stuff in the summer, I don't know.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I replayed that statement from the judge close to 10 times. I don't have a fucking clue what he said. Door to butts coming out and doing these on boats and stuff, maybe? But I've never heard that expression, door to butts. So it's probably not that. I don't know. There's something about that sentence that is not computing in my brain. Anyway, I'll lore dump so that way you can understand what the case was about. So this woman was in a bit of a messy situation here, some hot water, and an attorney named Brian Groen was seeking a default judgment here for a total of $1,921, and Carol was not on the call initially. Later on, though, a mysterious iPhone joined the call. Who is this 4chan hopping in? And it was later determined that this was the woman they were looking for. She was just late. The judge then instructed her to turn on the camera to ensure she has her name listed on the account. Her defense for the tardiness was that she was sitting in a room and didn't realize that she wasn't in the right spot and apologized for it. Now, even though they had already got the farty sharded without her, her presence there did postpone that default judgment, and she was given the chance to, turn on her camera and participate here despite being tardy. Now, that's where the clip starts. She turns on the camera and it's pretty clear she's driving a car. And the judge calls it out saying, like, come on. This is a little absurd. Why are you driving in the middle of this right here? And that's when she cooks up the Galaxy Brain scheme here. She starts playing a little bit of chess while everyone else is playing checkers. She says that she's not driving, she's a passenger in that vehicle. And then she really plants her feet. She buckles down and lat spreads, and she starts trying to complete all the quick time events here to wiggle her way out of this one.
I'm sorry, I have an emergency. I'm going out of town for a family member, but I will have my driver pull over. Hang on 1 second. I'm sorry. I didn't know that I wasn't allowed to be in a car, but hang on 1 second.
Am I crazy, or does it not look like you're driving that car?
I'm not driving the car. I'm a passenger in the car, sir.
Now it's time for a little LA Noire style investigation from the judge here. I think it's pretty obvious she's driving, but she's about to do everything in her power to squeak out the W here and convince everyone that she's just a passenger in the vehicle.
What side of the car are you on?
I'm on the left-hand side.
How would you be on the left-hand side if you're a passenger in the front seat? Am I missing something?
Right-hand side. I'm sorry. I've been sitting in a room. I didn't know.
Yeah, the seatbelt's coming off of the driver's side. Right? You're lying to me, right?
No, I'm not, sir.
Great questions from the judge here. I also think her head movements are pretty clear that's a dead giveaway. She literally like looks around as she's making this turn, but the judge makes very good calls here. How could you be on the left-hand side if you're in the passenger seat up in front? And she's like, no, I meant, that's not what I meant. And he's like, but the seatbelt's coming out of the driver's side, which she had no rebuttal for. She just lets that one kind of dissipate. She just hopes that they forget about that one, like a video game NPC. Must have been the wind. Just de-aggro there and not follow up on the seatbelt question, which was a great observation because that seatbelt is indeed coming out of the driver's side. If she was a passenger, it would have been on the other side there.
Let me see the driver. Let me see the driver.
Hang on 1 second.
Now.
I have to ask their permission.
Now.
Oh my God.
That look she gives when he requests to see the driver is fucking perfect. That is cartoonish. That look right there is some shit out of like a Whitest Kids You Know sketch. Like, I cannot believe how incredible her response to that question was. But she did come up with something, though. Like, she didn't just fold there. She's like, oh, I can't just show you the driver. I don't want to violate his privacy. I need to ask for the driver's permission first. Hold your horses. Calm down. Let me ask the driver real quick. And then she gets out of the vehicle. Where is the driver? Where is he? Is he like riding on the hood of the car or something? So now she needs to go track him down? Like, why did she get out of the car in order to try and ask the driver permission to show him to the judge?
Oh, you're not in the you weren't in the driver's side. You think I'm that stupid? I'm going to go ahead and enter a default judgment. Our paperwork says that they can't drive. Does it not, Jennifer?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I took a breath in and started choking. Well, I missed what you said.
Does our paperwork not tell people that they can't be in a car?
I don't know, Your Honor. I'd have to look at it again. I haven't looked at it in a while.
Looking at it does not say that I cannot be in a car.
I love that she walks around the vehicle. She puts it to her ear so you can't see it super well, but you can watch her walk behind the car, like start to walk behind the car, and then she goes into the passenger side in order to continue the conversation. Genius. She's really cooking here.
I'm entering a default judgment. You lied to me. Judgment 1921-85. Send me your counsel and put in there defendant was not available at the time and then was driving a car and telling the court she was not. I'm entering a default judgment. Have a great day. Thank you.
Now, according to this article, she has released a statement of her own about everything that unfolded here, and she's no longer trying to stick with the ruse of being a passenger in the vehicle. I want to be clear that I take responsibility for my mistake. Appearing on a Zoom court hearing while I was driving was poor judgment, and I regret that decision. I panicked in the moment and made the wrong call instead of pulling over or asking to reschedule. For that, I am truly sorry. At the same time, I believe what has happened since then has gone far beyond addressing a mistake. A brief moment of poor judgment has turned into a viral spectacle that's affecting my reputation, my family, and my ability to move forward with my life. I respect the court and the rule of law, but I also believe in fairness and proportionality. The question I'm left asking is whether this situation needed to become a public example at the expense of someone's livelihood and dignity. I am human, I made a mistake, I own that mistake, and I am willing to accept the consequences, but I hope people will consider whether the response has been about accountability or about turning a moment into something far bigger than it needed to be. Now, her statement makes it sound like she's lost her job or something as a result of this, which I can't find any information on, but hopefully that's not the case. She's talking about it as though it's being reported for the sake of, like, accountability or, like, you know, some kind of big witch hunt as though it's something very serious. It's not, and I don't really see that response from everything that's been, you know, shared and reported about it. It's really being portrayed as, like, a lighthearted, silly thing. Like, what she was facing in court isn't, you know, the most heinous of crimes or anything, where she's some kind of crazy fucking supervillain, you know, mustache twirling evil. And what she did is very goofy, but it's also pretty harmless. She got her hand in the cookie jar and got caught, and she tried to wiggle her way out of it, and it didn't work. Really, the biggest thing was driving while doing this Zoom court, like potentially distracted driving. But she did a lot better than fucking Twitch streamers and Kick streamers when it comes to having a stream while driving. She didn't really look at her phone at all until she had fully pulled over and then got out. So she did a lot better in that regard than a lot of, like, streamers do. So I don't think it's all that serious, and I haven't seen people responding aggressively to it or anything, nor have I really seen it being reported as something serious. More so just something, like, wacky. From everything I've seen, it's all been pretty lighthearted. Like, of course, it's the internet, so I'm sure there's some degenerate assholes going ballistic with it, and maybe that's what she's seeing, but it definitely doesn't warrant that. I agree with her. That does not make sense for what unfolded here. And also agree that, yeah, people make mistakes sometimes, and some of them are silly. And like this one, for instance, it was definitely something that had me giggling, so I wanted to yap about, but at the end of the day, it's not that serious. It was just some lighthearted goofs around here, so ultimately, I'm wishing her the best. I hope this isn't, something super detrimental to her or anything like that, and hopefully it is something that she could look back on herself and laugh at, like, yeah, that was a wacky one. It happens. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. You saw the Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resync trailer. Looks amazing. Ubisoft is so back. I didn't see the trailer. I saw a couple of the images, though. I didn't know they released a trailer. Whoa! 28 minutes. Damn, they gave you the kit and caboodle here.
We fly no colours out here, but praise the lack of them. So let the black flag signal nothing but your allegiance to man's natural freedoms. If a man plays the fool, then it's only fools he'll persuade, but appear to be the devil. And all men will submit. We're pirates, kid. We take as we please and become who we like.
They fixed all the problems with the original, like, shitty modern-day segments entailing missions.
Who am I, then?
That sounds positive.
You're a wonder, Kenway. You've a knack for this kind of work. It ain't work if you love it.
Too bad they reused combat from Shadows. Please don't tell me that. Did they actually?
Hey, everyone. I have to say, it is so good to be here. I played Edward Kenway more than a decade ago, and he's one of those characters that never really leaves you. Now, over the past months, we know that you've been waiting. Or we know that you've heard things. And today, it is finally time to share with you what we've been working on. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced is a faithful remake of one of the most beloved Assassin's Creed games. It's totally rebuilt from the ground up with the latest version of the Anvil engine and enriched with lots of new additions. Resynchronization with Edward's journey and memories. The same story, the same man, but elevated to a new level of immersion and realism to bring you one of the most thrilling swashbuckling pirate adventures. And I'm happy to say, Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced will be released on July 9th, 20...
Wow, that's much sooner than I would have thought. Holy. Man, they must have been working on this for a minute. Hey, that's cool though. I always appreciate when they do like a quick release from the reveal. And you're not left waiting and forgetting about it for many, many months.
2026. Today, guys, you are getting the real deal. The first ever look at gameplay. Everything that's been rebuilt, reimagined, and some behind-the-scenes stories. But enough of my talking, yeah? Let's just jump right in.
Hello, pirates. Matt Ryan here, the voice of Edward Kenway. And this is Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced. 13 years after the original, this remake brings the classic game back to life. Rebuilt from the ground up with the latest
Seems like pretty substantial visual upgrade.
Thrilling pirate adventure. All right, let's set sail.
Dash my buttons.
Your life seems a grand one, if I may say. So full of adventure.
You play as Captain Edward Kenway, a rebellious scoundrel eager to make a name for himself in the pursuit of glory, freedom, and a search for a better life.
Seen your face before. Yous mates with them pirates down in Nassau.
Let me see some of the
bloody
combat.
gob, world be truly alive.
There we go.
All these new interactions offer multiple ways. Yes, this was a pretty big pain point. We remember. And now, the action continues. Your objectives remain, but your target will react, and you must adapt accordingly. All these new interactions offer multiple ways to succeed and progress in your missions. Of course, this wouldn't be a real pirate adventure without a ship.
Jackdaw. You named your brig after a poxy bird.
The Jackdaw. What a beauty.
I mean, this does look like a huge upgrade. As long as they didn't ruin it, I'm sure it'll do extremely well. They said they're toning down that VFX parry crap, thankfully. I didn't even think that was that bad.
All these new
I'm assuming you're talking
interactions
about
offer-
that right there. I don't even think it's that bad. Remaking your best bangers when the franchise hasn't been doing good is such an OP strat. I mean, there's a reason. There is a reason why that strategy works. Yeah, legitimately surprising news from Xbox. I was pretty pessimistic about the new head of the division, Asha. I wasn't really convinced that she was going to be the lightning rod ushering in a new golden age for Xbox, considering her background was mainly in AI, like a prominent in AI. But, to her credit, she has put my whole asshole in my mouth, because she has made actual good changes. So, the big one that I think a lot of people saw when it got announced was she lowered the price of Game Pass. It's somewhere in this article. Where is it? I don't want the video. Here we go. So she decreased the price of Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. That came at the cost of removing Call of Duty from it, but that's a certified who gives a fuck moment. You get much more value out of it. So bringing it down to $23 per month, which is it's a good drop. So Game Pass has now got cheaper. That includes going down to 14 in this tier, the PC Game Pass. So actually pretty nice. Genuinely didn't expect that. As everything gets more expensive, somehow Xbox bucked the trend and made it cheaper. That's one of the few times you will ever see a subscription service go in the opposite direction. So that's cool. Big W from Asha there. But even still, not a whole lot of games. And then it seems like Asha has committed entirely to wiping their whole ass with everything Xbox had been doing. I believe the quote was, "The path that led us here is not the path that's going to lead us out." Something to that effect. Basically saying, us ending up in the shitter, that strategy, everything that got us to that point, we're flushing, we're done with. So they unveiled a new logo, reminiscent of the classic Xbox logo. Banger. Great idea. They ditched the "This is Xbox" campaign, or "We are Xbox," whatever it is. Oh, "We are Xbox." Or, no, it is "This is Xbox," right? Yeah. The new one is "We are Xbox" as opposed to "This is Xbox" campaign. Good call. Like, actual positive changes. And there was a further commitment to quality games and not AI drivel. There was another statement, I don't know if it's in this article, but basically going over, like, we are truly focused on actually delivering good games and, like, bolstering partnerships, not going hard on AI shit, that kind of thing. Yeah, that's what it was. Human-crafted games instead of AI slop, is what they said. Guys, watch, he's falling for it again like he did with the Halo Studios rebrand. True. That is true. I have been hurt before. Speaking of Halo Studios, by the way, it couldn't be worse. They were making a battle royale, but luckily they came to their senses. They had a come to Jesus moment and said, a battle royale in 2026, that's a death sentence. We're way too late to that trend. So then it's been revealed that they're reportedly working on a Halo extraction shooter. So that way they can be late to that one too. Incredible. It is actually incredible just how delusional Halo Studios is. Formerly 343. I just don't get it. This specifically mentions a PvE extraction shooters, which is what everyone was saying they wanted during the Helldivers 2 launch. Who was saying that? I don't recall that. But then again, I wasn't like super deep into those conversations, so maybe I missed it. I can tell you one thing. You know what I don't want is more extraction games. I am not an extraction guy, so that is truly not for me. And I have no idea how that would work in Halo. That sounds miserable. Just do Helldivers but Halo? That sounds terrible, though. Helldivers is just so vastly different. So, like, I drop into Covenant territory. I'm calling in, I guess, a Mac cannon. And then what? Maybe I drop in, like, a DMR battle rifle. I don't know, I just don't see any way of making that work. Then I go over here and blow up a downed Phantom. And then I get out. Yeah, I was just talking about the Xbox W's a second ago. It's a Halo L, but Xbox W overall. I was very, very surprised. You see the Invincible vs. Story trailer. I was super surprised to see there's a story mode. I heard about it, I didn't watch it. Does it actually look good?
Dad, please. You don't want to do this.
I came to this planet for one reason. To conquer it.
Hit me. As hard as you can.
Happy to. Mark, where are we?
Took the words right out of my mouth.
This has an interesting style to it.
Your government will comply with our demands.
The actual game, though, just didn't look very good. What an interesting
We cannot
look.
allow that to happen.
Stereotype remind me of lifestyle in my stadium, what about your pride and all of the people you gotta leave behind to deliver art? Cause you made it out.
What is this place exactly?
Robot says we're trapped here.
No one knows why.
Gotta be a term for this. I just know it. Wait, epically fuck.
Are we clear now? You're one of us, or you're dead.
Fuck you.
I suppose that's a decision.
No, maybe I will try it for the story mode. I'm curious what that's gonna be like. No, I've already seen the gameplay. I do not like the gameplay very much. Here, Maximilian Dude played it.
Hey, man.
Come on.
I'm getting punched. Hey, counter fail. I'm dying. Counter fail again. I'm dying. What's the timing now? Counter fail again.
It's just not a fighting game I think I would really like all that much, but the story mode did at least pique my interest. Piotr Zarek. I'm saying the name out loud immediately at the start of this video so that way I don't forget how to pronounce his name. I'm sure I'm going to fumble it later on, but at the very least you can say I got it right once. Anyway, he has made such a colossal fool of himself that he has torched not only his reputation, but that of his company as well. Piotr Zizarek, it's crazy how quickly I already forgot how to say his name, Guber, is a Polish CEO and multimillionaire. He is the CEO of a company called Drogbrook. And I think I pronounced that incorrectly as well because I made that sound like a Warhammer 40k weapon. And right now he's like one of the most hated people on the planet for a clip that just went Insano style. This is far from the first time something like this has happened, but I've mainly seen it in baseball, where some oily dude who looks like he sweats grease and is anamorphing into a hot dog ends up like catching a baseball that was intended for a kid next to him. And in those cases, they typically try and cope by saying, oh, I thought it was for me, I wasn't sure, we were all trying to catch the ball, something like that. This is probably one of the most blatant cases, though. So, this is a tennis player named Matsurzak. He was giving his hat to a kid, and the Polish CEO, Piotr, he had another idea right there. He fucking intercepts that, he snatches it out of the kid's hands, and then you can even hear the kid say, no, what are you doing? And the answer to that question is simple. He's looking out for number one. You don't get to be top of the food chain, big time CEO without taking a little candy from some babies. That's exactly what he's doing. He's giving this kid a life lesson. You thought you were getting a gift? Nope. Sometimes it's not Santa Claus that pays you a visit, it's Krampus. And right now he's coming in the form of a scrawny douchebag CEO named Piotr. And the story has a much worse ending for him than it does for the kid, because this blew up to such an incredible degree that Matsurzak was able to actually learn about it and then meet up with that kid later to give him another hat as well as an autograph, so the kid got to meet him and everything. Meanwhile, Piotr receives the ire and all of the tomatoes thrown by the entire world, and his company is now going up in flames because of his behavior here. But at least he has that hat that he took out of a kid's hands, I guess. That can go over the fireplace mantle, I suppose. Now, I feel like I should put this in here somewhere because it's receiving so much steam. There is allegedly a statement from Piotr himself. There are even some outlets reporting this as like an official response, but I can find no evidence that Piotr or anyone that represents him actually made this statement. This to me feels like that initial Coldplay CEO situation where after he was caught cheating, there was a statement put out on his behalf even though he had nothing to do with it and it ended up being completely fraudulent and false. That to me feels like what this is because it is so comically villainous that I just don't believe it, and I can't find like any actual evidence to support its authenticity, but I'm gonna put it here anyway because everyone seems to be talking about it. I would say take this with a grain of salt. I'm not convinced this actually comes from him. This is what people are claiming is the original, and then when you translate it, you get this. The recent incident at the tennis match has caused a disproportionate online uproar. It's all about the famous hat, of course. I love that statement. Like, even though I think this isn't real, I just love the famous hat. As if it's like the #1 soda drink hat from SpongeBob with Smitty Jensen, whatever his name was. Yes, I took it. Yes, I did it quickly. But as I've always said, life is first come, first served. I understand that some people might not like it, but please let's not make a global scandal out of the hat. It's just a hat. If you were faster, you would have it. Regarding online hate, I remind you that insulting a public figure is subject to legal liability. All offensive comments, slander, and insinuations will be analyzed for the possibility of taking the matter to court. In the end, chin up, hats off, less venom, more sportsmanship. Like I said, I don't actually believe this comes from Piotr or anyone who represents him. I think it's just a bunch of fish paste here. It's too over the top. And someone like Piotr, a multi-millionaire CEO, would absolutely have a lawyer or a PR firm put out a statement on his behalf that definitely wouldn't have, yes, I did it, and yes, I did it quickly. If you were faster, you wouldn't have lost it. If you're not first, you're last. Though that would be a crazy twist if this is actually real, and that's the statement they made. Adult reflexes are faster. I was just evolution chose me to be the recipient of that hat. If that kid was meant to have it, well, then he should have acted quicker. Grow up, nerd. Could have been your hat if you were half the man as me. Like, I would be very shocked to learn that this is real. I really think it's just way too over the top. And it seems like it is meant to be in your face and, like, eye-catching and incendiary. I imagine another, like, motivator for something like this isn't just to, like, take the piss. It's probably to further, like, ruin the reputation of the person. So people will make, like, really inflammatory pieces like this, like with the Coldplay CEO. So that way people get even more upset. And a surefire way of doing that is threatening legal action against people that speak out against him. That is, like, the number one sign that it's probably fake. While legal action is something a lot of these, like, rich fucking out-of-touch zombies in suits do, I can't imagine, and I certainly haven't seen many cases of them coming out and being like, if you say anything mean about me, you're being sued. That, so far, has been mainly reserved for fake statements like this. That definitely wouldn't be in there, and it also wouldn't have, like, a sign-off with, like, like, fucking poetry. Chin up, less venom, hats off, that kind of thing. That's, like, almost like a Sonic the Hedgehog level thing there. It's not real. I don't think this is legitimate. There's also another statement, apparently from a law firm in Poland, who is representing Piotr, who is making legal threats about people that are insulting him and slandering him online, which I can find no evidence to being true. I haven't seen that law firm make any statements about the, actual case here that they're representing Piotr in or anything of the sort. It all just seems like a wild goose chase here. This seems to be the new common trend where anytime there's like a big drama story, a bunch of people will scramble to make up some fake shit around it so they can post it online for some immediate updates to try and get paid off of, like, Twitter engagement farming. That seems to be the goal of it, and it just creates a bunch of confusion and muddies the waters so then you don't know what's true and what's not with it. I did also want to drop this little nugget here in your lap that I learned about. So he is apparently an amateur competitive tennis player himself, whom I imagine is going to be the heel going forward in all of his matches. Most people are probably going to be booing him from this point forward when he competes. And he actually has a private tennis court at his home, and his wife was quoted saying, "It was the most wonderful gift of my life. Our employees came up with the idea and my husband helped them implement it." Now, far be it from me to question the workplace culture here. You're telling me the employees said that their boss deserves to have his own private tennis court? It was their idea? Really? I don't... Does that happen in Polish companies? Do the employees love their bosses so much that they get together and say, we want our boss to have his own private tennis court? Can we do that? Come on, guys, let's band together and let's try and pitch this idea to our boss that he should have his own private tennis court in his home. What do we say, huh? What do you say about that? He's a superstar. We love him. I'm just trying to imagine that perspective over here in America in the corporate world. Like, Bill Gates does an interview. It's like, yeah, I wasn't convinced that I needed a 4 billion mile yacht, but, well, all my Microsoft employees said, Bill, you deserve it. So I said, okay, I guess for you guys, I'll go ahead and try and find a way to get that made. I don't know, it just feels so weird to me, that statement. I mean, maybe the employees really do love him and they all banded together to try and help him with the private tennis court as like a good idea. I don't know. He doesn't really seem like a guy that's easy to love. He's literally taking a fucking hat meant for a kid at a tennis court in front of everybody. No shame at all. Even when the kid's like talking directly to him, he just ignores the kid, pretending he can't hear him. He doesn't seem like really a great guy that a lot of people would cheer for and be behind, but I guess maybe this is just one of his lower moments. Maybe he didn't even see the kid there. Maybe he thought the hat was meant for him. And the resistance from the kid, maybe he thought the kid was trying to steal the hat from him. Who knows? Maybe there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. I'm kidding. Obviously there's not. There's no way to justify blatantly just taking this hat from the kid. I don't know. The guy seems like he super sucks. Anyway, Piotr, big douchebag. That's about it. See ya. Whoa there, Buster. That's a flag on the play. 5-yard penalty. Unnecessary frowning. Let's try and fix that attitude now, shall we? There is a game that just came out a few days ago that's got everyone smiling, it seems, to the tune of over 550,000 concurrent players at its peak. Slay the Spire 2. I've pumped about 12 hours directly into the ass of this game, and I've only just now scratched the surface. It is content-rich, so much meat on the bones. And for only $22, I think it is, Let me double check. We have technology right at my fingertips. I can't remember if it's $22 or $25. And it looks like it is $25, which I think is a great deal because for the price of a single big arch burger from McDonald's, you can instead get well north of 12 hours worth of content. In 12 hours, I have only just now completed a run with the 5 main characters: Ironclad, Silent, Regent, Necrobinder, and Defect. So 12 hours, and I have completed one run with each of these 5 characters, so I've completed 5 total runs in 12 hours, which is fucking nothing. That's basically completing the tutorial for each of these characters. Like, I'm through the introduction on each of these characters, more or less. I'm only just now getting to my Ascensions, which, if you're not familiar with Slay the Spire, Ascension is what you do after you complete your first base run, going through the 3 acts. There is so much content. So I think it's a great price point for how much content you get. And I know I've kind of already whole hog, both cheeks out, dove into like my impressions of the game thus far. It's very positive. I think the game is extraordinary. And that's probably no surprise to any of you that follow my gaming channel, which all of you should be following the gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. I've got numerous videos up for Slay the Spire 2. I am loving it. So I wanted to give you my review of the game after 12 hours so far, because a lot of people are seeing the headlines about how popular this game is and how much it's been, going ballistic out there and wondering, well, is the game good? Does it live up to the hype? And I'm here to tell you that, yes, I think it does live up to the hype. I really think this is something very special. If you played the first Slay the Spire, you know exactly what you're going to be getting in Slay the Spire 2, but everything is improved. The visuals, I also really like the new characters. Regent and Necrobinder, I think, are extremely fun with very, very cool mechanics. A lot of the cards have been improved. I think they've done a great job with Slay the Spire 2 across the board. There's nothing in here I think was like fumbled or lessened. I think everything has only been heightened and has been made even better. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with Slay the Spire, I'll go ahead and lay the groundwork here, the foundation here, hit you with the foreplay. It is a deck-building roguelike game, which I know in the current landscape are a dime a dozen. You can go on Steam right now and dumpster dive, finding 40 of those bitches released over the last 2 weeks. Roguelikes have become the new wave, the new hotness, and I know everything is ham-fisting roguelike mechanics into everything. But Slay the Spire is like the OG deck-building roguelike that blew up many moons ago, and the sequel, I think they carry that momentum and show why they're still like the best in the business when it comes to this genre. I really think they nail the formula, and there's just no other game I think that does it this well. I think Slay the Spire is to deck-building games what boobies are to happiness. The GOAT. Now, if you know nothing about deck-building games, deck-building roguelikes or anything, I'll just break it down to the bare bones. You will choose a character, and each character plays vastly different from one another. They have access to different cards, and they utilize different mechanics. And they also have a different starting relic, and relics are something that you collect throughout your runs to try and juice your shit in order to gear your build the way you'd like it to go, or, all kinds of different things. There are just so many different variations. There are so many different cards and combinations and strategies. It is just endlessly replayable. You go through Act 1, 2, and 3, killing a bunch of enemies, which will give you other cards. You'll have potions that you can utilize in the middle of combat. You'll get relics, and you will always be changing your build around. No runs ever really play the same, even if you try and do like the same thing. For example, if you're playing Necrobinder and you want to laser focus on Doom, you will never have like the same Doom run every single time because the relics will always change. The cards you get will always change. The enemies you encounter will change. It's just so fucking fun. There is just endless depth to this game, and I can easily see this being like hundreds of hours to like really min-max everything and just fully fucking complete everything this game has to offer. In Slay the Spire 1, A20, Ascension 20 was like the max challenge there. I'm not deep enough into Slay the Spire 2 to know if that's still the case here. Maybe there's even more, I'm not sure. I'm trying to do most of this blind because I think it's much more enjoyable to go in there and like fully just have things fucking golden shower on top of you as fresh as they can be. So I've been really enjoying like learning everything through trial and error, discovering things. It's been so fun, and I am only just now at like the very tippity top of the surface here of how much content this game has. I'm playing it daily for multiple hours a day. It's so good. So I truly do think Slay the Spire 2 lives up to the hype. I know this was many years in the making. It was worth the wait. $25 for this much content, I think, is a great price point. I love to see things like that. I know I glazed and commended Hollow Knight Silksong for something very similar, where you get so many hours of content for a low price compared to like AAA games where you'll pay like 70 or, Lord help us, God forbid, but unfortunately even $80 sometimes for like a 6-hour game or something, right? Like, I think this is just so refreshing. It's super nice and also very simple. It's a game you can enjoy with your friends. Slay the Spire 2 has multiplayer. I just tried it for the first time last night with my buddy Ryan, but it has, I think, 4-player co-op. So you can have a run with your friends too. And they scale it up so that way it's not just like a full-blown fucking steamroll. Like, there is a challenge to it. Granted, of course, since there's more of you, there is more flexibility, so you probably will have an easier time, like if you're struggling by playing solo. I know a lot of new players have found it kind of punishing, which it is, and I appreciate that. I think it's a good thing. It doesn't hold your hand and put the training wheels on or clobber you with sock'em boppers. It's giving you the raw, knuckle sandwich, and I think that's wonderful, and it will enable you to get better over time as you keep doing runs and figuring out better synergies and what cards work for what builds. It is just a game that I think is just a joy, start to finish. And like I said, the multiplayer is like a really nice cherry on top because playing with friends is a lot of fun. I had a great time playing with Ryan, and I imagine it's even better playing it in a fucking 4-stack. I bet that goes ballistic. I don't have any real complaints. Like, there's nothing in the game that I was like disappointed by. I will say that there are some cards in here that are utterly useless, just pure poop ass. Like, you will never take them in a run, and if you do, you will feel like an idiot for it. There are just some genuinely awful, terrible cards in here that I think could use a little, sprucing up, a little tuning on. But for the most part, I think they do a good job with all of the cards having a place and a role to serve and a function. Some cards obviously are much better than others, but yeah, that's always going to be the case. There's always going to be some cards that need a little tweaking, balancing, but I think just off rip here, they've done a really good job balancing things. Silent, I believe, is probably the strongest character in the game right now, but even then, I don't really think it's busted. Like, I don't think there's anything about Silent that makes it just like a complete cakewalk every single time. Like, you still need to activate neurons. It doesn't play itself. So, like, I have no problem with that being like the best character right now, and I still think it's in a good state overall in terms of balance. So I'm very happy with Slay the Spire 2. I'm really happy to see that it's doing so well right now. Over 500,000 concurrent players at peak is amazing. That's an incredible accomplishment, and I'm glad to see it holding so strong. Still over 200,000 players every single day. That's great. Hats off to the team. They knocked it out of the park. I just wanted to give you this little review as I continue to play through it, and of course post more of my runs on the Moist Critical Gaming channel. And really, that's about it. So, yeah.
Yesterday I made a video clowning on some trash content, and today it was like Harry Potter when he got accepted to Hogwarts, with the amount of like emails and letters that I've got about other equally garbage slime out there that's popping off on TikTok, because there are so many zombie homunculi that are just addicted to attention and desperate for it at any cost.
It's good. Yum, 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 pizza, pizza.
Yeah, thank you.
Pizza, pizza, pizza.
Pizza!
Yes, bro. Yes, sir. Have a good day, Brody. Hey, bro. Cheese pizza. Yeah, for the homeless. Yeah.
Feeding pizza laced with laxatives to the homeless. Just a good old-fashioned biological warfare prank. I mean, who hasn't done that one before? That one's as old as, is your refrigerator running? Well, you better go catch it. Just a good old harmless prank. Now, I don't know if he actually laced these pizzas with laxatives, or if he's just lying about it for attention, but if he actually did do that, he should be in jail. 1000%. This is a crime. Now, I know internet influencers are addicted to exploiting the homeless for content, like this guy from back in the day who actually received a 15-month prison sentence for filling an Oreo with toothpaste and feeding it to a homeless man. And what this douchebag here is doing with the laxative pizzas is arguably even more cruel. Again, I have no idea if he actually did that or if that's just to, like, I don't know, rage bait people into checking out his dog shit account. I'm not positive, and there'd be no way to find out either because it would be hard to follow up here to see if anyone actually did end up, shitting their brains out. And even if he comes forward and says, like, oh no, this is all a bunch of horse hockey, I made it up for attention, he could just be lying and covering his own ass, since if he does say, like, no, I really did lace these pizzas and give them to homeless people, he could probably face real punishment. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. So even if he tries to shut that shit down, saying like he didn't actually do that, it's, horseradish, there still just is a very good chance he did, and he's just trying to save himself here while panicking, realizing that what he's done is literally like a fucking crime.
Get out here, homie. Boop, boop, boop.
Excuse me. How you feeling, big dog? You want some pizza?
Thank you.
Anytime. Appreciate it.
Pizza.
Have a great day. Like it? Here you go.
Shout out Arizona.
Can I get some more stuff? You want a plate? Pizza. I don't want your dollar, man. I want to get some pizza. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. Here you go. Of course, but you want one more slice? Take a bite. Enjoy it, man.
The way that he talks to them is just infuriating as well. He talks to them like they're animals. He's treating them like dogs. Oh, you want some pizza? And actually dangles it in front of his face. Oh, yum, 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 pizza, pizza, pizza. I hate this guy. This guy super sucks. This pizza terrorist is just an insufferable piece of shit, man. I can't even fathom being this much of a heartless, hollow, attention-seeking little worm that you would actually do some garbage like this. Just exploiting the most vulnerable people, feeding them a laxative-laced pizza knowing that they probably haven't eaten too much in that day, just to torture them for your content. He's genuinely just like a little mosquito, but I thought this was just so over-the-top cruel that I have to make fun of him. And I want to show you a couple more of his pranks, because that's all he does. He goes out into society to make it worse. He is just this big fucking plague that sweeps through and just thrives off others' misery while being an extremely cringe douchebag.
I got a free type of pizza. It's for the homeless.
It's like pizza for homeless? If you wait till 9 o'clock and give you the rest, pizza for the homeless.
For homeless?
Yeah.
What, bro?
Well, let me tell you something. I'm a nice guy. I'm not gonna do it all the time.
Yeah,
I put it. Okay? It's a hot and crispy steak.
Oh, for the homeless, bro. Thank you, bro. What? Yo, shout out you, bro.
Alright.
Yeah. Free pizza. Fuck the homeless.
What an angel. This guy is really a saint. So, something he likes to do is the free pizza method, he calls it, where he goes into restaurants and pretends that the food that he's ordering is for homeless people, so he tries to get it for free. So in this one here, this pizza spot gave him this pie for free, apparently, because they believed that he was going to be giving it out to homeless people. They even dap up. It seems like they were really excited, like, oh, what a nice young man who's about to go out there and help some homeless people. We'd love to give you a free pizza for that, to support something so nice. And then he just eats it for himself, goes into the lot there screaming, fuck the homeless. Wow. Truly outstanding stuff. Now, I did a little super sleuthing here. I went full-blown fucking LARPing as a detective because that pizza box looked similar to the pizza box you could briefly see in a couple of the clips from the laxative pizza thing. I don't know if it's the same box because there are some differences, and the pizzas that he gave out as the laxative pizza ones, I don't see in the box when they open it in the store. So I don't think it's the same box of pizza that he used as the laxative pizza box. So, to me, that makes it even more convincing that he actually did do a laxative pizza giveaway to the homeless, especially when he's celebrating the misfortune of homeless people and how it benefited him. You can see some eaten slices of pizza with only the crust left, and there's, I think, 3 slices there. and none of those 3 slices are the ones that were visible that he gave to the homeless people. And so I think that was entirely different. But I do believe he did actually give one of these slices to another guy, and he uses this guy at the end of basically all of his videos.
Free pizza! Fuck the homeless! Free pizza! 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 Pizza!
Now, outside of poisoning homeless people, he also loves to do the standard insufferable prankster shtick of making fast food workers and restaurant employees miserable, treating them as props, not human beings, to exploit for content. You can't have a prankster without making employees of restaurants miserable. These two things go hand in hand. It's like peanut butter and jelly.
Okay. See the bowls, bro? The bowls? The bowls? Yeah.
What's up?
What's up, bro?
You making it?
What's up, bro? Yeah.
You gotta wait for the guy over there.
I got you.
What are you doing?
I'm making a bowl.
Yeah, why?
Okay.
Get out. What are you doing?
I'm making a bowl, bro.
You don't work here. That's not funny. That's not funny. Get out.
What, bro? I'm making a bowl, bro.
I don't care. Why are you back here?
I'm sorry, bro. I'm confused, bro.
Yeah, I'm confused too.
Oh my good golly, how devious. He went back there and made himself a bowl. Wow, so brave and tough. Man, that's incredible work. Now, I know this one isn't exclusive to just him. This was a bit of a trend on TikTok for a little while where pranksters would just go behind the counter and get their own fast food and all that, which, from what I understand, is a huge nuisance to the employees there, because then they have to like swap everything out because, well, it could have been a problem if they didn't. Especially in the case of a dangerous asshole like this, who apparently fed laxative-laced pizza to homeless people. So who's to say he didn't just start poisoning the food here at this Chipotle? It's just so fucking stupid, man. I actually don't know how anyone found this entertaining at all, because there's not even like a joke there or anything. The joke is literally, he's doing something he's not supposed to. Ha ha ha.
My hand, Dad! Bro, my hand is gone! Help me! Bro, help my hand! It's gone! What, bro? Call them, my hand is gone! Where's my hand at? Guys, let me find my hand?
Yeah.
Where is it?
When he's not just directly impeding people's ability to just go about their day, he's then doing this kind of like baby shit where he's like, where's my hand? And making a silly voice with it. That's his comedy.
Oh, yeah. Wait, you can fit my feet?
Huh?
You can fit my feet?
What size is those? This might be too big.
No.
Sure you wear 15?
I don't think so, bro.
Yeah, I think so. Let me check. Let me see.
Can I just try them on first to see if they fit my feet?
No, that's gonna be too big, man.
What do you mean?
Bro, this is size 10.
Bro, I wear 15.
No, 15 too big. That's way too big.
I want a size 15, bro.
You want a size 10?
15.
You want? All right, here, I'll let you try.
This guy's nice.
It's gonna be too big. I'm letting you know now, but
I'm not exaggerating. When he's not like directly harassing people or like getting in their way and being a huge fucking nuisance, this is what he's doing. Just being extremely annoying. Literally doing like baby talk. Well, not even baby talk. He's actually just putting on goofy voice and being dumb. That's not even entertaining or anything. It's genuinely just completely useless, baffling mumbo jumbo. It's just such a fucking loser. This guy is just such a loser.
Excuse me, sir. You have a... Can I put this right here real quick? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Why are you putting it in my cart?
No, because like I have finger problems. Like.
Oh, okay. Well, what am I going to do with them?
Can you put it back in my hand for me real quick, please?
Just put it in your arm, like that.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Now this one's very creative, actually. This one's clever. He's pretending he's got a finger problem so that way he can do this to everyone in the store. That's really naughty. Oh my goodness. And he's so big and tough
that he loves to target elderly people, just like all of the other awesome pranksters out there. Just a swell gentleman all around, harassing fast food employees, targeting the elderly for these garbage-ass disrespectful pranks, targeting the homeless for a little pizza terrorism. Man, what a guy.
The cucumbers?
What is your deal, dude?
The cucumbers.
Yeah, I see you have cucumbers. I also see you throwing me the bird.
No, I have a finger problem. I'm sorry. It's a finger issue. I'm sorry about that. The bread? The bread?
What are you doing, man?
The bread?
I can see you recording, okay? Come on. Put your finger down. Move on.
Sorry about that, man.
Move on.
That last guy just dressed him down right there and spanked his bottom. He's like, yeah, I see you recording. This shit is embarrassing. Put your fingers down and move on. Get away from me. And he's like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. And you could actually see him take his fingers away. I'm surprised he left that in there because he just looks like a huge bitch here. He's very tough when it comes to the homeless and the elderly, but the second some guy like actually calls him out directly to his face, he fucking deflates and like shrinks into himself into fetal position.
You good, bro? Bro, you're not gonna call the cops, bro. Fine, bro.
Oh my goodness, another gut buster here. He goes into the Planet Fitness snarling. He goes in there like a feral beast, making weird noises and running around a little bit. Holy, what a prank. This guy sucks, man. He's just such a fucking loser. I had to make fun of this guy. And if he actually did feed homeless people laxative-laced pizzas, I hope he goes to jail. I really hope they arrest this guy if he actually did do that. And I don't know how he'd even prove his innocence there because he's the one that said that they were laxative-laced, and I think it'd be really hard to prove that they weren't now because it'd be very difficult to follow up and figure out, well, were they actually laxative-laced, or was this guy just lying about that for attention? So, to me, if I was the authorities here, I'd just take him at his word that he fed them laxative-laced pizzas, and I would arrest him. Because this guy fucking sucks, and he probably did actually do that. At least based on all the other things that he does. I wouldn't be surprised if that was real. He sucks. Wanted to make fun of him. That's it. See ya. It's crazy to me that there's people out there that think that I'm not familiar with 3i Atlas. You think there's an alien spaceship heading to Earth that I wouldn't know about that would somehow fly under my radar? Come on, be real. Those aliens probably had to contact my dad just to ask his permission to visit us. Of course I'm familiar with the theory that 3i Atlas is an alien spaceship. If you don't know what I'm talking about, 3i Atlas is a comet that is passing by Mars very soon that doesn't really display the typical things you see in a comet. And a scientist, actually a couple different scientists from what I saw, speculated that because it is so anomalous, we have to be open to the possibility that this could be alien tech, and in the event that it is extraterrestrial, we are not prepared. Now, personally, I feel like he should speak only for himself. He's not prepared. Don't rope me in there with you, dork. I've got all kinds of plans and strategies out the wazoo, in case they're three-titted goth alien babes, or in case they're aggressive, hostile species. I've got all kinds of tactics. For example, one's called pants down, ass up, just in case, letting them know I fully submit. Because if these are actually fucking aliens, there is nothing we on this planet can do besides just beg for mercy. Their technology would be so far above our comprehension, we stand no chance. But don't panic. I'm here to tell you, it's just a bunch of hooey. This is such fucking horseradish, man. It's not an alien spaceship. And a lot of other scientists are debunking that narrative because, of course, media is running wild with that about how this is potentially aliens and we have nothing to do, we're vulnerable, we've got to do something, that kind of thing. So it's got people starting to actually believe that it could be. It's not. It's just not. Sorry for blasting you with the cold water of the truth here with the naysaying, farting on all your fun, but it's the truth. There's not a single shred of evidence to suggest this could be an alien spaceship. That whole theory is based off of a single thing. Comet's weird. So we got goofball comet coming by, and they're like, well, I guess it could be alien tech. It is definitely peculiar. This thing is quirky. Maybe it's alien tech. That's it.
And this has become so rampant now that this idea that it could be alien spaceships, that you got the crazies latching onto it here. So they have fully fucking attached to this butthole like a hemorrhoid. And now I'm seeing a ton of shit about like remote viewers who are talking about how this is 100% confirmed alien occupants on 3i Atlas.
CERN, they've used their collider to open up a portal to communicate with extraterrestrial beings.
Whoa.
And one of them are the occupants from 3i Atlas.
To be clear, CERN already has a room and a technology to open a portal to talk to extraterrestrials.
Yes.
But recently, they also used it to communicate with the beings on 3i Atlas.
That's correct.
Okay, go on.
Well, I'm convinced it used every buzzword you could find. Throw CERN in there and immediately got people hooked. Now it's legitimate. So, remote viewing, for those that don't know, it's ESP, basically. Or if you're familiar with MKUltra, it's something they tried with MKUltra. In a nutshell, you basically have people claim that they have these powers, so they'll close their eyes and imagine things and then say it to you and you go, whoa. With the MKUltra project in particular, they tried to make it a little more scientific, spruce it up a bit, but not by much. That's also where you're seeing like the declassified CIA shit about how they had these, you know, mutants go in there and remote view to Mars, and they found giants building doohickeys and doodads on Mars, and then one of them tapped our remote viewer on the shoulder and blasted him to the Shadow Realm back to Earth 5,000 years in the past or some shit. It's all just bogus. It is the silliest shit that people actually put real stock into. Remote viewing is not a real thing. There is never, in anything I've ever researched on it, a single piece that even makes me even loosely convinced that there could be something to it. It's just fanfic.
So those beings introduce themselves as such, like so we are the occupants of this object, and they did not show up physically. They show up as holograms. Now, they apparently showed up as holograms. They looked tall, that's what she said, and they communicated telepathically with every single scientist in the room.
Yeah, but why? When you start asking the why question, this whole fucking narrative falls apart. Why would these aliens even bother responding to a bunch of goobers here astral projecting themselves onto their spacecraft? Why? And how would you even be able to get information from them? They don't speak English unless they're out there with fucking Duolingo studying up on their trip over. Like, they're not going to speak any of our languages here on Earth. So even if it's not English, they're not going to know any of the languages here on Earth and be able to communicate it back to you. And I've seen a little bit of cope about how they, like, transmit feelings. Okay. How, though? You don't know their feelings. They wouldn't know our feelings. There's no way you'd be able to somehow make a bridge and figure out what feelings are being transmitted. It's just so fucking stupid, man. But so many people believe this. Like, I've seen this video kind of popping off right now. And it's just some guy saying, like, yeah, so all of us, we were remote viewing, you know, CERN, of course, with their portals that they're able to open. We were talking to the occupants of 3i Atlas, and they introduced themselves as the occupants of 3i Atlas, by the way. They call themselves Atlassians, naturally, no doubt. And, well, we had such an insightful conversation. We even played a game of chess. One of them even gave me an OTPHJ, and I really appreciated the work that he did on my wiener.
Wow.
And they all got the same message, which is that they are coming in peace. And they're just trying to come over here to gather all the starseeds of this planet.
So when you remote view, did you pick up on that intention as well?
Yes and no. I believe that the direct reptilians, will be coming to Earth, but as to know what the exact intent, that I couldn't really say.
They're coming to sap the juice out of our 5G towers. We're flying too close to the sun, so now... he calls them the Draco Reptilians. Now they're coming to take all of our G's. No! But apparently other remote viewers were saying that they're coming in peace to take all the starseeds. If you're on TikTok, you're familiar with that nomenclature. Starseeds are people that believe that they are aliens inhabiting a human vessel at the moment. There's a little more nuance to it than that, of course. There's different degrees of starseeds. There's even a totem pole, like an upper echelon of starseeds that inhabit this planet and the bodies on it. It's a whole lot. That's a big old can of worms. Anyway, though, this sounds a lot like Rapture for the starseeds. So we've got... the galactic hall monitors or whatever coming in here saying, we're just here for your starseeds and then we'll leave. So they're gonna rapture starseeds and skedaddle? But why, though? Why even bother making the whole trip out here?
Well, this is an extraordinary development.
It is.
You remote viewed 3i Atlas. Did you do that on your own, or were you tasked with this assignment?
I was tasked by the same intelligence people I'm working with to look at the object, because those had concerns. But what I saw as a remote viewer was a mothership with occupants on board, and they were mostly Draco reptilian occupants.
Okay.
We pulled the mask off the Scooby-Doo villain. These aliens are actually Draco reptilians. I've been saying it all along. I knew from the get-go, you cannot trust the Draco reptilians. They're always up to something fishy. They're always scheming, those Draco reptilians. I also love how the guy he's talking to just takes all of it at face value. He's like, wow, this is an incredible development. I knew it. This is incredible stuff. Wow, Draco reptilians, that's amazing. Extraordinary. So you saw them? Wow. Yeah, no, I'll just take you at your word. I believe you. It's just so crazy, man. He's just spouting gobbledygook, and people just accept it. For some reason, there are people that actually put stock into this whole remote viewing nonsense.
That's what, I saw as a remote viewer.
And that was corroborated by other remote viewers seeing the same thing.
That's correct. Yes.
The ship and Draco.
That's correct. One of them is John Vivenko, who is also a known remote viewer, and he announced it publicly as well. And other people from the Stargate program as well. So they basically all came up with the same idea.
Well, can't argue with that. That's pretty irrefutable. Other remote viewers confirming what the others are saying. We now have a group of people all saying the same thing. They closed their eyes and saw Draco reptilians. We need to take this more seriously. I think I've been clowning on it a bit too much, but that right there at the end, that sealed the deal. It's Draco reptilians and 3i Atlas heading our way, and we've got to get ready. Now, I'm not overly familiar with Draco reptilians, but I'm gonna go take a nap and remote view, see if I can learn anything in my dreams about them. If I find any of their weaknesses, I'll be sure to share it with all of you, but just start preparing the best you can for the arrival of the Draco reptilians. The remote viewers are trying to warn us. They've already touched base with them on 3i Atlas all the way out there in the cosmos. So, yeah, anyway. Pretty cool shit. That's about it. See ya. When I say the word gamer, you instinctively picture a man with chiseled abs, bulging muscles, facial hair, grisly features, a real man's man. But yesterday we proved girls can be gamers too. Yesterday, GB, Frivy Fox, and I teamed up in Twitch Rivals Apex tournament and placed 9th place out of 16 teams. About a month ago, Jacksepticeye, Cryotic, and I played in the same tournament, and we placed 10 out of 10 teams. So this is a big fucking improvement. In all fairness, though, this tournament format was a lot shittier. It sucked a lot more asshole. The format was you play 3 rounds with 2 matches each, so you play a total of 6 games. And out of those 6 games, the 3 of us placed in top 5 in 5 out of 6 of them, and we won 1 game, which gave us enough to come in 9th place, tied with a couple other teams. It was a big fucking event. So go ahead and check out some clips from this bad boy. Fuck yeah, I hope you got a condom on. It's worth noting that our team name is Testosterone, so you can see it at the end of the video at the scoreboard there when you see it tied for fucking 9th place, baby. Originally we were going to be 2 queefs, 1 beef, or 2 girls, 1 cup of G Fuel, but neither of those flew, so Testosterone is what we were allowed to roll with. I'm gonna just try and finish him off here. Ooh, baby, that was a big dick play. Oh my lord. Was that on the Jumbotron? Sweet Jesus. Those poor children. I just ruined their entire day. Hey, you're on the Jumbotron, GB.
Hey, GB!
Congrats! Yeah, this is a pretty shitty round for them to choose.
I know.
That's rough.
Run in.
I swear to God, it gets bigger. Just wait till the actual tournament. Growers, not showers, baby.
Oh, yep, right in front of bunker.
I'm coming in hot.
Yeah, they're in there.
Open your mouth, pussies! The medicine!
Can they hear on the Jumbotron or just watch?
Oh, Jesus, they switched perspectives. I'm on. Oh, Jesus, the pressure's on me now. This wetware that you can find at Culture Studios
Slash critical merch is getting so hot. I'm just gonna have to take this bad boy off. The pressure's too much.
Yeah, I found out you can't shoot through that window real quick.
Hold on, tactical text message real quick. I've been prolonging it.
Did they say that the fun fact about me was that I've never been in a tournament? Because that's what I put down.
Yeah, well, I don't think they did any fun facts. The fun fact for me might have been the free sub with Twitch Prime.
I'm gonna run with you.
Alright, I got one down. There's one more on me.
Here.
Purple armor, purple armor. Oh, I'm bailing out.
I'm coming. Okay. They're going around. On us, for be honest. Yep. We will go quiet.
AFK!
Wingman guy. Wait, I need heals. Come in here.
I got the last guy.
I'm gonna just take his items.
There's one more Pathfinder. I have 12 bullets. His shield's off.
I'm gonna finish this dude. Oh, he's already dead.
I got him. That was the last one. This will be a big round. This will be a big one. You hear that sound?
What is it?
The war drums.
Oh, I thought you were slapping cheeks.
No, yeah, it's my inner thighs.
Wait, no. Someone's worse. Someone has 4 points. We're doing great. We are doing great,
Wait,
guys.
what? Someone has 4 points?
Where do you see this? We have 11 points. What?
What do you mean we're the worst seed? Someone got 4 points. Hold my dick. We're in second to last.
That's right, baby. That's right. We get to brag. We just gonna pee on the floor. It's gonna be fucking great.
Oh, on me. Jesus, right here.
Yep.
Oh, spread those legs. I've got a surprise. Is he still following, you think? He is.
Yep. Yeah, he is. Yes! Come on, baby. Yes! Oh my, yeah, baby! Can you tell them we're in a tournament and to relax?
Yeah, for real. Can someone DDoS these guys? Come on, how am I missing these shots?
Are you cosplaying Attack on Titan? Oh my god. Why are people so confused that I'm cosplaying Wraith? We're in an Apex tournament!
Yes! Elspeth's team got 0 in game 2 as well.
Yeah! We are a good effort, capital E.
We did it! Not last place!
I'm hella proud.
I'm gonna go finish off the Mirage. He's getting picked up right now.
Come on, please, just frick, man. What am I doing?
There's another team here. There's 2 teams. 1 down. Okay, I finished them. I'm fucking feeling the gamer hormones in my testicles again. Where is he?
Oh, he's almost down. Let's go, Privy. 12. Come on.
Oh, I can't get up.
12, 24,
I got him. Knocked.
Nice. You wanna come with me, Privy? Stay together. Wait, I hear. Is that Moise? Okay.
No, it's not me.
Nope, that's not you.
No.
He's in here then.
Hold on. Don't be too reckless, girls.
I'm
coming.
He's almost down.
Go.
Oh, there's still another one.
No. It's a self revive. Just finish him. Yeah.
Yes,
Fuck yeah.
Yes.
Finally.
Beautiful soul.
That makes my dick rock hard. Finally. Hard dicks all around. 2 beefs, 1 queef, or 2 queefs, 1 beef.
Yeah, I got 1 kill, bitches! The sound's coming from both of you guys. Mike's right now.
We're just boys being boys. What can I say?
Come here, bud. Oh, you're peeing right on stream, aren't you? Good boy. My dog's pissing on the ground.
What a trooper. That about sums up the tournament format, honestly.
That's because I can't take you out. Yeah! Good boy, pissing on the ground.
I like how they faded out me saying that my dick was rock hard. I think that was a little unnecessary.
Up there because we're too hard to edit. Yeah, Privy! Yes, Privy! Yes! Yes! You beautiful soul!
That makes my dick rock hard.
You came in 14!
Hey!
14!
Fuck yeah! Well, actually, to be honest, we tied for 9th.
We tied for 9th, everybody.
Crazy week for clowns making absolute fools of themselves at sporting events in the stands. We had the Polish millionaire CEO who stole the hat from that kid, and now, I'm sure a lot of you have already seen the clip, we have this Karen at a Phillies game steal a baseball from a kid. Now, I haven't used the word Karen in a while. It's been many moons since that's left my lips. It's nomenclature I've retired. It became too oversaturated and started losing its meaning. But come on, look at her. It's like she was made in a lab to be a Karen. It's like if Meat Canyon made a caricature of a Karen. She just epitomizes the meaning behind the insult. Like, it is hard not to refer to her as a Karen. Now, when I first saw this clip, I thought it was scripted. I thought this is one of those, like, planted actor moments that a lot of sporting teams do, like, where they have actors pretend like the guy's proposing to the girl and she says no and spits on him, pours her drink over his head, that kind of thing. But it's all fake, part of the show, just to be entertaining. This is just, like, so perfect that I thought it was probably just make-believe, just for the sake of, like, a viral clip. It's apparently real. I thought for sure this was just someone playing the role of a Karen, like wearing a wig and shit with the attitude, and the way the guy reacts to her approach is like cartoonish, where he like freaks out and he like throws up his hands like he's about to fight, but he does like one of these and kind of reacts the same way my mom used to during jump scares in horror movies. But it's real. And the reason he reacted that way is because she ran up on him when he wasn't looking and fucking shouted at him. So it actually did jump scare him. Like, I totally understand his reaction now after seeing the other angles. I'll show you the other angles in just a moment. But the father didn't want to keep, like, arguing with her. It seems like he just wanted that shit to end ASAP. So he put the kibosh on it by just saying, here, fine, take the ball. Just leave us alone, you fucking Scrooge. Just get out of here. You know, just scram. So, like, he's just like, okay, whatever, take the ball. And she leaves. So now she has taken the ball away from that guy's son. Because he got the ball and immediately gave it to his son. And the kid looks very upset about it. Not that it looks like the lady gives a fuck at all. This might be the happiest moment of her life. It looks like she feeds off misery. She's like a fucking Dementor here, making sure that she saps the fun away from the other people in the stands. You'll see what I mean in just a moment. Let me show you another angle, though, of her talking is not the right word for it, yelling at the guy. God, the voice of a banshee. She is screeching at him about how he took it from her. So she is claiming that when the ball was hit into the stands, she had her hands on it first and he ripped it out of her paws. I decided to break out my monocle and cosplay as a detective here, seeing if I could find evidence to support her claim that she had it first and he took it from her hands. So I decided to walk it through state-of-the-art technology and put it into slow motion here, so that way I could try and analyze the footage to see if I could find any proof of the claim. But unfortunately, there are no conclusive results because the individual in the green shirt in front there blocks it, which kind of like censors what happens. But trying to activate my mind's eye here and like try x-ray vision, it looks like she and the guy next to her do actually like get close to the ball. But from where the guy in the red shirt gets it, it seems too far away for them to have reached it. So I think what happened is they might have like tried to get it and they might have like even, you know, touched it, but it doesn't look like they ever actually grabbed it. It looks more like they were trying to recover a fumble in football and it got away from them. Plus, I don't see any like obvious ripping motion from the dad here. Like if he ripped it out of her hands, you would see him like have like resistance, like he'd have to like pull it away from something, but instead it looks more like he just grabs it and then walks away with it. If she was actually holding on to it and he tore it from her hands like she's claiming, there would have been like a struggle, like resistance there, which I just don't see in the clip. So I find her claims a bit dubious. It's hard to know for sure with 100% certainty, obviously, because you can't see it, but it just doesn't, like, what I can tell doesn't lead me to believe that she's right, that he took it away from them. To me, it seems like she believes the ball belonged to her because it did, like, hit their seats. You can actually see it hit the seats, like, closest to them in this other angle here, but it doesn't look like they ever actually got their hands on it. It doesn't look like she ever actually had the ball, like gripped it, or maybe even touched it. Like, I'm not even sure she ever even, like, actually touched the ball at any point. It looked like it rolled away from them after it hit the chairs.
You asshole! You fucking asshole! Hey, get out of there! Hear it! Hear it!
You see what I mean? I don't think she ever actually had the ball. I think there's a bunch of barnacles that she's trying to pull here, and then, like, attacking the guy to get the ball back to her. It's hers. It's her precious. And then he just decides to, just to stop all this, you know, hoopla. Which actually ended up being a really good decision because his son got more than just a baseball. The kid actually did get to go get a signed bat from one of the Phillies players. So it ended up working out really well there. And now this lady just has a ball that's got a lot of, like, fucking cursed energy on it now from this absolute fucking diabolical display that she put on. Now, I would like to show you, though, that she doesn't just take out her wrath on this father here. All the people around them were making fun of her for it, so she went, like, up into some other guy's face yelling at him.
Yeah, you tell it! Woo! Oh, shit!
I had to cut the audio from this part here because of a song that plays during it, but she gets right up in this guy's face barking at him. So I'm guessing he was saying something about, like, her behavior being embarrassing or something, so she did not take that lightly.
The classes are off! Karen is ready! Yeah! Wow! Bill! You fucking idiot! Put your glasses on!
The guy filming this had me giggling when he went full Adam Sandler there at the end. Jeremy! Doing one of those. But yeah, everyone around them that saw this happen is now making fun of her. And she's very upset about it, so she literally goes into that guy's face, like, hooting and hollering, and then she's like, bragging about, you know, having the ball now, this and that. So she seems pretty insufferable. From everything I've seen, I don't think there's anything to support her side of the story that she had the ball and this guy ripped it from her hands. I see nothing to indicate that being the case. And it seems like even, you know, Phillies and Marlins here, like the actual organizations, are on the father's side here that what happened was pretty uncalled for. Anyway, though, wanted to talk about this a bit because everyone is dunking on her right now. This is once again blown up to the same levels as, like, the Polish CEO. It's pretty crazy how often this is happening now. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's it. So yeah. I am filthy pig stink greasy right now, and I was just about to hop in the shower, get all clean and bathed with my cheeky soap, but as I was getting the towel, I had a memory hit my hippocampus like a Jimmy Neutron brain blast. Earlier today when I was streaming during a tournament, I saw a ton of people ask me for hours what I thought of Watch Mojo making fools of themselves. Like, the Watch Mojo crash out is what they were saying. And when I saw it initially, I had to do like a triple take, because I hadn't seen the name Watch Mojo in who knows how long. I'm telling you, 2026 is dusting off some fucking old school villain cameos here, like James Charles and now Watch Mojo. So I decided to pump the brakes on the whole hygiene thing so I could take a look at this before I lost the memory again forever, just have it fall into the void. And it is kind of wacky, so I do kind of want to yap about it because it's really goofy. And WatchMojo is, again, a name that I think probably most of you haven't thought of in a long time. They were one of like the earliest corpo slop YouTube channels that capitalized off of, here's the 5 most terrifying Disney deaths. Here's the 8 most important lessons we learned from The Poop That Took a Pee, the musical. That kind of thing. It was just algorithm bait in the early-ish YouTube era that caught fire, blew up, and they became like a conglomerate. Nowadays, you never hear that name brought up, not even as an insult. It's just a forgotten relic of the first wave of corporatization of YouTube content. But they didn't close their doors and sail off into the sunset. They still are out there with a sad whimper, just petering through and still desperately clinging to their formula that doesn't really work anymore, but they're still just tooting out the slime goop that they always did. 13 times toothpicks appeared in Quentin Tarantino films, or top 10 moments AI made the internet mad, that kind of shit. And recently, they made a comment that everyone has been dunking on, and that's why WatchMojo is being talked about right now, because people are making fun of them for their crash out.
Well, a YouTuber known as Voyan released a video called WatchMojo's Downfall Should Be Celebrated. The video talks about how WatchMojo was some of the first slop content on YouTube and has slowly decreased in views over the years. Not that their content was ever high quality, but it's definitely gotten a little bit worse.
A little bit worse? What are you smoking? Get off the crack pipe, Buster. Who doesn't want to look at the top 10 AI-generated songs? That's some heat right there. They're cooking. I think they're about to enter their golden age again. I got a hunch. Anyway, a YouTuber named Voyan made a video covering kind of just like the whole history of WatchMojo, the time period in which it existed, where it was prominent, and also where it is today and how everything's kind of unraveled for them. Anyway, it is a video that is pretty harsh on WatchMojo. And, well, they weren't about to take that on their bellies. They weren't just gonna bend over for them. So, they decided to fight back. And what battlefield did they choose for this pugilistic combat with a mean YouTube video about them? You guessed it, the YouTube comment section. They left a little piece of their mind down there, and it's pretty embarrassing. They opened strong by saying, "The day no one talks you is the day you are irrelevant, so thank you." They couldn't even get their first sentence coherent. The day no one talks you, huh? That seems like some shit that someone would rapidly type in a League of Legends solo queue game as they are melting down from inting. How do you even fuck that up? They are a company. This isn't just a guy. This is a company that's posting this, by the way. Okay, never heard of your channel, and I admit I didn't see the video, but a few points. Yeah, these are going to be really strong points. When you haven't even watched the fucking video you're responding to, what in tarnation? In 2006, when we first started, we were obviously a bit ahead of the curve. In 2012, when every channel was some vlogger sitting on the couch, we mastered our signature style, and many cried as it looked more like VH1, MTV, ESPN, and not what the vocal minority viewed as YouTube content, aka corporate brand shit. That was the complaint, that it felt soulless, that you were just delivering off of like, here's 5 games, okay, and there they are. That was the complaint. And it didn't look like VH1, MTV, or ESPN. It looked like just fucking montage of 5 things that you found on Reddit that you put into your top 5 games that have punching mechanics. That was what people were talking about there. The challenge in media is staying relevant, keeping your audience guessing, etc. What guesswork is there with a WatchMojo list? What the fuck? Companies like BuzzFeed, Vice, Vox, and channels that inspired themselves by us, by their own admission, all came and went. We managed to both keep our OG fans happy and innovate. Is there such thing as a WatchMojo fan? I feel like that's not real. That's just a fairy tale. That's like being a lobotomy enthusiast. I feel like WatchMojo doesn't have fans. It has bots or has people that just had the YouTube running in the background and Watch Mojo came on through autoplay. Or 12 years ago, they saw the title 8 times that sci-fi movies used a whoopee cushion. Some shit like that. And then they stumbled across a Watch Mojo video. But I don't think there's people that are like actively salivating over the next Watch Mojo release. Like, I can't wait to see what AI generated song is popping this time around. Can't wait for Watch Mojo to deliver. If by downfall you mean being a survivor, having 100 plus FTEs who earn their living with us, then I will take it. How does Watch Mojo have 100 plus full-time employees? I'm assuming that's what FTE stands for. There's no way. That has to be a lie, or that is the most bloated company for the simplest dog shit ever. That has to be the easiest job on the planet. They're patting themselves on the back for still drooling out the lists, but it's not like they're doing well. That's kind of like one of the big points of the video they're responding to that they admit they haven't even watched. Like, they're hanging on in the same way that Blockbuster is. Like, yeah, there's still one left, but you wouldn't really call it, like, super healthy, but at least Blockbuster has its own charm to it. Watch Mojo has nothing. But they're over here like, any publicity is good publicity, you're talking about us, so how the fuck is that irrelevant? Checkmate. Also, this may be inside baseball, but you are aware that a VOD is YouTube 1.0, and the platform is evolved, right? I could break it down for you, but why bother? Hint, viewers are spending nearly an hour per watch session watching our content. We are, in the ways that matter, more pertinent than ever. Holy delusion. Yikes. As per Sound Mojo, again, think of 2012 when the vocal minority whined and then we got the last laugh. Then they sign off with a mic drop. Haters, envious, jealous people are fuel to our fire. The reply right under it had a big giggle out of me. It says, this is like the Ouija board speaking back. I thought that was a banger. Pretty stupid to respond to something they didn't even watch in the first place, and they just come across as like a bitter, delusional douchebag organization. What a dumb response. And again, they didn't watch the video, so they have like nothing to even like refute or even really dive in about. They just instead suck their own cock about like how long they've been around and how they were ahead of the curve. And actually, based on the data that matters, are more pertinent now than ever, which is just provably false. They are not. Unless they're going by like watch time metrics where they themselves are juicing it by auto-playing to bots or something, they are not as pertinent as ever. Anyone can look that up and see that that's just a full-blown lie. Maybe they're trying to like convince investors or something, I don't know, but it's not going to work on like sane people. It's just a really baffling decision because they didn't need to like respond to it or anything. And it's not like they're known for clapping back against people that make fun of them. It just feels so out of nowhere. So it is wacky, and I did want to yap about it because why? why do that? Maybe it is just like one person who has the password to the account that felt personally attacked by it. Maybe it's the owner. I don't know. But yeah, pretty silly. That's really about it. So yeah. What's your favorite Bible story? I guess, I've said this before, the one that always stuck with me, that really like made a lasting impression, not really even in a positive way, was the story of Abraham. I don't know. That one like actually kind of frightened me. But I don't know if I'd call it my favorite. That was just the one that really like stuck with me. Why did it frighten you? That's the story of the Abraham needing to sacrifice his son. Why did he do that? It was a test of faith. He didn't actually kill his son. At the end, it was like, no, stop. You've proven your faith. So it was basically like the first prank. My favorite is Samuel 18:27, where King Saul ordered David to kill 200 dudes and take their foreskin so he can marry the king's daughter. That one gets mentioned a lot. I've talked about that one as well. I actually talked about that with Windigoon once. I'm pretty sure that was on, I can't remember where we talked about it. It might have been Red Thread. But we talked about that exact story. Other than Donkey Ollie, do you have any other memorable Bible animations you watched as a kid? Not animations, but I watched a lot of Bible Man. When I was a kid, I used to go to a Christian after-school care center. So it was a lot of, like, Bible study courses and stuff when I was a kid. Those things like Bible Man, VeggieTales, that kind of thing. VeggieTales is really, like, the only Bible animation I watched at the time. VeggieTales was actually pretty good. It was. VeggieTales was... I always enjoyed it. How accurate was this game compared to the Bible? Pretty close. It's pretty close in a lot of areas. A lot I didn't even remember. So, it was actually a faithful adaptation in a lot of ways. The story I remember the most is the story of Job, where God took everything away from Job to test his faith. That one was very sad, yeah. Job's story was another sad one. You a Christian? I'm not as spiritual as I was, but yeah, I mean, I always was growing up. Again, I got baptized twice. And like I said earlier, for my entire, like, young life, I spent after-school care in a Christian facility, like, for multiple hours after school, till my parents picked me up. But I'm not actively spiritual as I was back then. I'm just of the belief now that, like, what modern Christianity is becoming, where it's, like, very normalized to pervert the scripture into a lot of different things and try and, like, present it as something that I was always taught it wasn't, has really just soured my desire to be going and being active in the churches around me. Don't need church to be faithful. But then, I agree. I think that's completely fair. You can talk about Christy Gnome's husband and his fucking honkers, his big old melons. Yeah, that shit was wacky. You feel spiritual at all while playing, like a reminder from God? That's kind of a cute question, actually. Unironically, playing through that, like, did just feel good. Like, it is, I don't know. The actual messaging of the scripture, I think, is just a generally positive thing that if people actually did subscribe to, like, the people claim they do, it'd be a lot better. Like, the world would be a lot nicer as opposed to the way they use Christianity now, like by Paula White Cain, Kenneth Copeland, those kind of people. So playing through it reminded me of, like, oh, there's, like, really good messages here that really sucks to see what it's being turned into. People like Paula, nothing new. Jesus spoke of people like her. Oh, I know. It's just very normalized now. Did you order a Trump Bible? No, I have to, though. I gotta spend $1,000 on the Trump Bible. Increase my faith level. Speaking of, that did just remind me, I gotta check in on my Trump phone. It was supposed to be here at the end of March, according to their support guy. I'll have to check in, it's probably on its way. Can't wait for the Trump phone review. Yeah, me neither, man. Any day now. That's what they keep saying. Any day now that puppy will be delivered. I'm excited. I know it's gonna be worth the wait. They're forging the phone out of real gold, that's why it takes so long. You know you're making a joke, but what's crazy is even if they were doing that for every single phone, it would have taken less time than it currently is. And they are literally just drop shipping phones from China, and they still can't even do that. It was supposed to come out in August of 2025. It's unreal. It's unreal. Have you ever seen that video of Prophet Shepherd Bashiri pretending to levitate on camera to prove he can perform miracles? Is he the guy that also brought out an actor in a coffin and pretended to raise him from the dead? I can't remember the name of that prophet, but is it the same guy? Could be the same guy. Alright, let's see. Shepherd Bashiri? No, I don't think this is the same guy. Oh, I can feel it coming. Ah! What? Holy. He can perform miracles. Wow. Prophet Shepherd Bushiri. The Chosen One. I'm sure them recording the bottom half of... Oh, okay, here you go, trying to poke holes in a clear miracle. How do you argue with this? You can try, but you won't succeed. Irrefutable. Chris Angel did it first. True. He does that shit over the Luxor. The Luxor. We need another amazing Randy nowadays. Oh, God, you're so right. This is desperately required. 1000%. We need a new James Randi. Yep, Resident Evil 1.5, baby. This was supposed to be Resident Evil 2, and then it got canned and restarted to be the RE2 that everyone knows and loves. But this was the original vision. Apparently it's got a crazy history. I was reading a little bit about it. Can't believe you're actually playing this one. Why? I'm telling you, man, I'm doing every Resident Evil game. The only games I'm not doing are just the ports. I feel like there's no reason to just do ports. Let's do Elza Walker. Now, Elza Walker has never been, like, revived in the series, right? The only Elza Walker experience. Bizarre incident occurred... Oh, didn't get a chance. It was later revealed that the terrible disaster had been caused by the T-virus. A mutagenic toxin created by the international corporation Umbrella Incorporated. The Raccoon Police Department Special STARS unit began an immediate investigation. The case was apparently closed thanks to the efforts of STARS members Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine. But the Umbrella Corporation's experiments were far from finished. Nice, huge recap. Oh, God. the controls are back. Man, the flip-flopping from, like, modern controls to tank controls and going back and forth is such a brain buster. Because I just did Resident Evil 0, which had modern controls. Wow. Wow. That's a ton. What? I see some ammo. Get me out, get me out, get me out. That really does look like Jeffrey Epstein right there, the bottom right. I saw that in the promotional material for the game. This might take me a while to beat. Holy shit, everything is just unlocked. And I still haven't found a weapon. Actually, every single door in this place is just unlocked. No, this is 1.5. This is the 80 or 90% build or whatever. And apparently they hid the gun in the other 5% because I cannot fucking find it anywhere. Oh. Oh! Usually if it's something you can pick up, it's like glowing. But I guess this was never finished, so maybe they didn't put that final sheen on it. I see. Okay. Is it actually 2 shots to kill in this game? That's incredible. Oh my god, there's a ton. There goes all my ammo. Did he just get up? They both just got up? What? What? How many shots did they take? Okay. Really? Grow up. They both got up again. I feel like they're immortal. There's nothing over here either. Excellent. Good start. Good start. Okay, so the zombies there are mortal, and there's also nothing there for me. Lesson learned. Okay, it's not looking good. Can you kill the zombies in this build? I have 30 shots and I've dumped almost all of them on zombies so far, and have killed 0. There's also so many! Jesus! What the fuck? I think it's useless to try and fight the zombies. They don't die. They take so many bullets and they don't stay down long. They're all about to get up again. Yeah, that's just not worth. Give me my ammo back. Did this actually happen? 1.5 is famously based on a true story, yeah. They had to cancel it, unfortunately, because of that. A lot of the victims came forward about the ethical implications of publishing the game. I hear squelching! They're clipping through the wall. And this is the biggest typewriter of all time. Holy shit, it's like one of those keyboards that you step on. Like at the kids' stores. Like for the toys. Like at Toys R Us back in the day. What the fuck am I supposed to do in here? I gotta tell you, I don't know why this wasn't the Resident Evil 2 that shipped. It doesn't make sense to me. This is perfect. Yeah, there's nothing to do there. Okay, so nothing can die. This is the strongest T-virus we've ever seen. Okay. My only option is save states, then. Ah, shit! Can't believe you didn't skip this one. Why, I'm not a bitch. I finished my plate. I said I'd do all the Resident Evil games, and I meant it. Clean Plate Club. Okay, what the fuck? Actually, okay. Literally every single room has had nothing in it, by the way. I mean, this game's not even complete. I kind of want to see everything this has to offer. And I'm wandering around aimlessly with my dick in my hand. Maybe I will just watch a walkthrough. Let's see. They're on a different build because their room is super different from mine. What the fuck? Getting a lot of ammo, which is completely worthless considering everything's immortal. But I guess it's cool to have. Hang in there, you the only officer left in the building? Who are you? My name's Elza, what's yours? Elza, huh? I'm Roy. That wound, did one of those things get you? How horrible. The precinct isn't safe anymore. Those things broke through the rear shutters and got in. The bastards at Umbrella caused all this. What do you mean? My friend John should still be in the underground cell block. Please, you have to help him. No! We lost Roy! Roy! Hey, you must be John, right? Get up now! What do you want? I'm trying to sleep here. Why does he have a gun in his cell? What kind of prison is this? Oh wait, this isn't a prisoner. This is the guy Roy was talking about. I can just enter every cell here for some reason. Okay. John, how did you not notice these zombies in the cell directly across from you? You guys are actual neighbors. You can look at each other. How did he not know? Shit. That is what I was talking about. Looks like some kind of gorilla. That would explain how they managed to enter through the... John, what will we do now? Elza, I'll try to distract them while you try to get out of here. Hurry! Alright, John, get him! John, you're not distracting them. John! How are you John! John! He just blue screened. Good distraction, John! Is he okay in there? They ate him! John! Ow! 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 Fuck, I'm in a cutscene, stop! Hey, John. Good shooting. Elza, hurry up! Oh, Pochita! That's a little Easter egg from the modders that put or compiled it, I guess. Huge. Oh god, why? Why won't you aim? God damn it. I don't think that was the right floor anyway, it's not that big a deal. Holy shit, did that just die? That's like the first thing that can die in this game. Oh! What a fight we've just had. I will always remember you for your strength. Nowhere to go up here. Can't drop down. Can I just jump on it and get to the other side? Can I fall down here? Like in Resident Evil 0? Oh yeah, there we go. Nope. That clipped me out. I wonder, can I use this? Let me see if I can hit like a trigger. Made my way back. Okay, I climbed something. Now I'm airwalking. Get even higher. I might be onto a huge speedrun discovery here. If I can clip to the other side. Oh my god, wait. This could be super usable. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Open the door, reset me. Actually, it actually reset me. I wonder if that just saved me a ton of time. Where did that put me? Oh! Wait, I know exactly where I am. This put me back on speedrun route. This is where I go for Sherry and John. Hey, what's up, guys? Oh, it looks like it's glitched, though. Oh, fuck. Hold on, maybe this will reset it. Oh my god, it worked! The speedrun wizard! He does it again! You skipped the bomb and fuse, that's wild. You love to see it. You love to see it! Man, did you see the way I strategized, though? The second I saw I was airwalking, I knew what I needed to do. I got another boost to get a little higher so I could clip through the wall, go through to the other side of that door. Oh my god, the neurons were activated. I didn't listen to a word he said, I'm gonna be honest. I was kind of glazing myself. Alright. We're back on speedrun. What's wrong? Why did you start running? Elza, I know a secret way in. A secret entrance? It's here, I can get inside through this hole. Sherry, wait. I'll unlock the back door from the other side, just wait by the door, okay? Hey, you brat, that's dangerous, get back here. Put it down, John. Does Sherry have a gun? No way I can use a gun as the kid. Oh shit. Didn't know I had it equipped. No, I can't. Damn. What's crazy is, in the 40% build or whatever, this box is just already under that. But in this one, they're like, no, we need to move the box a little further away just so it's extra tedious. Bastards. I'm glad this got scrapped. Fuck them. Oh, what a move. Holy. Oh, I went the wrong way. Wow, the camera angle's changing a lot right now. I'm so lost. What? Huh? Why was there 20 different camera angles there? The big gorillas are back. Ow! Damn, he took a really smart angle there. Damn, these are some tight corridors. Pardon me? Pardon me? Can you let me through? Hey, can you just let me through, man? You mind letting me through? Hey, can I just come through? Brother, let me squeeze by you. On your left! Just a little bit more. A little bit more, if you don't mind. Hey, brother, just a couple more steps back. Do they do damage? Like, how am I still alive? What is going on? Okay, let's move you. He's stuck. Okay, there we go. I cannot believe that worked. Hold on. I feel like I should just reset. No! It can't be! It's Sherry's dad! Was that voice acting? Troy Baker. So true. Take that! Nice. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I think when I did my glitch that I was able to skip so much, it's made me invincible. I took 2 hits from the boss and 45 hits from the monkey. I feel like Elsa's, like, she's wearing a motorcycle suit, like, it's got some cushioning, like some padding. Don't think it can tank that much. Just a hunch. It's just a hunch.
Charlie.
100% he just said Charlie. Am I on the crack pipe? I think he was supposed to say Sherry, but he said Charlie. Oh my god, the Resident Evil devs are talking to me from 1997 right now. Oh no. Well, there goes the God mode theory. Holy. That wallop. Holy. Sherry, you can't be sleeping here. There's creatures and mutants and all kinds of shit. John, I read some files in this research center. I found some terrifying things. She's been infected by what they were working on here. Elsa, have a look at this. He just gives her the finger. Elsa, take a peek at this. It's been processed! We did it! We made the vaccine! That was easy. That was what, like 15 seconds? Wow. We got the G vaccine. Let's go. Wow, that was so easy. Ada! No! It's Ada. She's dead. It looks like one of those gorillas killed her. No! So now do I just run it back? Sherry, how'd you get over here? It looks like Marvin has a like a text box glued on top of him. Where's Leon? He's fighting off monsters. He wants you to start the train. I'll do it. Okay. So much for needing to power it. Okay, I'll go start it. A high-yield generator that supplies power to the inside facilities and the train. I will definitely turn that on. Whoa! What the fuck? Ah! No! Elsa, get up! Got him! The power already has been supplied to the train! I gotta get back to the train! Go, go, go! I really hope you have enough for the next boss. That wasn't the final boss? Oh, fuck. Can I go train car to train car? No. Oh, I got stuck. Ugh. I can't tell if these are hitting. I'm not seeing any blood, so my guess is no. Every shot hit and he's still not dead. Okay. Can I reach with the knife? Clutch. Actually built different. Thank you for playing! No, thank you for making it! Yeah! We did it! That's, I guess as close to a credit roll as this game gets. Well, we did it. That's another one in the books, ladies and gentlemen. We are cooking! Quick little review of it. It was fine. Like, it had some interesting ideas. Like, I can see why they scrapped it. The story was horrible. Like, they really butchered the narrative for 1.5 there. I can see why that was, like, a problem point that they didn't like. No, like, I really don't think it was bad. I think it was a blessing in disguise. They scrapped it because the Resident Evil 2 that did come out obviously became iconic. So they made the right call. If they had released this, I could see Resident Evil dying off. I don't know if it'd die off, but it'd be very just lukewarm. Resident Evil 1 is amazing. That is much worse than Resident Evil 1, just across the board. So it would have definitely put a damper on people's perception of the franchise. It would have hurt. No doubt. But I don't think it would have died off. It just would have been mid. Anyone remember the plot to Kingsman where the bad guy had that special technology that had people's brains just kind of get fried and they all couldn't resist the urge to just kill each other? Just violence out the wazoo? Yeah, that technology exists right now. It's called Pokemon cards. There are so many fights breaking out from Pokemon scalpers, and there's some new ones that I want to show you today. I know I've already covered quite a few, but these are 3 brand new ones, fresh out of the oven here. These muffins are still steaming, and one of them gets pretty bloody. What started as a wholesome hobby for children has been completely hijacked by the stinkiest, greasiest, most aggressive losers you could ever possibly imagine. And they love to fight. You know, there's chemicals in the water turning the frogs gay and the scalpers violent, because it's getting brutal now. Anywhere that sells Pokemon cards has become the salty spittoon. It is a PvP-enabled zone. It is deplorable. Card shops getting robbed every single day, many times a day, actually. Armed robberies often too now, it seems. And now fights are becoming even more commonplace at businesses that sell Pokemon cards from these stinky fucking worms, man. It's crazy. Now, if you want to avoid being stinky and greasy and a loser, you better start showering using Cheeky soap. It's the best soap in the universe. Go to usecheeky.com right now. Get some of our soap.
Everyone just gonna look. I'll look.
No.
Nope, you didn't hit it, bud.
No, get the fuck out of here. That's the same, bro. You for real?
Are you for real? Are you fucking kidding me?
Chill. We were sitting here for an hour. Chill.
One of those rare scenarios where everything and everyone in here seems peculiar. So this guy rolls up, I'm guessing he's got like his meta glasses on, so Dweeb kind of rolls up, scoots in sideways after locating the Pokemon card vending machine, and then goes to get a box out of it. There were 3 dudes standing in front of it, all on their phone, but they're not interacting with it. Even though the machine is on, it's functional, they're just standing there idly. I guess they all entered low power mode or something. So, like, it's clear they're there for the machine, but this guy cuts in front of them and goes for a box, and then one of the other guys activates and he says, nope, that's not going to happen, and then instantly, like, throws him against the shopping carts, like, it's the WWE, so he's throwing him against the turnbuckle, and then the guy, like, grabs him by the neck, like Homer Simpson to Bart, and he says, are you kidding me? While, like, getting strangled. Now, the guy who went for the box was also instantly aggressive because the other guy's like, no, not gonna happen. He's like, you didn't touch it, dude. So, like, if there was a legitimate confusion, I feel like he would have expressed that, like, oh, sorry, I didn't know you were waiting. You were just standing there. I was unsure of what was going on. Like, I feel like if there was real, like, innocent confusion over not knowing if they were there to get something or if they were waiting for someone or something, he would have expressed that as opposed to just like, snooze you lose, pal. I'm getting my Pokemon cards to scalp on Facebook Marketplace first. Sorry. Like, I feel like his response is already combative too. And then the other guy escalates by throwing him in the shopping carts. Then it leads to the neck grab there.
Chill with that, bro. You really gonna do that?
Are you really doing this?
Fuck the Falcons, by the way. Keep pounding, bro.
Oh, real cool. What the Gaber sitting here fucking clutching shit. Oh, good one, buddy.
You can actually hear the lump in this guy's throat starting to develop as the tears are welling there. Good one, buddy, he said, sniffling on the way out. Like, what do you even mean, good one? All he did was call you a pussy. Like, that's all. It's not like he was trying to roast you or anything. He just said you were a pussy. That's all. And he walked away saying, like, gay birds here talking shit, I think is what he said. Like, now, I again don't really understand what they were doing there. The guy said they'd been waiting for an hour. To do what? Like, the machine is still just sitting right there. Are they waiting for, like, a restock on the machine or something? Like, they're sitting there trying to spawn camp it, which has become extremely normal, by the way, for these fucking losers to stand around these Pokemon card vending machines like it's the magic conch out of SpongeBob. So I think maybe that's what they were doing. They were sitting there for an hour waiting for it to be restocked with the product they wanted. But in that case, why would it matter if this guy came up and got one of the boxes that none of them were interacting with in the first place? I don't really get it. It doesn't make sense to me unless I'm misunderstanding what they were doing there for an hour. This whole thing is so odd, and I can't even imagine the shamelessness to get handsy and, like, pugilistic over your placement in the Pokemon card vending machine queue, or, like, trying to cut in there to desperately get your paws on a Pokemon box there. Like, to start, like, fighting over it is so cringe, man. These scalpers, like, I don't know how they don't have any shame at all. It's impressive.
Round two.
This one's just a little quick one. This one's kind of just like a little hors d'oeuvre for you here of a fight for Pokemon cards. I don't know what led to it. I don't have a whole lot of context. But there was a scuffle that broke out, apparently over Pokemon cards, and it ends with that guy getting him in like a headlock there. And the cameraman saying round 2. So I don't know if this is like the second time like that they've tussled like in that afternoon, or if this is a thing that keeps happening between these two guys. They keep meeting up here and squaring off over Pokemon cards. Either way, it's pathetic.
This isn't guys. Stop. Stop. Oh yeah. Stop. Stop.
Stop pulling!
Okay,
Get your shot.
We're not fucking doing that here.
What do you mean they can't do that here? You sell Pokemon cards at this establishment, right? It's a fight club, fundamentally, then. This is exactly where you go to exchange some knuckle sandwiches. Now, according to the Poke Street's description here, it's not known what exactly caused this altercation between these two gentlemen, but I think we can make an educated guess based on the ambiance of the card shop. Pokemon seems to be a pretty integral piece of its identity. I would say it was likely something to do with some Pokemon cards. Just a hunch. This one gets kind of wild, though. This one, there are some blows that are connecting. They are swinging on each other. It does get a bit bloody. This one's one of the more brutal fights I've seen over Pokemon cards, outside of the guy that got stabbed over Pokemon cards a few months back.
Guys, stop! This isn't needed. Yo, guys. What the fuck?
Johnny.
Come on, bro.
You little bitch. Stop
I
on
don't give a
camera.
fuck, bro. I don't give a fuck, bro. I don't give a fuck, bro.
Get sued.
You the one over here going crazy. Why are you fucking swinging on him if you don't want any altercation?
Swinging, what
Just
swing,
sign
bro?
you.
Oh, whatever. I'm getting him off him.
Yo, chill out, guys.
The guy who's pushing the other one like it's a weight sled is now leaking a little bit. His nose has been popped. His snoot got booped there. So he's now dripping blood all over the floor of the card shop here. And the guy who's pushing him back and eating punches like it's a bowl of cereal is threatening to sue him. He makes that threat multiple times. I'm not a lawyer, but I feel like you'd have a really hard time winning that case when it seems like he is also aggressively pursuing this confrontation. And according to the comments, he may have even been the aggressor in the beginning too. Again, it's not entirely confirmed or not, but I think you'd have a really hard time winning that lawsuit there. He'd have to really fucking get Saul on the horn.
Bro, I don't care,
Oh, this is gonna be so good for me.
Guys! Stop! Guys! Stop this! Guys, come on! Guys, come on! Guys! We don't need any of this! Chill.
Your life is so fucked.
Chill.
You're like that?
Andrew,
You don't know me, dog.
Stop. Yo.
Get your stuff.
Yo, we don't need any of this going on, guys. What the fuck?
Like a dog chasing the mailman, this guy who is actively still bleeding cannot stop chasing the other guy around the store. The other guy seems to be trying to disengage with this now. He's like, all right, look, enough is enough. We've been pugilistic for far too long. Let's let bygones be bygones. He's like trying to get away from it, and the other guy just keeps saying, your life is fucked. You don't know me. He's still threatening like the lawsuit angle, and then gets pushed onto this table. He just keeps trying to go up to him. So like I said, I feel like he'd have a really hard time with that lawsuit, because it's not like he is trying to get away from it. The other guy's disengaging, and the guy who's threatening the lawsuit just keeps chasing him down for more action.
No! What the fuck? Bro, I'm coming back, bro. He's the one that's harmed, bro. Oh, yeah? You gotta get him off.
You gotta get him off him.
Big hacking me, bro. Guys,
Keep hacking at him.
Head out, dude. Head out. He's so trying to pull. Bro, what the fuck? Yo, Johnny.
Finally, they separate them again, and the guy immediately tries to go outside, but then is still followed by lawsuit Larry over here, who now is following him outside to continue the altercation further. That's where the footage cuts off, so I don't know what happened next. I'm assuming they continued the tussle out there, which, you know, I guess that's a little more civilized. They at least took it outside there, taking it out of the card shop. All over some Pokemon cards. Well, most likely. We don't know for sure what was the catalyst, but I really think we can make a good guess here. Just look at the spot. It is a card shop that clearly has a strong Pokemon presence. They're both, I think, in the Pokemon card collecting or scalping community. I think it probably stemmed from that. Anyway, though, just wanted to show you some of the more recent Pokemon card fights. The hobby is not improving at all. It is still being completely fucking destroyed by scalpers, and it's just a disaster. That's really about it. See ya. I never got into Minecraft, but I did try it when it was very first released in its alpha state, just this innocent little game that hadn't quite taken the internet by its nutsack yet, and I just didn't really care for it. But I was there super early, like a 2012 Bitcoin enthusiast, but just like those early Bitcoin enthusiasts, I didn't invest. It wasn't my cup of tea, the condom didn't fit me, I just never really got into it, but now I'm being overwhelmed with emails and requests during streams to play Minecraft, because I understand it's the hottest shit on the internet right now, so I figured it's nine years later, might as well give it another try, maybe it'll be fun. Let's check out single player. How do I build a nuclear power plant? How much dirt do I need for one of those? Change the camera. Oh, Jesus, got a little POV blowjob angle there. Well, let's get cooking, baby. There we go. First block of dirt acquired. Now the fun's setting in. I've got an idea. Bang. God, I can see the whole map from here. You know what? Fuck this. I always get told the multiplayer is the fun part. Yeah, save and quit. Wouldn't want to lose all of that remarkable progress. Let's get into the multiplayer action. Wow. Now this is what I'm fucking talking about. Now I see why people like Minecraft. I'm home. I found my new life. My second life. Like my dick. From Ass Helmet. It's very big. It's like I'm back in Sunday school. The whole aesthetic of this server makes it feel like I'm getting hacked in the early 2000s. Or that I've just been infested with adware, malware type shit. Top of the Reddit to you, milady. I got a surprise for you. There we go. You picked it up. You're my girlfriend now. Yeah, you are. Oh my goodness. Is that a bikini? Who needs the real world? Is that a penis? Who needs the real world? Ass Helmet out here free dicking it. My goddamn hero. Oh, baby. What's up, girl? Do you like gamers? How do I speak to this goddess? How do I flirt with her? Is my sexy rank not high enough? Character's confidence too low? What's the command for typing in this game? What? Wait, no! Come back, it gets bigger! No! Oh, shit. Hot PvP. What is it, like first to come loses? Battle Royale of premature ejaculation. Club sounds interesting. I don't want to build. Kiss battle, I'm in it. Yeah, baby, let's get in there. This is my kind of minigame. Let's check out the global leaderboards. This dude's got 3,669 kisses. Amateur. Time to get my sexy rank up, baby. I'm gonna be kissing bitches all day today. There we go, okay. Well, this isn't what I was expecting. Well, this doesn't... What makes this focused on kissing? It looks kind of just like a Pokemon city. Everyone's talking about me. They're laughing at me. Okay. Well, how about we stop making fun of the new guy and come help him? There we go. Oh, is this my savior? The lifeguard? Lead me out of here. Oh, is this the exit? Oh, nice. That was super nice of him. Time to shoot my shot. Come on, baby. Swipe right. Swipe right. Give me a smooch. I don't even know if you can kiss in this game, but it's called Kiss Battle, so I assume you can. Ass Helmet said yes, but I don't think this guy's Ass Helmet. I got kissed? Oh! Finally! Alright, now I think we're flirting. Here, let's take it to the next level. Get in there. I've assumed the position. Get in there. Jetpack me. Want to fuck me? Well, that's what I've come here for, yeah. Why else would I be here? How do I don't see Beach's name anywhere here. Please, I'm not trying to leave you on red, Beach. Give me a second. I'll just throw it out to the wild. Let them all know my intention. Come on, baby. Where do you want to fuck? Well, I hear imagination's the limit in Minecraft. Let's see what we've got. If possible, on a fucking cloud, you know, a bed of actual roses. I mean, all kinds of romantic shit I can think of. But what do we have at our disposal? What are our locations? Taking an awfully long time. Only at the city? Okay, I can work with that. A little boring. City's not that wild. Maybe we can do it in the library, though. Fulfill that fantasy. The old angry librarian. Is this all it is? Just kind of standing behind him while they crouch in front of you? I mean, I guess it kind of looks like doggy style. Fuck me more. I mean, alright, I'm trying. You're doing all the work here. Let's wait, where'd they go? No, wait, come back! I didn't mean to complain, I'll take it. I'll fucking take it, please, no! No, 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 no! Oh, okay, they're coming back, good. Got a little worried for a second. Alright, just keep going, fuck it. We're already here, might as well go the whole 9 yards. I wonder if there's any, like, commands for it, though. I'll ask. What is the command for the Cleveland steamer? Yeah, I wonder if there's a Cleveland steamer option in here. That'd be fucking awesome. For those that don't know, and I'm sure you all do anyway, the Cleveland steamer is where you take a shit on the chest and then put your ass on it, rubbing back and forth, emulating a steamroller. Thus the name. What do you mean, what? You ain't never heard of a Cleveland steamer? I also don't like the way you asked that. Just so matter of fact, what? It's a little condescending, you kink shaming me? You're really gonna kink shame me in a Minecraft sex server? I'll let it slide for now. Just tell me, is there a command? Look into your little Minecraft handbook, your Prima official strategy guide. There's not. No Cleveland steamer, huh? Yeah, then I think we're done here. Fuck Minecraft. We're certainly living in the future these days where all of our products are considered smart products, meaning they all have to be connected online via Wi-Fi and you have to register them with a valid driver's license, fill out a survey, sign up for a newsletter. Got goddamn smart condoms coming next, I'm sure, where you have to be connected online at all times, otherwise the condom shuts down and it won't stretch so you can't fucking use it. But this new revolutionary product is not a smart product. It will allow you to sit anywhere, but not comfortably. So this is a wearable chair. It just is 2 little legs that you put on your ass cheeks and you sit down, folds out, and then you kind of have to get into a pseudo squat to balance yourself. And it kind of looks like you're balancing on 2 pogo sticks, or they kind of look like the legs of a robot stripper, you know, like wearing fishnets. It could have at least made the legs kick out and look kind of cool, but it just looks really odd. They look like the rollerblades from Alita Battle Angel. It looks like his asshole is dual-wielding the 007 Clobs. The design is an extension of your body. If your body is made out of PVC pipe and bubblegum, I suppose. This is also going to be the most uncomfortable bus ride of his life. He can't sit down wearing this. He's going to have to be standing. Though I suppose he could go full douchebag mode and just pop a squat in the middle of the aisle, giving the middle finger to everyone else on the bus. Fuck you, I've got my Go-Go Gadget Extendo ass cheek chair. Yeah, 265 max carrying capacity is just not going to cut it, not winning the Nobel Prize there. This seems like a product that would be aimed at people far in excess of 265 because it appears to make the assumption that everyone is just the laziest fucking slob who can't be bothered to stand for more than 2 minutes, and the only people this would appeal to are people that get winded when they're standing for more than 2 minutes waiting for a bus and their knees are about to fucking explode. But that clientele is going to weigh more than 265, so they can't even use this. And at the end of the day, there's places to sit everywhere. In fact, any place is a place to sit if you're willing to just pop a squat on it, you know what I mean? Even on the ground is far more comfortable than this, I imagine. And also, you're not locked into wearing the saw trap all day. The creators also say it'll make your penis bigger. I can promise you this is not going to change how you use your workspace. No one's going to be using this. This will never catch on. But you know what? I'll toy around with the idea. I also think I can come up with a suggestion on how to change this workplace in particular. Why not just put a nice chair there? Why not just pull over a chair? What kind of goddamn sweatshop is this guy working in where he can't just pull over a chair that should already be there in the first place or readily available? Why does he have to come to work with these 2 aluminum sticks on his ass in order to sit down? This is just a job he might want to consider leaving. If you have to come to work wearing a strap-on just so you can sit down, it's probably not worth whatever you're getting paid to work there. I'll let them have this one, I agree. This will change how they travel and how they commute. Because you won't be able to sit down on anything comfortable, unless you take this thing off, and then even then you have the inconvenience of carrying this shit around and making everyone around you think that you're a psychopath. So yeah, that will change the game for you, but not positively. Almost every scam gets fully funded on Kickstarter. A man making a potato salad crushed his Kickstarter goal. This isn't a selling point. Just knowing it was on Kickstarter is enough to immediately make me question it and really kinda not want it. Kickstarter has such a negative reputation. Tech Insider speculates that this wearable chair could change how we work and travel, and at $145 I promise you it never will. A, no one wants it, B, that's too expensive for this piece of shit, and C, no one's gonna commit social suicide by walking around wearing this anywhere in the world.
No, it can't be. I was reassured that AI data centers were good for people, good for all of us, the future of mankind. Investing trillions of dollars, selling out every piece of land in this country for AI data centers to help us. But now, I think the cracks are starting to show. I think the truth is starting to leak out, and, well, don't worry, BlackRock has solutions for that. Larry Fink made a really cool statement about how they're going to protect it from the domestic terrorists that might not want AI data centers, which I think is a really cool label to be slapping on normal, average working people that just don't want to see their energy bill skyrocket and their water get turned into fucking sludge soup. Oh, you fucking terrorist! What, you don't like the data center, do you? Well, welcome to the gulag. It's pretty unhinged, but I'll get to that in a moment. I want to show you something that I just learned about that I think is extremely alarming. This is so far the biggest public goat-seeing from the data center epidemic, where in Lake Tahoe, 50,000 residents have just been informed that in 2027, their energy provider is abandoning them to focus solely on the energy demands of the AI data centers in the area. Now, this probably doesn't come as a surprise to anyone who's been paying attention to what's been going on. All companies are finding ways to butt-fuck the normal person and focus entirely on suckling the bosom of AI. Not just for data centers, but let's take a look back about 5 months ago, which is like ancient history with the way everything's been moving, with Micron. You remember when Micron did one of these to all the normal consumers that relied on their RAM being one of only 3 big players in RAM production? Well, Micron, 5, maybe 6 months ago now, announced that they will be getting out of that sector entirely. Took every consumer's head and just put it in the toilet, giving them a nice swirly, saying, "Fuck you nerds, we've got AI now." Then threw on their sunglasses and never looked back. Which inevitably caused the big RAM crisis and the prices to skyrocket there because of now the impending RAM shortage that would be unfolding because, again, Micron was one of only 3 big RAM producers, and they just outright said, we will no longer be providing to the consumer market starting this year. So they did that because AI was more lucrative, and now you're seeing everything else go in that direction. And this is the first example, the first big example of just an energy company that 50,000 people rely on to live, just hitting that Harry Houdini vibe and vanishing on them, saying, don't really care about you plebeians, flesh and blood is cringe, AI is the future, we gotta go take care of AI. I mean, good luck out there though, maybe you'll find other power suppliers, but it won't be us. Bye-bye. NV Energy, the Nevada utility that has supplied the bulk of Lake Tahoe's electricity for decades, told Liberty Utilities, the small California company that services the region, that it will stop providing power after May 2027. The reason? NV Energy needs the capacity for data centers, as in, the energy supplier for the Lake Tahoe region is telling the utility company that it has less than a year to find another power source. Which shouldn't be a problem. They maybe just need to dig a few feet underground to find the fucking Tesseract, and maybe they can install that. Surely that won't be a huge issue. I imagine that'll be without hiccups. Doesn't this paint the most beautiful picture? It's always been abundantly clear companies don't give a fuck about you or anything, but now that companies see a way of cutting you out while still driving up their own profits,
they are frothing at the mouth for it and jumping on board. They are abandoning ship on people because they don't need people anymore thanks to AI. So these data centers in this area are now the entire focus of NV Energy, and they are just saying, these 50,000 people, they can go kick rocks, pussy, good luck. And I imagine this will not be an isolated incident. This is something I've yapped about a lot. It's something that is very well known about data centers in particular for the energy demands. And as these companies get a lot of incentive to focus that energy on those data centers, they'll start to make the same decisions that we are seeing here from NV Energy, where they don't really need to supply energy to people. Ew, stinky people? Human beings? Oh! No. They can instead just focus entirely on AI data centers and making a fucking killing in the clams department through it. So they'll abandon people without a second thought. It doesn't matter to them. And I think we're going to continue to see this trend happening in places that are having this big push for AI data centers. Northern Nevada has become one of the fastest growing data center corridors in the country. Google, Apple, and Microsoft have either built or are planning facilities around the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center east of Reno. The Desert Research Institute, using data from NV Energy's 2024 Integrated Resource Plan, found that the 12 data center projects located overwhelmingly in northern Nevada could drive 5,900 megawatts of new demand by 2033. At a regional business event last fall, NV Energy's director of business development called the moment unprecedented, saying the company was eager to serve the new industrial load, but that it would not impact our existing customer base. Are you telling me he lied? He was too focused on the load. That load was too appealing. It felt too good, tasted too yummy, that he did indeed impact the existing customer base by outright telling them to go take a hike. Get out of here, dweebs, and then giving them a wedgie on the way out in order to solely focus the energy demands on the data centers. Come on. No, there's no way they lied. Ah, man, that's crazy. But Liberty's 49,000 California customers may have already been bearing the cost. Liberty Utilities generates about 25% of its power from solar facilities it owns in Nevada. The other 75% comes from NV Energy, and that source will no longer be supplied to the region by this time next year. It's like we don't exist, Danielle Hughes told Fortune. Hughes is a North Lake Tahoe resident, CEO of the nonprofit Tahoe Spark, and a supervisor within the California Energy Commission's Efficiency Division. And it's not like you don't exist. You literally don't exist to these companies. You are not even numbers on a page anymore, because now the numbers that they actually care about are whatever the AI data center numbers that they find are. This article also goes into how messy this kind of thing is and why it's an extremely tricky problem to solve, especially considering that their grid sits inside of NV Energy's balancing authority and they rely on their transmission lines, which they are no longer going to be having access to for these 50,000 residents that are being abandoned here. So the whole thing is extremely difficult to try and navigate, so even finding another power supplier isn't exactly easy and would also cost tons and tons of money. Building a direct connection to California's grid would require a new transmission line west over the Sierra, a project Liberty President Eric Schwartzrock said would cost hundreds of millions of dollars with significant land impacts, and also would lead to higher costs to these residents that have been abandoned. It's going to be passed down to them. So, no matter what happens next, them being completely, thrown to the dirt by NV Energy in favor of them supplying the power to data centers, no matter what happens next, if they do get an alternate power source player to come in to help them, it will most likely lead to a significant increase in their cost. Their bills are going to go up. So they're getting fucked, no matter what happens. I recommend you read the entire article from Fortune if you're at all interested in the nuance and the inner workings of how this garbage is unfolding. There's like a back and forth here where NV Energy's like, oh, they knew this was coming and it's their fault for not being able to secure a new independent power supply, that kind of thing. It's been going on for a while. We've always said it's temporary. We've just extended our agreements for a while and they've been dragging their feet on replacing us, that kind of thing. There's really a lot to unpack here, and there is no like regulatory oversight that can come in and help fix this, even though there are arguments being made that there should be something out there and like protesting how this is even allowed to happen, how the power provider could just be like, actually, we're just going to focus on AI. The 50,000 residents that rely on our power to live, they're, who are they? I already forgot about them. Like, there's been a lot of arguments, there's a lot to it, so the article goes pretty in-depth on it. As for what's next in the region, Liberty told customers that NV Energy will remain the transmission provider. The wires aren't going anywhere, so that's nice. They didn't just dig up the wires and throw them in a fucking landfill or something. So the question is, who's going to supply the electricity that flows over them and what that cost will be and whether the regulators can protect customers whose upstream grid sits outside California's usual planning structure. And they are right now shopping the bid replacement contract to anyone and everyone. They are really trying to find this next energy provider. There was a tad bit of optimism when it came to a short-term solution, but long-term is a lot more unstable and unknowable. And they close with this statement saying, "We have no representation, it's resource extraction." It is 1000% resource extraction, and representation has proven in other regions across the country to not matter at all when it comes to these data centers. Let's take a look at Utah. The Kevin O'Leary clown show, his fucking circus, who, by the way, likes to continue LARPing as an American. He's not. He is a bald Canadian bitch ass. And yet he still comes over here and tries to preach about American values and why the data center is like the most patriotic thing you can do. Cringe, pathetic, worm demon. Anyway, in Utah, all of the people were voicing how much they didn't want it, the disdain. They would not support it. Please don't. Begging, groveling, do not let this data center project be approved. A 40,000 acre data center. The largest imaginable. Like genuinely, I cannot even fathom something that big. A 40,000 acre data center is fucking diabolical. And the geriatric fossils that were approving this project, who are supposed to be representing the people in the community, outright said, one of them verbatim said, "For hell's sake, grow up." A crazy statement, and I do believe they are fighting for hell. They are demons on the side of Satan. So like these fucking octogenarians, in the face of all the community that went out there, and there was a huge number of people yelling, screaming, begging, stop, don't do it, don't, no data centers. In front of all of them, they insulted the people, berated them, and then went into their own private room to get away from all the riffraff, all the hustle and bustle and hoopla, so that way they could unanimously push it through to greenlight the 40,000 acre data center. That goes in the face of all of the people that they are supposed to be representing the interests of. So it's pretty clear that even having representation of like the will of the people does not matter. These data centers are being built and brute forced through because most likely all of these politicians and the people in power in these communities are getting a nice little chunk of change for it, some real strong incentives, and they don't care about the people. And there's no consequences. There are literally no consequences anymore across the board. You can lie, you can scam, you can fraud, all of this, and there is nothing that happens. Nothing at all. So they feel very emboldened to just blatantly, openly be corrupt, and that's what's happening. So these data centers, they are coming. They're showing no signs of slowing down. It's extremely concerning. It's extremely infuriating. And BlackRock is already planning for people to feel like forced into a corner and doing something drastic, like maybe trying to destroy a data center.
And the need for rebuilding the GCC region, to rebuild it so that it's going to be in a position where it's not going to be obstructed by drone warfare. So many more things are going to have to be underground. But even here in the United States, if we're going to be building, let's say, these 1 gigawatt data centers, how do we make sure we're not protecting those $50 billion, $75 billion investments? we have to re-look at everything because of the role of drone warfare. Right now we're looking at it internationally, but one of my concerns is, could it be a domestic terrorism using a $3,000 drone?
These slimy husks, these zombies, are getting so comfortable calling anyone that goes against the corporations selling out of this country and their land terrorists. Oh, you don't support the companies coming in here with 3,100 data centers springing up in your communities, driving up your energy bills, ruining your water, polluting your community? Oh, that must make you a domestic terrorist, Buster. Or at the very least, you might have some ideas that are adjacent to domestic terrorism. A little bit of thought crime, perhaps? You don't like the data centers, Well, let's go ahead and check the surveillance data we've gathered on you through these data centers and see what we've got. This is Larry Fink of BlackRock. BlackRock is a huge player in the data center boom, and now he's openly talking about, well, how do we protect these multi-billion-dollar investments and the trillions of dollars that might need to be spent in order to secure them? Because what if a domestic terrorist starts using drone warfare on them? So it seems like there's a recognition from people like Larry Fink, these fucking zombies at the top of the food chain, that people are feeling backed into a corner. Everything in their life is getting more expensive, and data centers are only continuing to accelerate that issue. And the normal lies are no longer landing because the information's already out there. There are operational data centers that have been running for a while, so we know the bills go up in the communities that they infest. And we know they only provide temp jobs during construction. They don't actually supply any kind of economic boon to the normal working people of those communities through employment. The biggest data center in this country only has roughly 150 full-time employees. The smaller data centers or the normal-sized data centers run as lean as 20 to 25 employees full-time. So this is not providing jobs or anything to Americans in any capacity. So the lies don't work. People are getting face-fucked by this. These corporations are fully selling out everyone and everything in this country, and they're realizing that they don't actually even need people to make money anymore. So they're even getting rid of people, like NV Energy abandoning 50,000 of the residents that rely on their power to live. And Larry Fink is now talking about what they're going to do to defend these data centers from someone who might be very desperate and trying to destroy a data center on their own in order to survive in the community or help people in the community live. So he's already okay, we've got measures in place, maybe underground or, maybe who knows. But we're thinking about it. We've got countermeasures. Don't worry. We're protecting these billion and trillion dollar investments. It's fucking terrifying. And he's also being very upfront about they're going to control all the data centers. Great. If you're on the side of BlackRock, you're on the bad guy's side, by the way. To the people that for some reason still mindlessly try and support data centers because they love to swallow that corporate cock and believe all their lies. This is the lowest of the low if you're now just pumping your fist for BlackRock of all things.
So all of these things are actually opportunities, not problems. It's going to require, as we said, trillions of dollars of capital. Governments cannot build these out alone. They don't have the wherewithal. And two, their deficits are started mounting. And we spend too little time talking about the U.S. deficits and other countries' deficits. So this is going to be the role of private sector.
Oh, thank goodness. I feel much more comfortable knowing that the future's in the hands of people like Larry Fink and BlackRock. Isn't that good news? Yeah, so anyway, had to yap about this shit. It is so fucking out of control. It is so blatantly corrupt. It is genuinely terrifying. Anyway, just wanted to put that all on your radar there. That's really about it. So, yep. Since the day I was born, it was clear to everyone, my parents, the doctors, that I was born to be a gamer. I have an entire channel dedicated to non-stop gaming, Moist Critical Gaming, best gaming channel on YouTube. And I started to ponder recently, is there a way to elevate this experience of gaming? Something we all take for granted. And got me thinking, because realism is something that's very important to a lot of games, but games are somewhat limited in what they can make you feel, right? Because they're a game on the screen. Yeah, they can kind of scare you with jump scares, but you'll never get like that terror of feeling like you're actually in danger. You know, it's not Ready Player One where if you come in the game, you come in real life. And it got me thinking and stinking, is there a way to set something up that can get that kind of experience where, like, playing Counter-Strike, you can, you know, feel the recoil. You can feel when you get shot within reason, not actually like, you know, you get shot in the game and you get shot in real life. Not to that extreme. And I had remembered a while ago, I'd actually seen a couple of people experiment with something like that. Most notably, the guy who created the recoil machine. This was a viral video a while back. I can't find the original anymore, but he set up a recoil machine where you would obviously feel it, and it's fucking amazing to look at. And he's not the only one that set things up like this. I remember someone did something similar with a desk where, like, if a grenade blows up, the desk pops, that kind of thing. So I thought, why not combine all of these ideas, creating the next evolution of realistic gaming experiences for a first-person shooter? So we started kicking around the idea with a friend of ours who's an engineer, who thought he could make it happen, so he did. And I think the results are pretty great. Alright, here it comes. See, that's how games are supposed to feel. Oh wait, I'm on SSG now.
Yeah, you're getting big shots. Oh my god.
Yep, I got that too, by the way. Alright, give me the auto again. So this is one of many features. So instead of having like the recoil machine that's blasting your shoulder and destroying the setup, I wanted something that was somewhat functional. So having recoil on the sniper in particular, it was set up with a hydraulic blaster that when you fire an op or SSG or the auto, God forbid the auto, you go on a whole roller coaster there. That turns this shit into a Sibian sex machine. It would then blast your chair. So you'd feel the recoil, basically. Another thing was flashbangs. Flashbangs we had a massive light set up, so the flashbangs would blind you IRL, so you'd really be mindful of trying to avoid flashes in game. He also set up a hydraulic system for damage, so if you took a lot of damage, you're gonna know because the desk fucking explodes like it just got hit with dynamite. Like Wile E. Coyote got the plunger out and just exploded the desk.
Alright, bus driver,
move that bus. Cowabunga.
I knew that would be it. Imagine you're watching Long from B and you just hear tink, 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 tink. And then this.
And then you hear your teammate explode IRL.
You hear somebody just scream. Oh, it did fuck up the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Big hole.
Yeah.
So cracked the corner too.
Yeah.
There's also the tack vest. I don't actually know what this is called. This is just a piece of equipment that already exists that he found and decided to slap it on to see what that feels like. So it's like something for your wrists and your chest. So when you're shot in the game, it'll like vibrate or somewhat like indicate through pressure where you got shot. It's a nifty little thing, but it's more of a novelty than like an actual realism thing. But the hydraulic systems to the chair and the desk were fucking extraordinary. It really amplified the stakes, and the flashbangs were legitimately debilitating. So, naturally, after making sure everything worked, we took it into ranked. It's been a while. I'm home.
Oh, there goes my Dust 2 rank.
Does SSG make it go off as well? This is just going to be a dead round. This is just me on haptic feedback playing Counter-Strike. Oh my god.
Oh, we forgot to put pyrotechnics in.
The chair on fire when you're in a volley.
Heated seat would actually go ballistic.
Oh, is that like that new show, Heated Rifle? Oh!
If he peeks, man, I tell you.
You're racking up money for that op.
Mm-hmm. When you shoot.
Oh!
My team just called me out, by the way.
What did they say?
He said, move up, bomb. I had bomb. Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, yep, I do it to him like that.
It's just winning the game.
Yeah, I just do it to him like that.
That's crazy.
It's no big deal, though. I mean, it's no big deal.
All right, so what are you thinking? Well, you didn't die. You don't have to pump it up.
No, not yet, I don't. That table bounce almost got me killed, though, I'll tell you what.
Oh! Flash out! Those are actually so great.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, I got
what a shot!
Big shots.
I'll go in the hole.
This is immerse.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it's the immersion, baby. Yeah,
better.
Matt, you might just start climbing today. I'm gonna tell you something.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna tell you something you don't want to hear, but I'm kind of doing it to him.
Is this enhancing your immersion? You feel like you're in the game?
I do.
Like you're locking in more?
Yeah, like I'm at the optimal distance, 10 feet away from the screen. I got my haptic feedback in my hydraulic chair.
Charlie can just see a pixel move a little bit and he shoots. He can't even make out the full screen.
Oh my god.
We got tangos.
Shots fired.
Shots fired.
You almost threw it at me.
I almost did. Yeah, he's
pushing.
Oh! Oh, okay.
Now we gotta go up somewhere. Oh, he died. We gotta go up 5% on each.
Crank me up.
Yo, can you grab Bob and come along with us?
If this guy gives me another order, I swear to God, what a douchebag.
Actually, the nicest person I've ever heard.
Legitimately, this guy's
hasn't ripped a single slur at you.
No! I thought, yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
The tape held!
I think it pushed the monitor down. Like,
yeah, it did. Definitely did.
No, that timing is so sad.
Oh, you're just lucky you didn't hit you with a sniper.
Yeah, I got lucky that the Molotov cooked me a bit first.
You want to go?
Yeah, you can crank me up. I got it up again.
10 more percent?
Yeah, give me 10 more. Give me 10 more. I'm ready. That's fucking eagle work.
Playing in an AMC IMAX theater there.
Oh my god, I'm so bad at eagle peeking now. Holy shit, that was terrible.
You ever played during the case opening frenzy a couple months ago?
Nah, I didn't actually play.
Just a ridiculous.
Oh, what a shot. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, that was... I mean, once that desk jumped, I no longer had my aim on. It's weird how that works.
That sounds like a skill issue.
True.
You know what they say? War is hell. Oh, you're lucky guy.
Oh!
I can imagine this slow on that already.
That's so close.
Oh! Oh, damn. Okay.
Oh, you got lucky again.
Yeah, I got lucky that he chipped me first. Well, I actually hit myself with a grenade first. Alright, we can crank the power up again.
Alright.
Oh, alright, much better. Is he watching Cat?
Oh, you got him! Oh! He's back, baby.
I'm back. They actually thought smoke would stop me. Watch this. Imagine though. Just imagine though.
It looks so funny. How much explosion.
When this gets to like 100, my bucket hat's gonna fucking fly off.
Oh, a little bit of a lag spike.
Yo! If only he knew how effective that flashbang really was. I'm not gonna... This ain't gonna get in the airborne.
See, oh yeah, what does that have to do for him? If he flipped backwards. There's no shot he flips backwards.
He's sumo squatting.
Yes.
Slowly, long push. Oh.
I can't wait.
Smokes B. Hard copy.
It sounds like I'm.
Oh wow. Oh wow. You're gone. Lock in. Oh, I didn't even see him cross. We won that game, by the way. I certainly cooled off after the desk kept blowing up multiple times and the monitor got all cattywampus and I was 20 feet away from the table. But, you know, it's an experiment and we did end up squeaking out the W. Matt then hopped into the hot seat. Didn't go as swimmingly. I will spoil a bit for you.
It makes me jump every time.
You should ask your teammates on like, do you guys have your desk at 30% or 40%?
What's the PSI on your chairs?
Alright. Anyone want to start the next game here?
Yeah, let me give it a try.
Give this one a whirl.
This is crazy. This feels just like how I set up at home.
With your wrist weights.
Whoops.
Now try leaning back.
That's much scarier.
Feels good though.
It gives you a little whiplash.
You're a pee-hole kind of guy?
Not normally. I just bought a grenade, so. Oh, there they are. Oh, Von Winkeldorf got me. Oh, glass cannon up.
Here we go. Top time, baby. Show them what you're made of. Give them a little warm up. Yeah.
It really makes you flinch.
Yeah, I heard you buy that off. Now they're afraid.
My team has no comms.
Oh!
You ripped it off.
You gotta hit your shots, man. That won't happen.
There was a brief moment where it was
just hanging from
it was deciding whether. Oh, is it stuck in the table?
Yeah, I think so. Oh my god.
Oh, it's on the table. Oh shit! That gets the blood pumping. All right. Don't you shoot that.
Oh, they're voting to kick you, man.
Shoot them all.
Oh, you alright?
Okay. No, they voted to kick. My How about we go into a death match or something?
Well, we have no choice now.
We're all just two. Where'd you go?
Oh,
that sounded
that one.
Yeah, that one's definitely.
That one got him.
That's what he's looking for.
Yeah, that's gonna get me up in the morning.
You know what we should do?
Oh my god!
Damn right I hit it. I don't miss these shots. You saw me in the ranked game.
Oh my god! I'm cooking it on.
I'm online.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you know I'm good for it. You know I'm good for it.
At some point, you can't even get back down. It just keeps you on. Got him.
Oh man, you're cooking. You just get used to the motion. Now your aim's fine.
I'm like getting seasick.
Alright, crank it. Yeah, I think we just let's max it out and let's see what it looks like.
Right. Do you want me as the guinea pig when you max it out, or are you?
Yeah, you're already there. Well, I think you gotta change it up to settings.
All right, here we go.
All right, get in there.
You got it.
God, the platform.
You need to scoot forward.
Yeah, you can chase out and hop into the
I'm in.
That's it. Alright, maybe I just way too much.
Wait.
The auto's the one above it. If you want like a crazy ride.
Alright. that looks about right. That's about right. Yeah, I hit that wall pretty good. Yes!
You should have
brought a try here.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
That a boy.
Oh.
He doesn't know how close he was.
He grazed them.
Alright, do you want to turn the desk back on?
Almost at him.
Oh, good shooting.
It's that easy. She's not even zoomed. Okay.
I love the stance that we have to take.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh man.
It is like a sumo squat. I'm about to do some big shikos lifting my legs. I had it squirting. Alright, do you want to get the desk going again?
Yeah, I'd say let's turn the desk on, let's crank it up a bit, and then I think we just finish off with
that will be the end of it, because it's gonna blow everything off. So you can,
Alright.
Flash yourself for good measure.
Yeah,
you can't see the table coming.
I'm gonna do what Matt said, flash and then grenade, but I'm not gonna auto it as well, because then I'm just gonna probably kill myself.
Right.
Alright.
I'm gonna flash in the corner.
Jesus. Well, the monitor's okay. Overall, this is what engineering is all about. We asked a question and found someone far smarter than us to invent the answer. And I really like the answer. I think there's even more potential with this idea. This was just round one of the concept, and I know it's a concept that's been explored by others in different ways, also using Counter-Strike. This is just our entry into it, and I want to see maybe there's even more fleshing out to be done. Anyway, though, that's really about it. See ya.